the world and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global south especially trusting India's leadership.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
AI is going to be one of the most important, drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level.
Good morning, everybody. It's an important day, polling day today. 288 seats in Maharashtra and 38 seats in Jharkhand and 15 by-polls across the country. Clash of narratives, clash of ideologies, clash of politics.
That's right, Vasudha. Of course, it is the big battleground state of Maharashtra where we are seeing elections underway today. Of course, the final phase of voting also underway in Jharkhand. And remember, even in the by-polls, few of these states are going to see litmus tests for the parties involved. So we are getting you all the updates from the ground as well as expert analysis on the show. But first up, the headlines.
High voltage battle in Maharashtra today. Voting underway in 288 constituencies. Ruling Mahayuti versus opposition Mahavikas Aghadi.
Bollywood celebrities cast their vote in Mumbai. Akshay Kumar and Rajkumar Rao among the early voters in Mumbai today.
Charge of alleged Bitcoin scam stings Mahavikas Aghadi ahead of polls. BJP shows audio clips which alleges crypto scam by top MBA leaders, including Supriya Sule. Sule has dismissed the charges. Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar says he can figure out his sister's voice on the clip. Meanwhile, BJP candidate has been booked in alleged cash for vote scam.
Final phase of polling in Jharkhand. Big faces in the fray today in the second and final phase, including Chief Minister Hemant Soren.
By-polls in 4 key states today. 9 seats in Uttar Pradesh, 4 in Punjab, 1 in Kerala and Uttarakhand each.
In other news, Delhi continues to breathe poison. Air quality remains in the severely toxic category. AQI above the 400 mark.
Well, after a month of high decibel campaign, stage is all set for a face-off between NDA and India bloc allies today. Mahavikas Aghadi and ruling Mahayuti locking horns in the state of Maharashtra. Shaktikanta Das, RBI governor, is voting now. Let's listen into what he says.
Of India and to the election officials of Mumbai.
When it comes to issues, what are Mumbaikas voting for?
No, I think I'll thank you. I think that's
वोटर परसेंटेज टर्नआउट है वो काफी कम है तो आपका
वही मैंने कहा ना इस बार मिडिल ऑफ द वीक है तो एक्सपेक्टेशन यही है कि इस बार वोटिंग परसेंटेज ज्यादा होगा. द इलेक्शन इज बीइंग हेल्ड टुडे. द पोलिंग इज इन द मिडिल ऑफ द वीक. So expectation is that the percentage should be more, especially in South Mumbai. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Well, we have reporters from across the country joining us. As of now, we have Radhika Ramaswamy, Anuj from Maharashtra and also Anurag joining us from Nagpur. Tanima, Nagpur was where RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat, the Sarsang Chalak of the mothership of the BJP RSS voted today. In fact, this is where a pitched electoral battle is happening between the BJP, between the Mahavikas Aghadi and the Mahayuti.
Right. In fact, let's go across to the reporters first there. I can see Radhika and Anuj joining us both from Mumbai and Anurag as well from Nagpur, as Vasudha mentioned. Radhika, coming across to you first. We believe you are standing at a polling booth where Piyush Goyal is expected to cast his vote shortly.
Absolutely. I am standing in Malabar Hill constituency where, yes, Piyush Goyal will be coming to cast his vote. In fact, that will happen in just a bit. He is an MP from Mumbai North constituency and this is where he usually votes every term. But at this point, of course, this is a very important constituency as far as Mumbai is concerned, an affluent constituency, a mixed constituency of sorts, where Mangal Prabhat Lodha of the BJP will be facing a UBT Sena candidate. Well, I'll just show you the pictures here. Not too many voters. Mumbai is not a city that wakes up early, so you don't see as many voters. No long queues here, unfortunately. We did see a few. We did see Shaina NC coming nice and early. She's, of course, a candidate this time as well. She spoke about the issues in this constituency and what she also plans to work for as far as her constituency is concerned. But yes, more than 4,000 candidates in Frey, Tonima and Vasudha. 288 seats is what we are talking about. 36 seats in Mumbai itself. It is Sena versus Sena in close to 50 seats, and in at least about 75 seats it's BJP versus Congress across the state of Maharashtra. So yes, several issues in being spoken about. We know that there have been high-octane campaigns by Prime Minister Modi, Amit Shah, Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi. A lot of attacks and counterattacks over issues which spanned not just caste. Caste is an important factor, maybe not in Mumbai, but other parts of Maharashtra. Development is an issue that is being spoken about, but more importantly, promises and guarantees for women in the state of Maharashtra, be it Ladki Behan scheme, Mahalakshmi scheme being, launched by the parties, and also several schemes targeting farmers, youth, senior citizens. So all that being spoken about at length. Will it really find resonance with the voters? That is something we'll see on November 23rd. But at the moment, of course, voting beginning in the state of Maharashtra. In Mumbai, we're not seeing as many voters. No long queues, but let me just go across to one of the voters here. Yes, ma'am. हाँ, आप जल्द.
पहले तो इनको रुकिए, क्योंकि आज मेरे सर्वेंट लोग हैं, तो वो लोग सिपेटिंग पर गए, एक भी बस नहीं आई, कम से कम 2 से 3 हज़ार आदमी वापस आया, वोटिंग नहीं कर पा सका.
ओके. ओके, कौन से कंस्टिट्यूंसी की बात कर रहे हैं?
ये मैं कर रही हूँ रत्नागिरी तरफ, पंदेरी.
अच्छा, ओके. सो इश्यूज इन दैट कंस्टिट्यूंसी. मैम, यू जस्ट वोटेड हियर. टेल अस, इधर आपके इश्यूज क्या है? कौन से इश्यूज के लिए, क्या मुद्दे में आपने वोट किया इन मलबार हिल?
मैंने मलबार हिल में इसीलिए वोट किया बिकॉज काम करते हैं उसको देना चाहिए. नंबर 1 कोस्टल रोड, नंबर 2 अटल सेतु, और कोई भी चीज़ का, छोटे से छोटे चीज़ का काम हम देख रहे हैं. जैसे मैं बहुत ट्रैवलिंग कर रही हूँ, तो वैसे यूपी में देखो या कहीं भी जगह पे देखो, या तो काशी विश्वनाथ देखिए, जहाँ जहाँ काम का ग्रोथ है, तो वो मैं उसको ही वोट देगी.
All right, great. So this is something being spoken about by voters at length. Development is a strong argument as far as voters here are concerned. She's talking about Coastal Road, Atal Setu, something that is being spoken about at length by Mahayuti as well. They've been riding high on many of these development projects, which is finding resonance at least with the people of the city of Mumbai.
Reporting from Malabar Hills, one of those prestige seats, Mangal Prabhat Lodha, the Guardian Minister of Mumbai, is contesting from in one of those unique contests, Tonima, where the BJP is pitted against UBT Sena, which is not really the case in many other constituencies. Let me also go across to Anurag, who joins us from Nagpur. Nagpur is in Vidarbh, and Vidarbh is where maximum seats are BJP versus Congress, and this is also where the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis, the Home Minister, is contesting from Nagpur Southwest. He's been a mayor of the city, and he's always spoken in favor of Vidarbh. Tell us, how critical is this battle for Devendra Fadnavis, also for the BJP, which is hoping to make a comeback in Vidarbh?
Yes, as you pointed out, we are in Nagpur, the ideological hub of the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh, and central to the Vidarbha region. And my camera person will show you the visuals inside this booth, because just few minutes back, RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat came here and he voted. And yes, Vidarbha and particularly Nagpur is witnessing intense political activity as Devendra Fadnavis vies for his 4th consecutive term and 6th overall as an MLA. And before delimitation in 2008, Fadnavis represented the Nagpur West seat for 2 terms. And, we will also try and talk to a few of the voters who are just coming out from this particular booth. But before that, because we are not allowed to go inside, Nagpur's Vidhan Sabha seat has consistently seen fierce contest between the BJP and the Congress in the last elections. Congress candidate Nana Patole. We are being just joined by a few of the voters who are coming out from this polling booth. Sir, आपने अभी वोट नहीं किया? आप अच्छा आइए आ जाए अच्छा तो अभी आप वोट नहीं कर पाए वहाँ गर्दी है अच्छा गर्दी है नहीं होता ज़्यादा खड़ा अच्छा अच्छा मैम आइए अच्छा आ जाइए इधर आ जाइए ताकि आप लोगों को परेशानी ना हो आपका नाम सर सुभाष तांबेकर जी मैम आपका नाम नीलिमा जी तो आपने वोट डाल दिया तो आपने हमारे दर्शकों के लिए आप कम से कम वो दिखा दीजिए ये नीलिमा जी और जो लोग अभी तक नागपुर में वोट देने नहीं आए हैं वो आएं और अपना मतदान करें तो आपका मुद्दा क्या होगा इस बार के चुनाव के लिए
मुद्दा तो इस समय एक लाडली की वजह से काफ़ी फर्क पड़ने वाला
लड़की की वजह से काफ़ी फर्क पड़ने
हाँ
वाला है
और अभी ये जो खिचड़ी जो हो गई है
हाँ
तो उसके कारण काफ़ी फर्क पड़ेगा अभी इस वजह से हम जो सरकार है उसी को कंटिन्यू करेंगे
अच्छा तो आपने तो अपना मत साफ कर दिया आप कुछ कह रहे थे कि मैम को दिक्कत हो रही कुछ व्हील चेयर वगैरह नहीं है
व्हील चेयर नहीं वो चल सकती उसका मतदान हो गया लेकिन मेरा मतदान यहाँ पर है
अच्छा
अब यहाँ तो यहाँ बहुत बड़ी लाइन है
अच्छा
एक ही जगह दोनों मतदान चाहिए ना
अच्छा
इसका नंबर इधर मेरा नंबर उधर इसके कारण परेशानी हो रही है
चलिए बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया सर तो यू हैव हर्ड फ्यू ऑफ द वोटर्स एंड बेसिकली unlike what you have seen there in Malabar Hills, and Radhika showed us those visuals, here, the voters are coming up in large numbers and their voting is underway in this particular polling booth. Back to you.
Tanima, you could see visuals of Mohan Bhagwat, who came and voted today as Sarsangchalak of the RSS, and you can also see senior leaders of the RSS, including Sunil Ambekar. And Supriya Sule, the MP from Baramati, is also casting her vote, and she could be speaking to the media soon. She is at the center of this controversy involving Bitcoin. Some very serious allegations have been raised by the BJP, but of course, Baramati is witnessing this high-profile contest again between Yogendra Pawar and Ajit Pawar, the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra.
That's right. That is one of the key face-offs in Maharashtra today. But also turning to Thane, and Anuj is reporting out of Thane, which is of course a stronghold of Chief Minister Eknath Shinde. So Anuj, like Radhika was showing around in Mumbai, are voters trickling in Thane, or is it is there voting in larger numbers?
Although these two places are located close to one another, but there's a lot of difference between Thane and Mumbai. I'd just ask my camera person, Mr. Mandal, to show around. You can see that the voters have already started to come in since morning, and it is a considerably higher number of people as compared to what is the case in Mumbai. When you leave Mumbai, you just not get away from the humid place of Mumbai. The air gets a little cooler, and the excitement of people to vote also seems to be increasing. We see that there has been activity since morning here as far as the voting is concerned. People have been coming out in groups. We've seen that people of all ages have made it a point to come here early in the morning, and that usually is the case in several cities, in several parts or several regions which are in the hinterland of the state, where people want to get done with their voting pattern right in the morning so that they can have the rest of the holiday for themselves. And that, of course, is a very healthy sign. But what we see here is that Eknath Shinde will be present here at this particular polling booth in a short while from now onwards, and he'll be locking horns against Kedar Dige, who is the nephew of his political guru, that is Mr. Dige, late Mr. Anand Dige, and that battle is going to be something. Now there are a few voters present there. We'd just like to go and try and have a word with them about what their issue seems to be. Hello sir. Sir, voting से पहले कौन से इश्यूज है जिसके बारे में आप बात करना चाहेंगे? कौन से इश्यूज को मद्देनजर रखते हुए आप वोटिंग करने के लिए जा रहे हो आज?
कुछ चेंजेस होगा ना, मतलब जैसे कि कुछ चेंजेस वगैरह बदलाव के लिए
यहाँ पे पिछले 3 टर्म से चीफ मिनिस्टर एकनाथ शिंदे एमएलए रहे हुए, अभी वो तो स्टेट चीफ मिनिस्टर भी है, तो क्या आपको लगता है कि और भी बदलाव हो सकता है इस कंस्टिट्यूएंसी में कि वो चीफ मिनिस्टर रह के उतना बदलाव नहीं आया?
हो सकता है।
कौन सी एरियाज में हो सकता है आपके हिसाब से?
मतलब ऑल ओवर महाराष्ट्र।
ऑल ओवर महाराष्ट्र। और इस एरिया में स्पेसिफिक?
इस एरिया में वैसे भी मतलब पहले से मतलब यही के लोकल है, तो फिर यहाँ पे तो है ही।
है?
हाँ।
है, अच्छा। सर आपने वोट दे दिया?
हाँ वोट दिया।
एक बार दिखा दीजिए ना उनको सर, वोट दे दिया आपने? So we've seen that even senior citizens are making a point to come here to vote early. सर आप बताइए कि कौन से इश्यूज है इस पर्टिकुलर कंस्टिट्यूएंसी में, इस मतदार संघ में, जिसको देख के आपने वोटिंग दिया है?
अभी उसका नाम ले सकते हैं वोटिंग दिया उसको?
नहीं, आप जरूरत नहीं नाम
जरूरत नहीं। अच्छा, जिसको जो हमारे एरिया में कितना साल से वो अच्छी तरह से काम कर रहा है, अच्छी सबकी सेवा भी कर रहे, बहुत अच्छा है आदमी। छोटापन से हम उसको पहचानता है, उसका नाम न लगा, आपने मना किया है, नाम नहीं ले रहा हूँ, लेकिन बहुत अच्छा आदमी है वो, उसको ही हम वोटिंग किया है। ओके, थैंक यू।
We're seeing that there's a slightly different pattern across the state. While some people would be voting on the issues there, when you come to such high-profile constituencies, individual becomes a little overpowering, over the issues, and that is what can also determine the entire process of the procedure of the election.
Well, it's very interesting, Tanuma, that most voters are speaking about candidates, which is quite a unique aspect, and that's what this particular voter was also telling Anuj, that he spoke about a certain candidate, and that's what we heard. Even voters talked to Anurag in Nagpur. So clearly, many questions being raised here with respect to Maharashtra. Is it going to be finally a politically stable government in place? What's going to be the future of the Senas? What are the Pawars going to do? And is the BJP going to make a comeback? Is it going to be a revenge for the BJP for what it saw in Lok Sabha elections of 2024? Is it going to be a battle of narratives? Many questions there.
Right. In fact, to discuss this further, we are also joined by Neeja Chaudhary and
Nikhil
Upadhyay, both senior journalists. Of course, the focus is on Maharashtra, but we also have elections in Jharkhand and key by-polls underway as well. Let me take the first question to Neeja Chaudhary. Ma'am, we've of course seen that, it was the MVA which had an edge in the recently held Lok Sabha elections. Do you see that the gap that we saw between that and this, that the Mahayuti has been able to course correct in certain areas that they clearly saw a shortfall in the Lok Sabha elections?
Yeah, when the Lok Sabha elections took place, and remember, this was an election under the leadership of Narendra Modi. It was for parliament, for prime ministership, and yet the Maharashtra MVA did very well. 30 out of 48 seats, and the BJP was reduced to 17 only. So that advantage in Lok Sabha nationally was expected to be translated to the assembly elections when they took place. It's a natural kind of phenomenon. But in the recent months and weeks, the Mahayuti has course corrected, you're absolutely right, and has been catching up. So today, when you talk to people in Maharashtra, very few will actually venture out to say this one is going to win or that one is going to win. It's a very close contest. It's a hyper-local election. It's down to every constituency. Of course, the 6 regions are very different, but local issues are dominating. And also, it's a very fractured election. You have, 3 parties on Mahayuti side, 3 parties on MVA side, then their allies, and then other parties in the fray which are going to cut into their votes, whether it's MNS or BSP or Chandrasekhar Azad's party or MIM. And then, of course, a large number of independents and party rebels, some of them backed by big leaders for their own purposes. So what the outcome is going to be, we don't know. But broadly speaking, if I may put it at the risk of oversimplifying the whole thing, it is a lineup of Maratha, Muslim, Dalit. That has been a winning combination for the Congress, NCP and MVA in the past, right from the days of YB Chavan. And countered by this Ladki Behan Yojana, which could be a game changer, and the women's constituency responding to this in a big way. I saw women excited, Dalit women, OBC women, Maratha women, when I was there. So what the result is going to be, we'll see on the 23rd.
Okay, Nikhil Upadhyay, the meta-narratives of Jharkhand, be it welfare, because there was a lot of focus around Maya Vandan Yojana, and also tribal identity, with the JMM saying that it will protect the Sarna code. It was making it clear that tribals are distinct from the Sanatan version of what Hindus are. And of course, the BJP saying that it's the infiltrators from Bangladesh were responsible for the reduction in tribal numbers. Has Jharkhand ever been known to respond to these kind of, political narratives?
You see, as far as this Bangladesh issue is concerned, I think this is the first time it has been flagged in such a big way. So it will be difficult to say, there is no precedent to say whether people of Jharkhand are going to respond to this or not. But definitely these issues impact people's psyche. And this has been an issue. This is a reality of Jharkhand. There has been infiltration. But there are bigger issues in Jharkhand. And I think and they will decide the outcome of these polls. And these are issues of unemployment, the migration of tribal voters in a very big way. And the ground situation, whatever BJP claims and whatever BJP is doing, but I think it will be very difficult for BJP to make a very big inroad in JMM tribal votes. Last time JMM won out of 26 out of 28 reserve seats. So I think on ground, BJP is trying its best to cut into the tribal votes, but I don't think it's going to make much difference. There are other issues, of course, and they will make difference. I think the NDA is far better prepared than this India bloc. India bloc, Congress, I think, has been a very big letdown because Congress campaign I don't think it is up to the mark. You have somebody like outsider like Ghulam Muhammad Mir leading he's in charge of the Congress party in the election in Jharkhand, whereas you have people like Shivraj Singh Chauhan and Hemant Biswa Sharma camping there for last 2 months. Rahul Gandhi himself has been largely absent from Jharkhand. He visited for 2-3 days. But otherwise, I think the Congress campaign has been very poor. And Congress is contesting 30 seats. So I think, whether India bloc can retain...
So that is being a criticism of the Congress party. Neeja ma'am, would you like to, talk about that? Because there's been a lot of criticism of how the Congress party dealt with the campaign, because there were just about 7 rallies of Rahul Gandhi in Jharkhand, which is a critical state when it comes to the tribal factor. And even in Maharashtra, the party has not really been pushing that much. Of course, there was also a lot of criticism about its attitude when it came to seat sharing. How do you see the Congress party's attitude when it came to keeping the India bloc allies together, specifically in Maharashtra and Jharkhand?
Look, in Maharashtra, of course, the Congress has led a very localized campaign in different constituencies where different leaders have been looking after their areas. Now, in Jharkhand, yes, there has been criticism from, as it was just being said, from the JMM, from RJD, from CPIML, which are allies of in the India bloc, that the Congress has not put its best foot forward.
Okay,
it got
Neeja ma'am, please hold on to that thought of yours. Supriya Sule, the Baramati MP, is speaking right now after casting her vote. Let's listen into what she's saying.
इलेक्शन म्हणजे हा एका लोकशाहीचा उत्सव असतो. तो शांततेच्या मार्गाने पारदर्शकपणे व्हावा असा सगळ्यांचाच प्रयत्न असतो. मी इलेक्शन कमिशन, पोलीस यंत्रणा या सगळ्यांचे आभार मानते की त्यांनी खूप तयारी ह्याची केलेली आहे आणि दिवसभरात ते शांततेच्या मार्गाने व्हावं एवढीच विनंती करते. आणि प्रत्येक मतदाराला विनंती करते की त्यांनी जरूर मतदान करावं. आता 23 तारखेला कळेल ना. एक मिनिट. 5 प्रश्न मला काल भारतीय जनता पक्षाने केलेत. 5. पहिला उत्तर देते. पहिला प्रश्न त्याचा आरोप आहे नाही 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 नाही. माझा एकतर ती ऑडिओ क्लिप मध्ये माझा आवाज नाही, कोणी चेक करावं. एक. दुसरा, माझा या कुठल्याही संबंधात नाही. आणि काय त्यांचं नाव, त्रिवेदी ना, त्रिवेदींनी अशी मला सांगितलं की सुप्रिया सुळेंनी बाहेर येऊन यावं. मी काल रात्रीच बाहेर आले आणि आज तुमच्या माध्यमातून अतिशय विनम्रपणे मी त्रिवेदीजींना विनंती करते की ते म्हणेल ती जागा, ते म्हणेल ते चॅनल, ते म्हणतील तो कॅमेरा, ते म्हणतील ते शहर, तिथे मी येऊन मन मोकळेपणे ते स्वतः किंवा त्यांच्या पक्षाचा कुठल्याही व्यक्तीशी माझी जबाब द्यायला माझी तयारी आहे.
पण यातले जे आहेत रवींद्रनाथ पाटील त्यांनी सुद्धा तोच आरोप केला की नाना पटोले आणि
एक मिनिट, रवींद्र पाटील कोण आहेत? हा, रवींद्र पाटील हे एक IPS ऑफिसर आहेत आणि तुमच्याच सगळ्यांच्या चॅनलवर असं सांगण्यात आलं की 2 वर्ष ते जेलमध्ये राहून आले, बरोबर? 2 वर्ष ते गृहस्थ जेलमध्ये राहून आलेले आहेत. त्यांनी काही माझ्यावर आरोप केलेले आहेत. एक खोटी ऑडिओ क्लिप माझ्या आवाजातली त्याच्यात आहे. त्याची मी सायबर क्राईमला कालच कंप्लेंट दिली आहे. तुम्हाला ती कंप्लेंटची कॉपी मिळाली आहे का? हां, तर काल संध्याकाळी माझ्याकडे जेव्हा ती क्लिप मीडियाच्या माध्यमातून आली, मी त्याचं एक कंप्लेंट ही सायबर क्राईमला केलेली आहे. पहिला मुद्दा, त्याची तुम्हाला कोणाला कॉपी हवी असेल तर मी ट्विट केलेली आहे, पहिला मुद्दा. दुसरा मुद्दा की मी ते झाल्याच अमितेश कुमार हे जे पुण्याचे कमिशनर ऑफ पोलीस आहेत त्यांना मी फोन केला, 2 वेळा फोन केला. दोन्ही वेळा आमचं बोलणं झालं. मी त्यांना काय प्रॉब्लेम हे सांगितलेलं आहे. मी त्यांना एवढीच विनंती केली की बाबा माझा आवाज कोणीतरी काढून हे करतंय, मला न्याय मिळावा. त्यामुळे त्यांनी मला शब्द दिलेला आहे की ताई ते सगळं माझ्याकडे पाठवा, मी जरूर त्याच्यातून जे खरं असेल ते बाहेर येईल. हा मुद्दा. एक मिनिट, अर्थातच AI जनरेटर माझा संबंधच नाही आहे काही. आणि तुमच्या माहितीसाठी सांगते, क्रिप्टो आणि बिटकॉइन आणि या सगळ्याच गोष्टींवर पार्लमेंटमध्ये सगळ्यात जास्त विरोधात कोण बोललं असेल तर ते मी बोललेली. हा, आज बरं झालं. तर आता मी पटकन एक क्रोनॉलॉजी घेते म्हणजे तुम्हाला पण कन्फ्युजन नको. एक ती फेक माझ्याबद्दलची फेक बातमी आली. ती बातमी आल्या मी क्रोनॉलॉजी सांगते तुम्हाला. काल संध्याकाळी माझ्याकडे ती फेक बातमी आली. मी फेक बातमी आल्या लगेच मी पोलीस कमिशनरला फोन केला, ऑनलाईन सायबर क्राईमला.
NCP Sharad Pawar faction-led MP Supriya Sule rubbishing claims that have been levelled by the BJP. Neerja ma'am, do you think something like this has resonance with voters? BJP claiming that the MBA leaders are involved in Bitcoin scam, and the opposition claiming that it's cash for votes that has been done by the BJP yesterday.
Yeah, I know. Well, I don't know how much of impact it's going to have this last minute thing, but I think it does make an impact because the voter is becoming increasingly cynical. You know, there has been so much shifting from one side to another, breakup of parties, and this is the first election that's taking place after the split in parties. So naturally, both are going to hurl charges against each other. And yesterday, what we saw was very worrying. Vinod Taude being, was there money on him? What was he about? Of course, there'll be an inquiry, but after the elections are over, will it add up to much? And so on. And overall, shared values and ideology getting a secondary place and power becoming the, dominating theme of whatever is done. So I think voters also are, and yet they make their wise choices, which they will do today. And let's see what those wise choices yield on the 23rd.
Tanima, ideology taking a backseat there, because this is a state we've seen multiple defections, confused loyalties, and also multiple political formations, which is why power, like Neerja is saying, has taken center stage. We also have visuals of celebrities voting right now in Mumbai. Sachin Tendulkar has voted in Mumbai. Let's take a look. That's Sachin Tendulkar voting in Mumbai. We of course saw Akshay Kumar voting a short while ago. And
right, some celebrities there who are clearly showing the way to Mumbaikars coming out as early voters there. We saw, as Vasudha was pointing out, Akshay Kumar, Rajkumar Rao also among few of the celebrities who were seen casting their vote early this morning. Let me go across to my colleague Abira, who's actually tracking all the big faces, the celebrity faces who are coming out to vote today in Mumbai. So Abira, where are you reporting from, and what's the update in terms of the voters coming in at that polling booth behind you?
I am right now in Bandra at St. Anne's Pali Hill. So this high school is one of the voting booths for all celebrities. The list can go on and on, from Deepika Padukone, Janhvi Kapoor, Khushi Kapoor, Kriti Sanon, Amir Khan's family, Ranbir Kapoor, Sharman Joshi, Prem Chopra, Sanjay Dutt, and the list goes on. We are waiting for the celebrities here. The other, Sachin Tendulkar just voted from St. Joseph, Bandra West. We are waiting for the celebrities to come in anytime soon now.
Veera there reporting from Bandra. Let's also take a look at some of the celebrity faces who voted earlier today and what they had to say.
सबसे बढ़िया बात है इंतजाम बहुत अच्छा किया हुआ है, बहुत अच्छा इंतजाम किया हुआ है। मैं देख रहा था कि सीनियर सिटीजन के लिए बहुत अच्छा इंतजाम किया हुआ है, बहुत सफाई रखी हुई है एंड बस आज यही है कि सब लोग आए वोट करें, दैट इज द मोस्ट इम्पोर्टेंट थिंग।
बहुत ज़्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट है, बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट डे है आज वोटिंग का और बहुत अच्छा लगा मुझे तो देखने को वोट भी आए हैं। आई होप कि और ज़्यादा भारी मात्रा में आए और वोट करें।
Right, all that and more. We will, of course, keep our focus on Maharashtra, but also battleground states of Jharkhand and the key by-polls taking place in 4 states today. But all that coming up after this very short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first.
Which might be, was a bit of a trouble, in fact, for both the alliances in Maharashtra, was the rebel factor. There are a number of rebels who are contesting as independent candidates across the state today. Who do you think will be hit most by this? Whether it will be MVA, which has to pay a higher cost for this, or the Mahayuti?
You're asking me to probably resolve the biggest mystery of this election 2 days before the results are out. That's really unfair. So I think that
we are putting up as anybody's guess here.
Yeah,
because we do not know either. Tanima and I are racking our brains on that.
Maria, the thing is that in Haryana, you knew that there was one side which was at the receiving end of this factor. In Maharashtra, both sides are at the receiving end of this factor. Because it's not just that independents are going to dent the MBA, like the BJP said, a very good sort of net around the Congress in Haryana, but here even the Mahayuti is facing internal dissent, and so their own candidates are hurting them. So it remains to be seen what happens. What I can say is, given the resources that the Mahayuti has and given that the BJP seems to be better at last mile connectivity and management, probably they know their way out better. But at the end of the day, as Sajjan Bhai was saying, that it is a hyper-local election.
Yes.
And if it's a hyper-local election, it is anybody's guess. And so you're not looking at one large election. You're not even looking at regional elections where 5 different regions are voting on different patterns. You're probably looking at 288 different elections, right? And so the point is that how can you wager a guess based on when you know that it's that granular? Now, I must add that there are some factors that are playing across the state. So, for example, the whole defections, the breakup of the party, this Ladki Bahin Yojana is working across the state. Then there are regional factors. You go to Vidarbha and Marathwada, there is rural distress. You go to North Maharashtra, there is onion prices. In Marathwada, there is also Maratha reservation issues. The Thane Konkan, the UB sort of Shiv Sena's versus Shiv Sena factor. Western Maharashtra, Sharad Pawar versus Ajit Pawar factor. And then superimposed on these statewide and regional issues are your hyper-local issues. So it's a multi-layered sort of competition. So the people you just saw who were voting, they were clear they were voting for the party symbol. But that may not be very obvious to a lot of other people. And I think that's what makes this election very complicated.
You made an interesting point, because I was in Nandgaon, which is in rural Nashik, part of that Nashik Western Maharashtra belt. And in that constituency, the battle was between Samir Bhujbal, who is the nephew of Chhagan Bhujbal, and he was seen as essentially a woodcutter because he rebelled and was contesting against a local Shiv Sena candidate who is from the Shinde Sena candidate. So I think that rebels are causing a dent on both the sides. But how much
Will they dent Mahavikas Agadi or Mahayuti? That remains to be seen. But let's continue this conversation, and I'm going to bring Aditi again. Aditi, in a way, while we are looking at this very hyper-localized election, there is that sentiment also for Eknath Shinde in Thane belt in particular, where he's seen as a sincere man who has become like a common man chief minister. You know, CM for him, as he said, means common man. Do you think this election, when people vote for sympathy or they vote for revenge, as it happened during the Lok Sabha, they vote only once. When it comes to another election, they vote on different set of issues. Aditi.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Shinde, it cuts both ways. The inaccessibility because of health and other reasons of Uddhav Thackeray is compared directly with the ease with which Shinde sort of relates to the common man, the ordinary people. At the same time, the idea of revenge is also very much present because a lot of people feel that Uddhav Thackeray was not treated properly, was not treated fairly, and that Shinde basically stabbed him in the back. So it cuts both ways. It depends on the predilection of the voter, the immediate circumstances surrounding him, and of course, local factors.
That's right. Aditi Fadnes there also talking about, of course, whether or not it's going to be the sympathy wave in favor of the MVA once again, or Chief Minister Eknath Shinde is also going to resonate among the voters there in Maharashtra. Bringing in Sajjan Kumar once again, you know, if we talk about the farmers' issues, BJP lost out on a number of seats in northern Maharashtra, and also agrarian issues have been something which Maharashtra has been identified with time and again. But we also had our reporters doing ground reports, essentially talking about how the farmers said that there was a lot more expectations riding on the Mahayuti government, which have not exactly been fulfilled in the last few years. So we've seen the outreach, of course, going out in the manifestos from both the MVA and the Mahayuti side. But in terms of the farmers' issues, who do you think has the edge in the battleground state?
Let me put it in perspective, because we interacted with a substantial kind of in rural area to the farmers' household. Now, yes, if you have the conversation, in that conversation, the complaints about the low output and the prices being not below the MSP, these factors are there because of the uneven rain. So particularly in Vidarbha and Marathwada region, the cotton and soybean, and if you go to north side for cotton, but for onion this time there is no complaint because the productivity and output is there. But is it translating into something what we call as the rural distress or a farmer's anger, and will it have a election centric implications or not? I think we need to see that farmers do not operate in singularity. They are not just farmers. They consider their unit as the household. So what has happened between two festivals, you know, between Raksha Bandhan and Diwali, the Eknath Shinde government has given on an average, and this is a rough estimate, 20 to 30,000, you know, cash doles to a substantial number of the rural households. So Latki Bahin Yojana, 5 installment in 7.5K. If there are 2 women, 3 women, it multiplies. Then also there have been Kisan Samman Nidhi, which 6,000 from the center and 6,000 added by the state government. Besides that, the insurance, that is Pik Bima, has given some. So in total, you see, from April onward, the electricity charges has been waived off. So that way, what has happened that yes, there are complaints, but people are also saying that in their household, some sort of a cash dole is reaching out. So therefore, it has neutralized. Except Marathwada, which has a different Jarange Patil community-centric anger. But in Vidarbha and North region, we did see that the farmers' complaints are there, issues are there, but they are not leading to what you call as the distress or some sort of anger. Because in 4 months, the Shinde government, and primarily the Shinde government, it's an amazing transformation of his image, who was considered as a traitor, as a person who was dependent upon the BJP. Now he has arrived as a leader. Kam samay mein bahut acha kaam kiya isne. He takes quick decision. And he has now identified more with the scheme-centric, you know, image rather than Uddhav versus sort of a sympathy. So for Uddhav, sympathy is there. But then people are also actively considering the schemes that are reaching out there. So my view is that farmers' issues are there in conversation, but it is not leading, to some sort of a occupational identity of the people. They are not voting as farmers because the cash that has reached out to their household has effectively neutralized that depressing scenario. And therefore, I think at the end of the day, it is the candidate factor. Contrary to the perception that Ajit Pawar is the weakest link of the Mahayuti, what has happened in Paschim Maharashtra accounted for 5 districts and 58 seats. Because elections are hyper local, so sympathy for Sharad Pawar is there, but between the sympathy and the vote comes the candidate factor. And many of the local powerful candidates have defected and contesting on Ajit Pawar's NCP.
And
So
Sanjan,
at many
just
places,
to add to what you're saying, there is also this issue of farmers with changes based on their crop. So the issues of onion farmers is different from grapes farmers. Again, that's different from to sugarcane farmers. So it's a very complicated farmer
Soybean
crisis, or
farmers as
agrarian,
well,
soybean farmers again, and some of them feel that the other one is more influential in terms of their reach out and what the government of the day has done. So continue to be with us. Let me go straight to Abira, who's joining us from a VVIP booth. That's where all the celebrities will be coming in any moment now. Good morning to you, Abira. When is Deepika Padukone expected?
What I hear that she's not expected. While her name is here, apparently she is in Bangalore. She's a new mum. She's with her parents, that's what. And another person who is not expected is Amir Khan and Kiran Rao. They are promoting Lapata Ladies in US right now for the Oscars. So they won't be here, but we just saw Reena Datta, who is an artist as well as happens to be Amir Khan's ex-wife. She walked in, she casted her vote. And we saw veteran actress Anita Raj, who walked in and casted her vote. But other than that, since morning, it has been a low turnout till now here at St. Anne High School in Bandra West, Pali Hill. We are still waiting for people. We have seen a lot of senior citizens coming in. As you can see, a lot of senior citizens are walking in, but hardly any Gen Z or young people walking in. So morning was really bad, but now at least people have started walking in, but not any celebrities yet. We hope to see them soon by afternoon maybe.
I was waiting to see what is seen as the look at the airport look when they actually wait for the paps to click their pictures, to now even the voting look of several celebrities. And what about the Khans, Shah Rukh Khan and the entire family? Where are they likely to vote?
Yes. They are at Mount Mary. They will be casting their vote at Mount Mary. We have Paris there, so he can update you from there. They always cast their vote. Salman Khan, Shah Rukh Khan, they all go to Mount Mary in Bandra West.
Right, Abira, thank you so much. We'll be coming to you as soon as you spot a celeb there. So, but the point that she made also was interesting, Tanima, that early morning it's the senior citizens who are showing the youngsters of Mumbai, go out and cast your vote. But let's listen in to all the sound bites that have come in. And till 9 a.m., the voter turnout in Maharashtra is 6.60.
सबसे बढ़िया बात है इंतज़ाम बहुत अच्छा किया हुआ है, बहुत अच्छा इंतज़ाम किया हुआ है। मैं देख रहा था कि सीनियर सिटीजन के लिए बहुत अच्छा इंतज़ाम किया हुआ है, बहुत सफाई रखी हुई है। एंड बस आज यही है कि सब लोग आएँ, वोट करें। दैट इज़ द मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंट थिंग।
बहुत ज़्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट है। आई थिंक बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट डे है आज वोटिंग का, और बहुत अच्छा लगा मुझे तो कि इतने लोग ऑलरेडी आए हैं। आई होप कि और ज़्यादा भारी मात्रा में आए और वोट।
आइए वोट कीजिए, ये हमारी एक रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है। ECI का मैं आइकन हूँ, तो बहुत समय से मैं यही कह रहा हूँ, लोगों को यही दरख्वास्त कर रहा हूँ कि आइए वोट कीजिए, हमारी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है। यहाँ फैसिलिटीज़ भी अच्छी है, और जैसे कि मैंने अभी कहा कि सारे ऑर्गेनाइजर्स ने यहाँ पे अच्छी फैसिलिटीज़ की है, सिर्फ हमारे लिए नहीं, मगर मैं ये उम्मीद करता हूँ कि सारे लोगों के लिए अच्छी फैसिलिटीज़ रहेंगी। पूरा जो पीरियड है, वोटिंग पीरियड, वो पूरे समय तक अच्छी फैसिलिटीज़ रहे, यही मैं उम्मीद करता हूँ, और किसी को तकलीफ ना होए। आइए ज़रूर वोट कीजिए।
I think it's a responsibility of every citizen to go and vote, और बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है देश के लिए। हॉलीडे मत मनाइए, just go and vote man. All the best, जय हिंद।
Okay, thank you sir.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI.
Right, welcome back. And also the other state which is seeing the final phase of elections today, Maria, is of course the battleground state of Jharkhand, in which the elections are being held in 38 assembly constituencies. But today there are several big faces in the fray, including Chief Minister Hemant Soren, his wife Kalpana Soren, and also former Chief Ministers Babulal Morandi, former Deputy CM Sudesh Mahato, and several, as I said, members of the Soren family also in the running today in these constituencies where elections are currently taking place. Let's take a look at the top reactions which are coming in from Jharkhand today.
मैं समस्त मतदाताओं से मैं अपील करता हूं कि लोकतंत्र का ये महापर्व है, अपना मताधिकार का प्रयोग करें। हमें 5 वर्षों में एक बार अवसर मिलता है अपने हाथों से अपने प्रदेश को संवारने का, और इसलिए समस्त मतदाता भाई और बहनों से मैं अपील करता हूं, इस अवसर को गंवाना नहीं। प्राप्त संकेत जो मिल रहा है, झारखंड की जनता अब परिवर्तन का मन बना चुकी है। हेमंत सोरेन की सरकार जा रही है और झारखंड में बीजेपी के नेतृत्व में एनडीए की सरकार आ रही है।
All right, so you heard from Babulal Morandi making the predictable statements. These are the statements that politicians make ahead of polling. But yes, today is the last and the final phase of polling in Jharkhand. Let's bring in Prabhakar Kumar now, who's joining us. Prabhakar, what's the mood like among the early voters? Are you seeing some enthusiasm?
Not really, Maria, because I'm standing at one of the polling stations and it's almost empty. There was a bit of crowd in the morning, early morning, but now people are just trickling in. So we are just hoping that as the day passes, the crowd will swell out here. Now, today's poll happening in Jharkhand, which is the second phase, polling happening in around 38 Vidhan Sabha constituencies, is very important politically because this is actually the tribal bastion which is going to polls today. And we have seen the BJP's narrative of talking about the illegal immigration and infiltration actually in Jharkhand. And through that, they were actually giving out a message to tribals that JMM was trying to help out infiltrators settle down here, which was eating into the resources of tribals. So today it would be tested whether that message has actually trickled down to the tribal voters, because this entire Santhal Pagana, which is going to polls today, is a bastion of JMM, and JMM has emerged as a political party from Santhal only, that is Dumka and adjoining areas, and that is going to polls today. So it would be very interesting to watch actually whether tribals have bought those narratives which BJP actually played on the ground here in Jharkhand.
And the last few days have been very, very polarizing in terms of the narrative setting attempt. BJP's official handle put out a very disturbing video which was taken down by the Election Commission. Do these videos actually reach the last man, or does it remain largely in urban pockets?
No, in the era of social media, it certainly reaches everywhere. So you can actually never restrict these kind of videos to be confined to urban areas. So I'm sure it reaches everywhere. But as we know, Election Commission was petitioned, and Election Commission intervened, and they had struck down that video. They asked the social media team of BJP to take that video off, and also the social media platforms where those videos were posted, they were asked to take them off. So that actually played up a few days back. But today, as I told you, Maria, there's two regions, Santhal, which is the Dumka area, and the Koilanchal. This is the industrial belt from where I am reporting right now. This is the Dhanbad, Bokaro belt. You have industries out here. So these two regions are actually primarily going to poll, and tribal belt Santhal would be very, very important politically.
Exactly. Prabhakar, talking about the fact that tribal belts are seeing elections today. BJP has also, we've seen a major tribal push from the BJP in the past several months as well. And of course, Chief Minister Hemant Soren, in connection to the case against him, has said that the BJP is targeting a tribal chief minister. So in terms of this scheme of things, who has the edge in these constituencies which fall in the tribal belt in Jharkhand?
Yeah, JMM, talking about JMM and Hemant Soren, they have been actually playing this victim card. And when Hemant Soren was sent behind bars, the JMM actually went down to the town saying that, look, here is a tribal chief minister who is being victimized by BJP on flimsy grounds, on charges which actually does not hold ground. So JMM actually did play this card. Whether it would have impact on the ground is something to be seen, because if you see Jharkhand's politics, it is primarily, it revolves around tribals. This is one of the states where tribals actually decide the fate of the political parties which would come to the power center at Ranchi. So that was the reason when both the factions, whether NDA or India Bloc, they were talking about not only women and youth but primarily tribals, and it was tribals actually which they were targeting here.
Right, Prabhakar there reporting from Bokaro in Jharkhand. Thank you so much for joining us with that. Shifting focus now to important by-polls which are taking place today, Maria. Now, in Uttar Pradesh, there's polling going on in 9 constituencies of the state, and this election is seen as a pivotal election for both the ruling BJP as well as the opposition Samajwadi Party, especially after the setback that BJP faced in the recent Lok Sabha elections.
That's right. It's also seen as litmus test for Akhilesh Yadav's Samajwadi Party. Remember, the Congress is not contesting these polls but is supporting Samajwadi Party as part of the India bloc. It's a test also for the Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, particularly in that crucial constituency of Ayodhya, where all eyes will be on whether the BJP manages to win that constituency this time around after the setback they faced in the Lok Sabha elections.
Right, and shifting focus to Punjab, where there's elections being held in 4 assembly seats in Gidarbaha, in Barnala, in Dera Baba Nanak and Chabbewal constituencies. The ruling Aam Aadmi Party, of course, faces a significant challenge from the Congress and the BJP in this 3-cornered contest. My colleague Gurpreet has this ground report.
Gidarbaha is one of the hot seats, and we have seen in Punjab in 4 constituency bipolar happening. We are at Gidarbaha. We will talk to Dimpy Dillon, who is contesting from Aam Aadmi Party. So, sir, welcome to NDTV. So, how do you see this campaign? And today voting has already been begun. So, how do you see the elections?
Elections are going normal. किसी भी अपना बूथ से कोई मेरे को अभी तक कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं आई. Everything is normal. 7 बजे से 1 घंटा हो गया. अब वोटिंग चल रही है.
तो क्या लग रहा है इस बार हम देख रहे हैं कि राजा वड़िंग जो कांग्रेस के चीफ हैं, उनके वाइफ हैं आपके खिलाफ, वहीं फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर है मनप्रीत बादल. तो कैसे लग रहा है, क्योंकि लगातार कैंपेन हम देखते रहे, आप लोगों से रहे, क्या लग रहा है आपको, क्या सिचुएशन है ग्राउंड पे?
सर, एक्चुअली दिस इज़ द contest Punjab Pradesh full Congress, Punjab Pradesh Congress, I mean to say, not only Raja Vड़िंग plus BJP, 2 बार के फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर वर्सेस पब्लिक. मैं तो पब्लिक का नुमाइंदा हूँ. ये इस बार है कॉन्टेस्ट. देखना ये है कि गिदड़बाहा जीता है या ये लोग जीते हैं. इट इज़ गिदड़बाहा वर्सेस आउटसाइडर्स, दोनों ही बाहर के.
कह रहे कि वोट सिर्फ डिम्पी ढिल्लों यहाँ कास्ट करेंगे, बाकी कोई मुक्तसर से आ रहा है, कोई बादल से आ रहा है. तो क्या लग रहा है कि ये समीकरण लोगों के मन में होंगे जब वोट डालेंगे?
यही है समीकरण. यही मेन समीकरण ये है कि इस बार हमारा गिदड़बाहा जीतेगा, मतलब बाहर का नहीं जीतेगा. इस बार हमारी कैंपेन का मेन अपना इसी बात को हमने लेके टारगेट किया है कि गिदड़बाहा वर्सेस आउटसाइडर्स. सो आउटसाइडर्स को आउट करेंगे.
तो डिम्पी ढिल्लों पहले अकाली दल में थे, बड़े नैरो मार्जिन से रह गए पिछली बार. तो क्या लग रहा है इस बार जो बहुत कम मार्जिन था, तो इस बार क्या बिल्कुल उल्ट होने वाला है?
उम्मीद तो बहुत है जी. पब्लिक तो काफ़ी अच्छा रिस्पांस कर रही है और बहुत बड़ी उम्मीद है कि इस बार मेरा साथ देगी पब्लिक.
क्या लगता है कि जो वोट डालने से पहले जो दिमाग में क्या मुद्दे हैं, या पार्टी है या कैंडिडेट हैं?
कैंडिडेट को वोट, जो अच्छा कैंडिडेट हो उसको वोट देंगे.
क्या दिमाग में क्या है?
कैंडिडेट ही है मेन तो, और की डेवलपमेंट होनी चाहिए पंजाब की. यहाँ गिदड़बाहा कुछ मसले हैं, कुछ गिदड़बाहा के जैसे सीवरेज का है, फ्लाईओवर का है, अब देखो कौन सी पार्टी करेगी आके, जो करेगी उसके वो हमेशा रहेगी।
आप यंग भी हो तो क्या अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट को लेके बहुत बड़ा मुद्दा पूरे देश में ही है ना कि इस जगह पे, तो क्या लगता है कि कोई एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन का भी यहाँ पे कोई ऐसी चीज़ होनी चाहिए ताकि लोकल लोगों को एम्प्लॉयमेंट मिल सके?
हाँ देखो, फैक्ट्रीज वगैरह अगर कोई आ जाए, कोई इंडस्ट्री आ जाए यहाँ पर तो अच्छा है, यहाँ के लोगों के लिए अच्छा रहेगा। देखो एम्प्लॉयमेंट तो फिर उसी पे डिपेंड करती है, अगर कोई फैक्ट्री लाएगा, कोई इंडस्ट्री लाएगा यहाँ पर तभी आ पाएगी।
पर इस वक्त दिमाग में सबसे बड़ा कैंडिडेट है, मतलब मुद्दे पीछे हैं, कैंडिडेट आगे है।
नहीं, मुद्दे मेरे लिए तो मुद्दे आगे हैं। कैंडिडेट तो चलो आते रहेंगे अलग अलग पार्टीज़ के, पर डेवलपमेंट तभी होगी जब मुद्दों को देखोगे, नहीं तो नहीं होगी। पार्टी बाजी से आगे निकलना पड़ेगा।
मैम क्या मुद्दे हैं यहाँ?
पानी की सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है यहाँ
पानी?
पे। हाँ जी, सीवरेज का बहुत बुरा हाल है, बस यही है।
तो बाकी और जो डेवलपमेंट है, आप डेवलपमेंट को माइंड में रखोगे या पार्टी को या कैंडिडेट को? क्योंकि
डेवलपमेंट को पहले हमारे अच्छा होना चाहिए सब कुछ।
very clear word from the voters of Giderba. They say, some of the voters, they say they are keeping in mind about the issues of this Giderbas while casting their vote. Some of the voters, they say they are also picking up the candidate and the party when they are going to cast their vote. So let's see which party and which candidate will be able to win this election from Giderba. But Giderba is a hot seat which has a lot of importance in Punjab politics. With Vijay, Rajesh Kumar, this is Group Singh China for NDTV, Giderba, Punjab.
Now shifting focus to Uttarakhand, Baipol in temple town of Uttarakhand is also happening, which is essentially Kedarnath. Election being held following the death of BJP MLA Shaila Rani Rawat in July. The BJP has nominated Asha Nautiyal, who is former Mahila Morcha president, while the Congress has selected journalist turned politician Manoj Rawat as its candidate. Nautiyal previously held the seat in 2002 and 2007, while Rawat had won from the same constituency in 2017 but lost in 2022. Now to Kerala, by-polls in Palakkad assembly seat today. The election in Palakkad was necessitated after Congress MLA Shafi Parambil vacated the seat following his win in the Lok Sabha polls.
It's a thrilling triangular fight among the UDF candidate Rahul Mamkut Tatil, LDF-backed independent candidate Dr. P. Sareen and C. Krishnakumar of the BJP. So that was, of course, some of the key by-polls which are seeing elections today as well. But we'll keep putting our focus, the spotlight on the battleground states of Maharashtra and Jharkhand, and also take updates from the by-poll states as well, Maria, as well as the expert analysis that we have coming up for you. So all that coming up after a very short break. Stay tuned to NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
So Prime Minister Modi there in Guyana being received by the President of Guyana. Remember, PM Modi is the first Indian Prime Minister to visit Guyana in 56 years.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए
इस प्रगति की उम्मीद है।
in the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं।
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. ND
Ladies and gentlemen, it's 10 a.m. So it's been over 2.5 hours since the polling began in 288 constituencies in Maharashtra. It's a decisive election for the state and also for India.
Good morning, and Maria and I over the next couple of hours will try and take you to what's happening in Maharashtra, a battle of narratives, betrayal, mergers, and then parties breaking and so on and so forth. All that is going to be decided today when the voters vote. Which way, which narrative are the voters convinced with? Before we do that, very quickly, the headlines.
High voltage battle in Maharashtra today, voting underway in 288 constituencies, ruling Mahayuti versus opposition Mahavikas Aghadi.
Celebs cast their vote in Mumbai. Sachin Tendulkar, Akshay Kumar, Rajkumar Rao among the early voters.
Charge of alleged Bitcoin scam stings Mahavikas Aghadi ahead of polls. BJP shows audio clip which alleges crypto scam by top Mahavikas Aghadi leaders including Supriya Sule. Sule rubbishes the charge. Maharashtra's Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar says he can figure out his sister's voice in the clip.
Second phase of polling for Jharkhand today. Big faces in the fray in the second phase, including Chief Minister Hemant Soren and the rising star of JMM, Kalpana Soren. By polls in 4 key states, 9 seats in Uttar Pradesh, 4 seats in Punjab, 1 in Kerala and Uttarakhand up for grabs. Prime Minister Modi has landed in Ghana as he completes his three-nation tour. Prime Minister is the first Indian Prime Minister to visit the country in 56 years. Delhi continues to breathe the poisonous air, quality still in the toxic category, above the 400 mark.
Good morning, viewers. It's the polling day in Maharashtra after over a month of high decibel campaign, battle of narratives, battle of alliances. It's the D-Day, which is the day in which the voters are deciding right now, even as we speak. The voter turnout is something that we'll wait and watch out for. Several politicians, celebrities have been among the early voters.
Well, especially when you talk about Mumbai, Maria, we've seen that voter apathy is always spoken about. So it's good to see, Sachin Tendulkar, Akshay Kumar, all of these celebrities coming out and voting, try and, in fact, enthuse the voters. But, very, very interestingly at this moment, in the background of what happened in the last 24 hours. Yesterday was a dramatic, action-packed day. ahead of the polling in Maharashtra. Both the MVA and the Mahayuti being singed with kind of narratives of cash for vote or Bitcoin for vote. It was all up in the air. Let's first very quickly go across to our colleagues. What kind of an impact these narratives are having? How are people coming out and voting? Radhika is joining us at this moment from Mumbai. Anuj is also with us, from Maharashtra. He will be giving us some idea.
From the Chief Minister's constituency in Thane.
In Thane, of course. Anurag is joining us from Nagpur as well. Abira also with us. We have our other colleagues also joining us, on the broadcast. Good morning to all of you. Radhika, if we may start with you at this moment. Very, very crucial battle, 288 seats. And in just last 24 hours, it has been a dramatic, war of narratives between the Mahayuti and the MVA.
Absolutely. Last 24 hours saw high volatile drama as far as the state of Maharashtra is concerned. We know Tavde being accused of a cash for vote scam, and then of course Supriya Sule, Nana Patole coming under scrutiny as far as cryptocurrency being used for assembly elections are concerned, for funding of assembly elections. Of course, all this being rubbished by, both the respective parties, be it the BJP or be it the MVA for that matter, both the Congress as well as NCP. So much has happened over the last couple of days and over the last several months as well. Campaign versus campaign, allegations versus counter allegations. We did see all the top leaders descending to Maharashtra across length and breadth to speak about promises, guarantees, and also to attack the other side as well. Of course, voting begins. Not a great turnout as far as Malabar Hill constituency is concerned. I have a voter with me. He just came out of the polling booth. The turnout isn't that great. This is something we see every year in the city of Mumbai. 50% was the turnout last time. Do you think it will surpass that?
We expect that more, voting should become, and people should have to come out for the voting. To elect the better people and who can able to give the better.
All right, thank you, sir. I'll just go across to Piyush Goyal here, who has come to vote. We'll try and get his reaction in just a bit. Piyush Goyal, of course, voting from this particular constituency in Malabar Hill. He's the MP from North Mumbai. Mr. Goyal, anything you'd like to say? Okay, he'll speak once he casts his vote, is what he's saying. So yes, as far as this constituency of Malabar Hill is concerned, it is a battle between the BJP and UBT Sena. The BJP candidate is Mangal Prabhat Lodha. He is.
They say in Maharashtra, each and every region has its own narrative. Each and every region has its own set of issues. That's Union Minister and Mumbai North MP Piyush Goyal standing in the queue to cast his vote. That's what the beauty of, I would say, Indian politics and Indian elections is. It's such a leveler. All politicians, all celebrities have to queue up to exercise there, right? We'll go to Radhika in just a bit. And Radhika, if you can hear me. Okay, we'll try and connect with Radhika. But Anuj, come in on this now.
I can hear you. As you said, yes, Piyush.
Go ahead, Radhika. Okay, there seems to be some problem with that line with Radhika. We'll try and connect with her in a bit. But Anuj, come in now. When is the Chief Minister expected to cast his vote in Thane?
The Chief Minister was supposed to be here at around 9 or 10, but one can expect a little bit of delay considering that Chief Minister has been up and giving interviews in the last few days, and he's considered to be a person who's very active during night time and he starts his day a little late. So considering all of those things, one can expect Chief Minister to be here at best before 11 o'clock here today morning. But, talking about this entire constituency or the region, Shiv Sena UBT tried to play a very interesting card by betting, by making Kedar Dige, the nephew of Anand Dige, who is considered to be the political guru of Eknath Shinde in this region, against him. And that seems to be the case. When you look at the Lok Sabha elections, the whole point was which of the two Shiv Senas are stronger. While the Shiv Sena UBT faction increased the number of MPs than what they were left with, it was Shinde Sena who had a slightly better voter turnout. At the same time, we also had the likes of, the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Shinde Shiv Sena Sena faction who are of the opinion that it is the Congress vote bank and it is the minority votes that has transferred from the Congress and the NCP to Shiv Sena, and the Marathi Manus vote, in which the Shiv Sena has taken so much of pride in last 40 to 50 years, is actually with Shinde Sena. So while that result was divided as far as seats and vote share is concerned, this result is going to be very crucial. But before that, I would just like to show the visuals here. You can see, we've seen this since morning. The fact that people of all ages, people of different kinds are making sure that they make their way here to the polling booth. And this really is an encouraging sign. As you were talking about the beauty of Indian democracy, this is not the first person who's come here on the wheelchair. We've been here for last 2 to 3 hours, and since then, a lot of people have come here either on wheelchairs or with the support of some other accessory of individual just to make sure that they vote. In this particular constituency, we are seeing that, voters are in awe of their local MLA, who is also the Chief Minister of the state. But the issues here also are about women's safety, something that has been up the minds of the people for quite some time now, not just in Mumbai or Thane region, but all across the state. And that is going to be a major challenge in front of the voters. But, when you talk about Thane specifically, one promising thing is that you can see that there are a lot of people around me. So it seems that people are, enjoying, or rather are utilizing their off, which happens to be on Wednesday, quite appropriately.
Okay, it is also playing out in Baramati as well. It's a Pawar versus Pawar battle, and within the family as well.
Once again.
Yes, once again.
Post 2024.
If in Lok Sabha it was Ajit Pawar's wife versus Supriya Sule, this time it is, as an MLA, it's Ajit Pawar defending his constituency versus the grandnephew of Sharad Pawar. So it's a fascinating battle playing out there. Let's listen in to the reactions which have come in.
पूरे बारामती में सब लोगों को मिलने की कोशिश की और मुझे विश्वास है बारामती के लोग इस दफा मुझे अच्छे वोटों से जीत के दे देंगे।
के सामने कुल 23 उम्मीदवार हैं इस कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी में, लेकिन सबसे कड़े उम्मीदवार जो है वो हमें लगता है कि अजीत पवार की, जो कि 7 बार यहाँ से विधायक चुने जा चुके हैं। 1991 से लगातार वो यहाँ के एमएलए रहे हैं। कितना चुनौतीपूर्ण आप इसे मानते हैं?
ठीक है, पर वो 7वीं इलेक्शन में पवार साहब की साथ थी, उनको पवार साहब का आशीर्वाद था, सपोर्ट था, इसलिए वो वहाँ
अब तक जीत कर आए। आपका कहना है कि अब तक शरद पवार जी का
states, and I think that's largely because of the confusion in the minds of voters, because of the jor-tor politics that has taken place over the last 5 years, I would say, because it started immediately after the assembly poll results in 2019, when, although the mandate seemed to be for the Shiv Sena BJP, but actually the Shiv Sena and NCP and Congress formed the government.
Yes, there seems to be some problem with that line of Aditi, but we'll try and connect with her. Yes, Aditi, we will try and fix that line with you. We'll be also joined by Manisha in just a bit. But the larger question is that which way will Maharashtra go? Because it's a very, very fascinating battle playing out across Maharashtra. Multiple issues of farmers, depending on their crops, is different, from the sugarcane farmers to onion farmers to grapes farmers, and everything, all boiling down to this day. Which party reached out to them most, which party, addressed their concerns in their manifestos, all that being put to test. And it's now the Janta which is out there to cast their vote. Voter apathy is something which is of major concerns in all the urban pockets. But yes, Aarti, you were trying to make that point even as we look at voters. Now, it's over to the voters, as they say. Janta Janardan. Janta is mighty.
Absolutely. Yes. And let's hope that, this kind of confused politics that we've seen in Maharashtra for the last 5 years, let's hope that this election helps to sort out some of that confusion and we see some clarity. But what I'm really looking for and what is really interesting me is, of course, there are legacy battles for the
NCP. I'm really sorry I'm interrupting you here. Yeah, Piyush Goyal is speaking to our colleague Radhika. Let's just listen in. Okay, or he's just
All
about
right,
to
sir.
speak to our
So we are
colleague
live on
Radhika Pere.
NDTV, and he's just asking us to go 50 meters away, as that's the rule. But we'll try and get him. Sir, just outside the gate is when he will speak to us, since we're not allowed, he's not allowed to give a media bite here, but we're just following him, and we'll stop wherever he is ready to speak to us. Sir, you've cast your vote, at least show us your inked finger. Okay, so that's Piyush Goyal showing his inked finger. Sir, tell us, how different are these elections this time? How different are these elections from 2019? What's the kind of difference? Yeah.
आज ठीक 6 महीने लोकसभा चुनाव के बाद फिर एक बार भारत का, महाराष्ट्र का भाग्य तय करने का दिन आ गया है। आज सुबह से ही मैं उत्तर मुंबई की 6 की 6 सीटों पर किस प्रकार से लोग बाहर उतर रहे हैं, कैसा रिस्पांस है, देख रहा था। और मुझे खुशी है कि भारी संख्या में लोग बाहर आए हैं, अपना वोट डालने के लिए उत्सुक हैं, अपना अधिकार, अपनी जिम्मेदारी का पालन कर रहे हैं। और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि इलेक्शन कमीशन ने जिस प्रकार से इस बार बहुत बढ़िया व्यवस्थाएं की हैं, इतना स्मूथली पूरे प्रदेश में वोटिंग हो रहा है, किसी को परेशानी नहीं, लाइनें लंबी हैं उत्तर मुंबई में खास तौर पे, लेकिन किसी को असुविधा नहीं है। ये देखते हुए मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि इस बार 60% से अधिक वोटिंग होगी। मेरी अपील है सभी से कि सब लोग उतरें। ये वोट मात्र एक वोट नहीं है, हमारे आगे वाले 5 वर्ष तक महाराष्ट्र और मुंबई का भविष्य आप उसके शिल्पकार बनने वाले हैं। मुंबई को अच्छी सुविधाएं मिले, मुंबई का भविष्य उज्जवल हो, हर मुंबईकर को आगे चलकर एक अच्छा जीवन देने का काम आपका एक वोट कर सकता है। मैं सभी को अपील करता हूं कि आप अवश्य वोट डालने जाएं। शाम को 6 बजे तक वोटिंग चालू रहेगी और जितनी बड़ी संख्या में हम सब अपने मत का, अपने अधिकार का पालन करेंगे, मुझे विश्वास है उतना ही अच्छा मुंबई, उतना ही प्रगति महाराष्ट्र की आगे बढ़ेगी, गति मिलेगी और हम विकसित भारत 2047 के लक्ष्य की तरफ महाराष्ट्र का अग्रसर स्थान नंबर 1 स्टेट जो महाराष्ट्र है उसको हम आगे भी नंबर 1 बनाए रखेंगे।
मालवार हिल को लेकर एक दिक्कत ये थी कि पिछली बार इलेक्शन कमीशन ने ये कहा कि यहाँ पर वोटिंग % काफी ज्यादा कम हो गया है और उसको कम से कम सुधारने की बहुत जरूरत है।
मैं बधाई दूंगा चीफ इलेक्शन कमिश्नर श्री राजीव कुमार जी और उनके सभी सहयोगियों को, इलेक्शन कमिश्नर्स को, महाराष्ट्र मुंबई के सभी पोलिंग अधिकारियों को, भूषण गगरानी जी हो, मुंबई के इंचार्ज, या हमारे खास तौर पे उत्तर मुंबई के जो पोलिंग अधिकारी हैं, यहाँ भी जो अधिकारियों ने व्यवस्थाएं की हैं दक्षिण मुंबई में, मैं समझता हूँ लोकसभा के समय जो कम वोटिंग हुई उसके जो कारण थे, गर्मी का मौसम था, सोमवार का दिन था, लंबी 3-4 दिन की छुट्टी मिल गई लोगों को, साथ ही साथ समर वेकेशन में कई लोग कोंकण या राजस्थान, गुजरात, उड़ीसा, यूपी गए हुए थे और व्यवस्थाओं में भी उस समय काफ़ी कमियां देखने को मिली थी। जो विश्वास इलेक्शन कमीशन ने हमें दिया था जिस दिन महाराष्ट्र के चुनाव घोषित किए, वो आज वास्तव में धरातल पे देखने को मिल रहा है। बढ़िया व्यवस्थाएं हैं, मौसम बहुत बढ़िया, आप देखिए इस समय कितना अच्छा मौसम है, कोई छुट्टियों का सीज़न नहीं है, बुधवार होने के कारण लंबा वीकेंड नहीं है और साथ ही साथ मुंबई में छुट्टी देने के कारण महाराष्ट्र में छुट्टी होने के कारण मेरा विश्वास है कि इस बार जो सामान्य तौर पर विधानसभा में कम वोटिंग देखी जाती है, इस बार उसका ठीक अलग दिखने को मिलेगा और 60% से अधिक नक्की वोटिंग होगी। उत्तर मुंबई का आज मैं सुबह से जो मॉनिटर कर रहा हूँ, लगभग रिकॉर्ड वोटिंग हो रही है। इतने सुबह सुबह हमने कभी इतनी वोटिंग
महाराष्ट्र में जिसको किसको वोट मारना है वो उनका अधिकार है, लेकिन उनके अधिकार का हनन करने वाले बीजेपी आज पैसे बांटकर और दारू बांटकर चुनाव जीतना चाहते हैं। तो ये क्या नोट जिहाद है या दारू जिहाद है?
आपका मुख्यमंत्री हो रहा है क्या महाराष्ट्र में?
बिल्कुल महाविकास आघाड़ी का मुख्यमंत्री होगा और बहुमत में सरकार महाविकास आघाड़ी की महाराष्ट्र में आएगी।
आपका नाम फिर से एक बार चर्चे में है, बिटकॉइन स्कैम में आपका नाम लाया जा रहा है। कहा जा रहा है कि गौरव मेहता आप लोगों के संपर्क में था, पैसे आप लोग जो है वो बिटकॉइन के माध्यम से इनकैश कर रहे थे।
भाई ये रविंद्र पाटिल नाम का जो आईपीएस अधिकारी इन्हें लाया है बीजेपी ने, वो आईपीएस है ही नहीं। जो बीजेपी तोतैया पार्टी है, जो खुद ही झूठ पार्टी हो गई अब वो, तो जुमले पार्टी हो गई है, वो पार्टी इस तरह से चुनाव के आइन शाम को, आज मतदान और कल शाम को इस तरह की हरकत करना, ओछेगिरी करना, और ये तोतिया आईपीएस अधिकारी को लाकर जिस तरह खुद वो जो तोतिया आईपीएस अधिकारी है वो खुद जेल में था। तो मुझे लगता है कि और जो वीडियो इन लोगों ने ऑडियो जो वायरल किया है, ऑडियो में मेरी आवाज़ भी नहीं है। और ये बिटकॉइन जो है, मैं तो किसान आदमी हूँ, मेरे को तो दूर दूर तक ये लाइन में मैं नहीं हूँ, मेरे को तो कभी इससे संबंध भी नहीं है। लेकिन हमने अभी कानूनन नोटिस उनको दिया है, कल एफआईआर भी दर्ज हमने किया है रात को, और कानून नोटिस भी देंगे। इनके ऊपर एक मानहानि का दावा भी हम करेंगे, और सुधांशु त्रिवेदी हो या रविंद्र पाटिल हो, इनके ऊपर हम मानहानि का दावा भी करेंगे। इनके ऊपर एफआईआर दर्ज भी हमने किया है। और मुझे लगता है कि दूध का दूध पानी का पानी होना चाहिए। इस तरह से किसी की बदनामी करना, जो बीजेपी की हमेशा खासियत रही है, अब मेरे जैसे किसान के लड़के को अगर इन लोग इस लेवल पे बदनामी करने का जो इन लोगों ने छोड़ा नहीं है, तो ये झूठ बोलने वाली पार्टी, इनसे अब इनसे वही लेवल पे कानूनन हम लोग लड़ाई करेंगे।
जिन लोगों का नाम लिया गया है, क्या आप उन लोगों को व्यक्तिगत जीवन में जानते थे? क्या आप कभी उनसे परिचित रहे? मैंने
कभी देखा नहीं है, और ये बिटकॉइन ये इशू मेरे को कभी समझा ही नहीं है। तो मेरे को इसलिए मेरा ये लाइन ही नहीं है मेरा तो, और कौन गौरव है कौन क्या है, मेरा कोई संबंध ही नहीं इन लोगों से। और जो ऑडियो मैंने कल सुना रात को, तो ऑडियो में मेरा आवाज़ भी नहीं है। आवाज़ तो मेरा नरेंद्र मोदी भी पहचानते हैं।
राजनीतिक षड्यंत्र कह रहे हैं आप, कौन कौन लोग हैं इसके पीछे, आपको क्या लगता है?
हम इसलिए कहा कि हम इसमें हम दावा करेंगे, इसमें एक मानहानि का दावा करेंगे, एफआईआर भी दर्ज किया है, और महाराष्ट्र में हमारी सरकार भी आ रही है। इसकी जांच हम उस लेवल पे करेंगे कि जब दोबारा किसी के बाटे ना जाए, गलत इस तरह की अफवाहें उड़ाकर पॉलिटिकल फ़ायदा लेने की कोशिश कोई ना करे, ऐसा इलाज हम लोग करेंगे।
थैंक यू। एक छोटा सा बाइट सर, मैं कर लूँगा।
The chief of the Congress party in Maharashtra, in fact, also speaking about the recent controversy that hit the Congress party and the MVA late in the evening yesterday, when the allegations of Bitcoin for vote being used, in fact, was leveled against Supriya Sule and Nana Patole. He's denying those allegations. Let's go across at this moment to our colleague Anurag, who is joining us from Nagpur, the bastion of the RSS, their headquarters there, the ideological fountainhead of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Anurag, prestige battle there as well for both Nitin Gadkari and Devendra Fadnavis. The Congress party, MVA, also trying to make some inroads, particularly in some pockets of Nagpur. How has been the voter turnout? What are people telling you?
I can show you those visuals because Nitin Gadkari has just arrived at this booth 221 in Nagpur Central. And yes, as you pointed out, Nagpur is the ideological hub of the RSS and central to the Vidarbha region in Maharashtra, witnessing an intense political battle, for Devendra Fadnavis, who vies for his fourth consecutive term and sixth overall as an MLA. Before delimitation in 2008, Fadnavis represented the Nagpur West seat for 2 terms. I just wanted to show you some exciting visuals also. This young lady with a poster, Maje Pahle Matdan, Sorakshana Sati. Ma'am? Ma'am, तुझा नाम क्या है?
मनस्वी आदमने
मनस्वी, क्या मुद्दे हैं आपके लिए, क्या सोच कर
गर्ल्स सिक्योरिटी गर्ल्स के लिए सब अभी जो आ रहे हैं नए नए सिक्योरिटीज आ रहे हैं हमें होप है कि गडकरी साहब सब सिक्योरिटीज देंगे हमें।
अच्छा, आप फर्स्ट टाइम वोटर हैं? आपने वोट डाल दिया?
हाँ।
तो अपनी उंगली दिखा दीजिए ताकि लोग जो घर से नहीं निकले हैं मनस्वी, तो वो ये भी अपील कर रहे हैं कि आएँ और मतदान करें। तो महिलाओं की सेफ्टी के अलावा और भी कुछ इश्यूज़ हैं, रोज़गार, एम्प्लॉयमेंट?
हाँ, एम्प्लॉयमेंट्स वगैरह जो है और जो अभी नागपुर में जो डेवलपमेंट्स भी हो रहे हैं वो बहुत अच्छे से हो रहे हैं।
अच्छे से हो रहे हैं। मैम,
हम
आपका
चाहते हैं कि नागपुर में जो भी गडकरी साहब जितने भी एम्प्लॉयमेंट्स जितनी भी कंपनीज नागपुर में ला रहे हैं उसको जल्दी से जल्दी करिए और जितने भी नागपुर में रोजगार और एम्प्लॉयमेंट के लिए अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट के लिए जितने भी इश्यूज हो रहे हैं वो सारे नागपुर में ही होना चाहिए, ऐसे हम चाहते हैं।
आपका शुभ नाम?
मानसी।
मानसी, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आप दोनों का। तो यू कैन सी those visuals and Nitin Gadkari is expected anytime soon at this booth 221. On one side of this particular constituency, you have RSS headquarter, and another side, Mominpura, which is dominated by Muslims. And we spoke to a few of the voters. They are asking for better roads, for water supply, because they say the water supply is not proper in this particular area. But everybody right now is waiting for Mr. Nitin Gadkari. My camera person can also show you those visuals because Gadkari is expected in few minutes at, he will come out and then he will talk to the media. And Vidarbha comprises of 62 assembly seats, which where historically the BJP and the Congress have locked horns. While BJP secured 44 seats in 2014, the number dropped to 29 in 2019. And, a battle between all the senior leaders like Devendra Fadnavis, Chandrasekhar Bawankule, Sudhir Mangantiwar, Nana Patole. So this particular region is very important in Maharashtra politics and particularly very important for the BJP and the Congress.
Yes,
And
that's right.
Yes.
Let's bring in Manisha Priyam now and Aarti Jairath again on the broadcast. So thank you for your patience. Manisha, let me begin with you. The Congress is contesting on the least number of seats it has ever done in Maharashtra. It's 103, battles that it's fighting. And of that, 40 seats in Vidarbha alone. And in Vidarbha, we are seeing the BJP make that push as well. The entire focus of the Congress party was also in this region because it's here that there is a direct face-off between the BJP and the Congress. How do you look at the battle of narratives in Vidarbha?
So look at this, that we are talking about a Maharashtra state election. And the first question you ask me is about the battle of narratives in Vidarbha. So the most important thing is that we have to see the numbers as highly localized on both sides. And both sides have a highly localized seat-by-seat strategy in terms of how they are going to go ahead with it. It's not just a battle of what the narratives are. Remember, citizens are somewhat at the margins of this election. I think the most important thing is how parties with smaller yet very strong local influences are going to turn around a highly localized verdict and aggregate it all together to create the state which is in India called the Maha or the big Rashtra. So remember, this is a Maha battle. I don't think it's as much about regional narratives as it is about very strong regional footholds and footprints. Vidarbha, as we've known, has been a very important stronghold of the Congress party, but also increasingly of the BJP. It's a straight off between the two. The headquarters of the RSS located in Nagpur, Nitin Gadkari, an important leader there. Also, Bawankule, the head of the BJP political party, comes from that region. So for both political parties, the Congress and the BJP, it's a battle of prestige in Vidarbha. Traditionally, one has seen that in straight battles with the BJP, the Congress has not been able to hold its grounds. Whether Vidarbha bucks that trend or conforms by the trend, that's what is to be seen. As far as Vidarbha is seen and many other areas of Maharashtra, the narratives on part of the people seem to be very, very similar, but the verdict may be aligned more with what type of specific local political battle plays out between the major political contenders there. And I see it as a highly fragmented political party setting, the nightmare of any political analyst. It's not a two-party system. It's a fragmented political party
Six
system.
parties which are directly in fray there in Maharashtra. And there are smaller parties as well. And interestingly, Ankit, this time around 28% more independents in fray.
That's right.
That makes it even more fascinating.
So Maharashtra has been, we've seen how Maharashtra, along with these political parties, there are, regional strong players, very strong independents, and that is why it becomes very, very difficult as, to predict. In any case, the pollsters these days are going through a nightmare, whether it's America or India, and this state will give them chills if they want to, in fact, put their neck out at this moment. But Aarti Jairat, let me ask you this. I mean, somewhere this election of Maharashtra is also going to be whatever the result is for a larger narrative. Ma'am, I'm really sorry. Every time I try and come to you, there is a big leader who starts speaking. Nitin Gadkari is speaking at this over there. Listen.
सभाएं कर चुके हैं पूरे राज्य में।
महाराष्ट्र में मेरा विश्वास है कि इस समय निश्चित रूप से हम लोग अच्छी मेजोरिटी मिलाकर चुनाव जीतेंगे।
बहुत सारे नारे दिए गए, बटेंगे तो कटेंगे, उन नारों का भी असर है क्या जमीन पे?
अभी सब छोड़ दीजिए। अभी सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट बात है कि लोगों को वोट देना, और वोट जो है वो डेवलपमेंट के लिए, विकास के लिए, महाराष्ट्र के भविष्य को।
सर 10 साल से केंद्र में सरकार, सर 10 साल से केंद्र में सरकार रही है भाजपा की, यह राज्य में भी है। आप इस बार जब महाराष्ट्र की 80 सभाएं आपने की है कम से कम, क्या आप लोगों को में क्या देख रहे हैं, क्या डिफरेंट देख रहे हैं पिछले
इलेक्शन? कहीं भी महाराष्ट्र में जाइए, आपको कहीं भी विकास दिखेगा।
सर
चाहे महाराष्ट्र के सिंचाई प्रकल्प होंगे जो टेम्बू मैसा जैसे, वो 12,000 करोड़ में जब वाटर रिसोर्स मंत्री था तब महाराष्ट्र को दिए। 6,000 करोड़ बड़ी राजा योजना में दिए, तो 50% से ज्यादा जिनका काम होकर बंद पड़े थे, और 6,000 करोड़ प्रधानमंत्री सिंचाई योजना में दिए। रोड तो आप हर जिले में जाके देखिए, और पूरे महाराष्ट्र की तस्वीर हमारी सरकार ने बदलाई है, और मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में महाराष्ट्र को एक नई दिशा दी है। और महाराष्ट्र की सरकार और हम मिलकर डबल इंजन की सरकार आएगी, और महाराष्ट्र प्रगतिशील, समृद्ध, संपन्न होकर महाराष्ट्र की जनता की पूरी अपेक्षा।
23 तारीख को कमल खुलेगा?
सर ज्यादा
अभी तक
इसलिए मैं सबको आह्वान करता हूं कि लोकतंत्र का ये उत्सव में आपका अधिकार है वोट करने का। आप बाहर आइए और वोट करिए, ज्यादा से ज्यादा वोटिंग प्रोसेस। हाँ,
आपण खूप मोठ्या प्रमाणात प्रचार केला, 75 पेक्षा जास्त सभा घेतल्या, काय पाहताय महाराष्ट्रात?
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये यावेळी जवळपास सगळ्या जिल्ह्यात जाण्याची मला संधी मिळाली, आणि मला विश्वास आहे की महाराष्ट्राची जनता महाराष्ट्राचं भविष्य बदलवण्याकरता निश्चितपणे महायुतीच्या मागे ताकदीने।
कैंडिडेट सर, जहाँ कैंडिडेट की बात होती है, नितिन गडकरी का नाम सामने आता है। कैंडिडेट क्या कब तक नितिन गडकरी तक की जैसे पहचान बना है? एक बड़ा सवाल है।
After casting his vote, and on the other side at this moment that you see is the Fadnavis family. Devendra Fadnavis, a key, important, in fact, player as far as politics of Maharashtra is concerned. Deputy Chief Minister, coming out and after casting his vote with his mother and his wife at this moment, and Devendra Fadnavis, showing his ink finger. But Aarti, before Mr. Fadnavis starts speaking, very quickly, let me ask you this. For Mr. Devendra Fadnavis also, it's a prestige battle, isn't it? From a man who was the chief minister, demoted to a deputy chief minister, BJP would be hoping that, Devendra Fadnavis especially would be hoping that at least this time he goes back to that promotion of the chief minister if BJP wins big.
Well, it's very interesting that the Mahayuti has not, sort of declared a chief ministerial face in this election, although they have a sitting chief minister in Eknath Shinde. So clearly the post is up for grabs afterwards. And I think everything depends on the numbers each party gets. The BJP is obviously hoping to be a major player. It's contesting the largest number of seats. And, with that, they're hoping, I guess, for a very big strike rate, because a lot of this battle in Maharashtra is between the BJP and the Congress. And they seem to be hoping for a repeat of Haryana, where everybody thought the Congress was ahead, but the BJP pipped them to the post very handsomely. So I think they're hoping for a similar kind of situation in Maharashtra, which will put the BJP in the driver's seat, possibly as the single largest party. And I think that is really what they're hoping for. And that must be what Fadnavis is hoping for too. And then, of course, the inner politics of the BJP will start kicking in, whether Fadnavis actually makes it or whether they choose somebody else. I mean, I'm not going to speculate on that right now. But, I wanted to say earlier that for me, the really interesting thing in the elections, both in Maharashtra and Jharkhand, is the battle between the Congress and the BJP. Because I think the outcome of the battle in both the states will really determine the shape of the next government in both the states. And whether it will be a repeat of Haryana or whether this time the Congress has managed to get its act together, I don't know. We know on result day.
Like you said, BJP, of course, would be hoping for, to become the single largest party, because post-poll scenario on 23rd, when the results start trickling in, that becomes very, very important. One thing that is certain in Maharashtra is that the Congress and the BJP are not coming together. Beyond that, everything is possible in Maharashtra. So the single largest party will have an edge when it comes to the invitation from the governor to form the government. So that will be a very, very important milestone as far as the BJP is concerned. And Maria, before we move on, let me ask you very quickly. You travel extensively throughout Maharashtra. I just want to understand specifically when it comes to Vidarbha and Marathwada region. People were talking a lot about the anger that people had, voters had in 2024 general election against the BJP.
Yes.
Has that dissipated? Because it's not been a very long time. Has the Ladki Behan Yojana and other schemes, have they helped in dissipating that anger, or is the situation still the same?
Yes. So I was traveling this entire Nashik belt and Baramati around the Lok Sabha, and I took the same journey more or less, perhaps more this time around in the assembly elections. And Ankit, yes, that anger has dissipated. My understanding is that whenever voters cast their vote, when it is about revenge or sympathy, they do it only once. So when it was about sympathy for Uddhav Thackeray, they have already cast their vote during Lok Sabha. This time it's a different set of issues completely. In fact, Devendra Fadnavis is speaking. Let's cut across to it.
आपण सरकारकडनं अपेक्षा ठेवतो, त्या अपेक्षा ठेवत असताना जो मतदान करतो त्याला जास्त अपेक्षा ठेवण्याचा अधिकार आहे. त्यामुळे आपल्या सरकारकडनं आपल्या अपेक्षा पूर्ण करण्याकरता सर्वांनी भरभरून मतदान करावं अशी माझी सगळ्यांना विनंती.
मतदारांमध्ये एक वेगळा उत्साह पाहायला मिळतो. पुढे जसं बोललं तर टक्का वाढेल, कशा प्रकारे बघता तुम्ही?
मला निश्चितपणे वाटतं याचं कारण एकतर लोकसभेमध्ये याद्यांमध्ये मोठ्या प्रमाणात घोळ होता, काही प्रमाणात तो कमी झालेला आहे. दुसरं लोकसभेच्या वेळी वोटिंगची
Yes, so Ladki Behan it did find a lot of resonance, Ankit, across Maharashtra, I would say. But the issues of farmers change from one region to another. So the issues of onion farmers is different from issues of sugarcane farmers to grapes farmers to soybean farmers, and all these farmers find different kind of issues. When it comes to voting. So that anger is gone completely, I would say. Is there sympathy for Uddhav Thackeray? Maybe in some pockets, not largely in Thane where I was, where it's the actual Sena battle.
Yeah.
Is there, anger for BJP, particularly to do with the Jod Tod Rajniti that we heard a lot 4 months ago? It's no longer there. So people are not talking about Jod Tod anymore. They have come to terms with the fact that there are 6 political parties in fray directly.
Okay.
But there is that quest of stability. So I heard a lot of buzz around stable government, one that completes 5 years in office.
I think Devendra Fadnavis is now speaking in Hindi. Let's listen.
त्यामध्ये अनिल देशमुखांची घटना असेल, इतर भागामध्ये घटना असेल, कशा प्रकारे बघता, काय वाटतं तुम्हाला?
बहुत बहुत बधाई, बहुत बहुत बधाई.
भाऊ, ज्या घटना घडल्या त्यावरनं काय अनेक उमेदवारांनी काही प्रयत्न केले?
काटोलमध्ये अनिल देशमुखांचं जे प्रकरण आहे, दगडफेक आहे, मी त्याच्यावर कालच बोललेलो आहे. आणि ते किती फेक आहे हे काल SP आणि IGंनी जी प्रेस कॉन्फरन्स घेतली आणि पूर्ण घटनाक्रम, त्याचे व्हिज्युअल्स
आणि त्याचा एक इम्पॅक्ट ॲनालिसिस हा सगळा सांगितल्यानंतर मी कालच सांगितलं की ही सलीम जावेदची स्टोरी होती. त्याच्यामध्ये रजनीकांतसारखा असा मागून गोटा समोर येऊन लागलेला होता आणि तरी देखील फक्त स्क्रॅच आली होती. त्याच्यामुळे त्यात काय होतं आता सगळ्यांना समजलेलं आहे.
बिटकॉईनमध्ये नाना पटोले आणि सुप्रिया सुळे यांच्यावर आरोप आहे. काही ऑडिओ क्लिप सुद्धा दाखवण्यात आले.
मी देखील मीडियामध्ये हे सर्व बघितलेलं आहे. माझं स्पष्ट मत आहे की या संदर्भात योग्य इन्क्वायरी झाली पाहिजे. काय यात खरं आहे हे सर्वांसमोर आलं पाहिजे, कारण आरोप गंभीर आहेत. अशा गंभीर आरोपांची सखोल चौकशी होऊन त्यातलं सत्य बाहेर येणं हा जनतेचा अधिकार आहे. देखिए, लोकतंत्र का सबसे बड़ा उत्सव चल रहा है. महाराष्ट्र में हमने हमारे परिवार के साथ अभी अभी वोट दिया है और मैं सभी महाराष्ट्र के बहनों भाइयों को और विशेष रूप से हमारी लाडली बहनों को ये अपील करना चाहता हूँ कि बहुत बड़े पैमाने पर वो वोट करें, क्योंकि मतदान ये केवल हमारा अधिकार नहीं है, ये हमारा कर्तव्य भी है. और लोकतंत्र में हम सरकार चुनते हैं और जिसको हम चुनते हैं उनसे ही हम अपेक्षा रखते हैं. तो अगर हम सरकार से अपेक्षा रखते हैं तो वोट करना ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है. इसलिए बढ़ चढ़कर सब लोग वोट करें, ऐसी मेरी सबको प्रार्थना है.
Serious allegations were raised against Vinod Tawde yesterday. Then later, timing has been very interesting. Supriya Sure and Nana Patole, their audios were circulated by BJP itself. Top BJP spokesperson has also taken the press conference. How do you look at the timing as well as the allegations raised by BJP?
जहाँ तक विनोद तावड़े जी का सवाल है, मैंने कल भी स्पष्ट कर दिया, न उन्होंने कोई पैसा बांटा, न उनके पास कोई पैसा मिला. जानबूझकर एक बवाल खड़ा करने का प्रयास किया गया, एक इकोसिस्टम को यूज़ किया गया. जहाँ तक सुप्रिया सुळे जी पर और नाना पटोले जी पर जो आरोप लगे हैं, जिस प्रकार से एक पूर्व आईपीएस अधिकारी ने कुछ आरोप लगाए हैं, कुछ क्लिप्स उन्होंने जारी की है, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि ये बहुत गंभीर इस प्रकार का प्रकरण है. और मैं आज इतना ही कहूँगा, इस प्रकरण की सिरे से जांच होनी चाहिए, क्योंकि इस प्रकार के एलिगेशन लगने के बाद वास्तविकता क्या है ये दुनिया के सामने आना बहुत ज़रूरी है. एलिगेशंस बहुत सीरियस है, तो इसकी पूरी तफ्तीश हो, इसका पूरा इन्वेस्टिगेशन हो और इन्वेस्टिगेशन करके एक फेयर रिपोर्ट लोगों के सामने आए, ऐसा मुझे लगता है.
Ajit Pawar has confirmed that particular audio of Supriya Sure, wherein he has said that I have worked with Supriya Sure for years and I can understand her voice. Supriya Sure has said that this is forged and my voice is not there in that particular audio.
देखिए, पहली बात तो यह है कि वॉइस जो है वो सुप्रिया ताई जैसा हमको ध्यान में आता है, हम उसको कह सकते हैं कि सुप्रिया ताई का वॉइस है. लेकिन विथ ऑल फेयरनेस,
Devendra Fadnavis there speaking on the last evening controversy, which had the BJP do a press conference at 10 p.m. and then Supriya Sule speaking to NDTV and saying that the audio is fake and that she has already registered a complaint with the cyber cell of Maharashtra because this is actually a larger defamation attempt at her character. Shifting focus now to Jharkhand, the other state which is going to polls. Remember, this is the second in the final phase in a tribal-dominated Jharkhand, where most of the seats today are in the tribal belt. In fray is also the Chief Minister, Hemant Soren. One of the battles being fought is also of the former Chief Minister and BJP Supremo in the state, that is Babulal Marandi.
His wife, the rising star of JMM,
Yes.
Hemant Soren, his wife is also in the fray in this election. Kalpana Soren held the party together when Chief Minister was, behind bars as soon as he came out. We knew that what happened at that point of time. But very, very interesting what is taking place in Jharkhand as well. And Aarti, if I may bring you in at this moment very quickly, for Jharkhand, 38 seats in this phase of polling. This will also establish whether Hemant Soren is the biggest tribal leader possibly across the country. And number two, I think the who forms the government hinges on the performance of the Congress party, which got 30 seats from the JMM in this alliance.
Really in
we'll just fix that audio line with Aarti and come back to her. But let's just listen into some reactions of the leaders of Jharkhand, those who voted early this morning.
अपील करता हूं कि लोकतंत्र का ये महापर्व है, अपना मताधिकार का प्रयोग करें। हमें 5 वर्षों में एक बार अवसर मिलता है अपने हाथों से अपने प्रदेश को संवारने का, और इसलिए समस्त मतदाता भाई और बहनों से मैं अपील करता हूं, इस अवसर को गंवाना नहीं। प्राप्त संकेत जो मिल रहा है, झारखंड की जनता अब परिवर्तन का मन बना चुकी है। हेमंत सोरेन की सरकार जा रही है और झारखंड में बीजेपी के नेतृत्व में एनडीए की सरकार आ रही है।
Prabhakar Kumar is joining us live from Bokaro, known for being a steel city once upon a time, and among the districts or urban towns or centers of Jharkhand, Bokaro does have better infrastructure. Prabhakar, has it become a little better now, because it's almost going to be 11 a.m. in terms of voting?
Not really, Maria. Not really. That is not a very encouraging picture coming from Bokaro. We are in the urban center. And it's still by the way, Maria is still a steel city. Bokaro still happens to be a steel city. You have a SAIL steel plant, that is Steel Authority of India Limited plant out here. So I can show you 3 booths. None of the voters are here. In morning we saw a stream of crowd here, but now it's almost 11, and the people are slowly trickling in. So we are told that this is how the voting pattern always remains in the urban centers. Now, talking about this particular phase, 38 assembly constituencies, second phase of polls in Jharkhand, and the 2 regions, the 2 most important regions, that is Santhal Pargana and Koilanchal. Koilanchal happens to be this coal belt of Jharkhand, which comprises Dhanbad and Bokaro, also the industrial towns of Jharkhand. And Santhal, politically most important region, I would say, because that is the tribal heartland of Jharkhand, and that is what both the NDA and India Bloc is fighting for. We have seen how BJP was trying to build a narrative around for the tribal votes. They started talking about those infiltrators, illegal immigrants. That was basically to target the tribal votes. So today, it would be tested on the ground whether BJP succeeded in denting into the tribal vote bank. Remember, Jharkhand Mukti Morcha, that is JMM, happens to be the tribal, the support base is tribal. They have emerged from Santhal, that is where Shibu Soren and also Hemant Soren, they started their politics from. So it is a test ground today, actually, a testing battle, I would say, from the Santhal Pargana, where which way the tribals actually are voting. BJP has tried hard actually to dent into the tribal vote bank, and it will be interesting to watch whether they have successfully been able to do it.
The Chief Minister, where is Hemant Soren going to cast his vote? Because this is an important battle for him personally as well. At stake is his own party.
See, the polling station where I'm standing, the entire Soren family cast their vote here. But Hemant Soren and his wife, they have already cast their vote in the first phase. They are now registered at Ranchi. So we already have aired it for our viewers. They have already cast their vote, but they are contestants also. So they, both Kalpana and Hemant, they are contestants in this second phase, so they would be in their constituencies, but they can't cast their vote because they've already done so in the first phase. They are registered as voters in Ranchi. But the entire Soren family, when Shibu Soren was well, now he is not keeping well, so he would not come. Hemant's brother, Basant Soren, will certainly be here to cast his vote. The entire family is registered here in this polling station where I'm reporting from as voters. So the first family of Jharkhand, I would say, they are all registered voters from this Sanjeev school of Bokaro.
Thank you, Prabhakar, for joining us with all those details. Very, very interesting, this battle for Jharkhand. And both these states, make no mistake, ladies and gentlemen, the result of these states will tell you whether 2024 results of Lok Sabha are going to be the norm, or was that an aberration, or Haryana result became an aberration with what is happening in between. So both the opposition and the BJP would be looking at the results of both these elections very, very keenly. We are slipping into a very short break at this moment. Much more on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Welcome back. The US Immigration and Customs Enforcement has detained Anmol Bishnoi, the brother of gangster Lawrence Bishnoi. Anmol is currently being held in a jail in the state of Iowa.
According to reports, Anmol, the detention has prompted Indian law enforcement agencies to engage with their US counterparts in order to help secure his deportation or extradition to face charges in India. Sources, though, have told NDTV that he has been detained because some discrepancies were found in his travel documents. Anmol is wanted for the murder of NCP leader Bapa Siddiqui and firing outside Bollywood superstar Salman Khan.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का।
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की।
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. पण का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
The last elections of 2024, it's the battle for India's economic heart. An election that will decide Maharashtra's future.
Can the big brother BJP manage the competing ambitions of Mahayuti? Can the Red Book rally the voters once again for Congress and its allies? So as Maharashtra's future trajectory takes shape, we report from the ground.
Two visions, two ideology, one verdict.
An election where no caste chemistry can yield a perfect formula.
It's a state that is splintered with power battles. The big question, will Maharashtra poll outcome unify parties or divide them further? And who will emerge as Maharashtra's undisputed leader?
It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con, NDTV initiative for cyber safety. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 20.
A lot of eyes, lot at stake, both in Maharashtra and Jharkhand. We'll get you all the details. Let's start with the headlines.
Mumbai votes in a trickle, less than 7% voting in India's financial capital till 9 a.m.
Well, celebs are out in good numbers in Mumbai to vote. Sachin Tendulkar, Sunil Shetty, Farhan Akhtar among the early voters. Akshay Kumar, Rajkumar Rao also joining. Mahayuti versus Mahavikas Aghadi, the battle in Maharashtra. So far, 6.6% overall turnout in Maharashtra till 9 a.m.
Final phase of voting in Jharkhand polls amidst infiltration political war between the BJP and India bloc.
Thick smog engulfs national capital. Air emergency continues. 50% government employees to work from home.
And we are putting the spotlight again on Maharashtra. Key battle playing out there that will set the tone and tenor of the politics of the country going ahead. One that will decide whether the elections, the Lok Sabha elections which happened a few months ago, was an aberration for the India bloc, or did the India bloc actually perform and actually dent as much as it was seen that time around. Let me bring in the reporters now. We have Radhika joining us, who spoke to Piyush Goyal just a few minutes back. We also have Anuj joining us from the constituency where Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde will cast his vote any moment now. A team of reporters tracking each and every polling booth across Maharashtra and Jharkhand.
Well, let's go across and get you the latest, in fact, from Maharashtra. My colleague Radhika is with us, Anuj also with us. Radhika, coming to you first. As Maria was saying, earlier, that Mumbai is known for its voter apathy, and that's possibly the reason why the voting, in fact, is taking place midweek, not near the weekend. Is Mumbai, looking to buck the trend, or are we already? Because if you compare the, the voters turnout in Maharashtra and Jharkhand, it's already a difference of double there.
Absolutely. Voter apathy is something that Mumbai is notorious for. Hopefully it will change this time. Of course, strategically it has been placed for Wednesday. So there are more people that we're seeing, outside polling booths. Not as encouraging as one would say, but we are seeing people in large numbers, especially in the last half an hour. Of course, morning voting trends are not great, be it any metropolitan cities. But here we're seeing some amount of queue outside this particular activity high school in Peda Road. This is where Milind Deora, in fact, cast his vote just some time back. Of course, this is an important South Mumbai constituency. If you were to talk about South Mumbai, we were at Malabar Hill. Not the best voter turnout. We did meet Piyush Goyal there, who was among the early voters. And of course, now we're seeing people coming out in large numbers. Compared to what it was like, say, an hour ago, more people coming out here in this particular constituency. Now, just close to that is where Worli constituency is. And Worli is where we're seeing high-stakes battle between Aditya Thackeray and Milind Deora. Aditya Thackeray, of course, contesting for the second time. He is the incumbent MLA. He will be facing Milind Deora this time. That is going to be a tough contest. And just a little further away is Bandra East constituency, where Zishan Siddiqui, who shifted sides, who lost his father in a tragic shooting incident, also contesting against Varun Sardesai, again UBT Sena candidate. So a lot of interesting contests as far as Mumbai is concerned. Let me try and go across to a few voters, sir. Excuse me. Hi, you've come nice and early. आप वोट करने जा रहे हो. आप क्या मुद्दे हैं ये आपके कंस्टिट्यूएंसी में जिसके बारे में आप बात कर सकते हैं? Okay, we don't. Okay, they're not speaking to us at the moment. Let me go across to one more person. Hi, what are some of the issues that you're voting for?
We want a progressive government. We want a steady government. Sorry. We don't want any kind of, involvement of politics which ensures, less of development. We want people to progress, and we want to ensure that there's no corruption. So we are hoping that the continuous development that's been happening in Mumbai, we are seeing coastal growth being developed, we are seeing the sea link being bridged. Up till Borivali there's a plan, so I feel it's going to be much more, progress that's going to happen.
A lot of political churns have happened. As a voter, has that affected you?
I guess voters have themselves now self-aware of what's happening, what's wrong. They have corrected their paths and gone to a party where they feel the progress is happening. Okay. And now we see that the current government that is there right now, they are doing well bit. So I think, this is the right path.
All right. Thank you. All right, so there you heard it from the voter here. A lot of push as far as infrastructure and development is concerned. That is what we saw during campaigns as well. Something that is resonating with many people in Mumbai. Coastal Road is being spoken about. Metro is being spoken about. So yes, that is something that, people in large numbers are coming out. At least in metro cities, that's the trend we are seeing. But how much of it will translate into votes, be it Mahayuti, MV, all that remains to be seen. But some time back, I spoke to Piyush Goyal. Let's listen to what he had to say. Cast his vote. Let me just go across to him. Sir, a couple of questions. How different is 2024 election from 2019?
Well, I think the people of Maharashtra are coming out in much larger numbers. They are angry that despite having voted for a certain alliance in the past, there was a very, very unfortunate turn of events due to which the vote which was given for a certain alliance was not truly able, we were not able to get a good government in Maharashtra. So I'm very, very confident that this time they will give a reply to all those who betrayed the trust and vote which people had given in 2019 to a particular alliance, to a particular leader. All those who betrayed that vote of the people in 2019 are coming out in large numbers.
And what are the issues you'd like to focus on, and generally people are focusing on this time?
Our focus is only on development. We believe that Maharashtra should develop. The people of Maharashtra, the people of Mumbai should get a bright future.
On behalf of all of you, I would urge every voter in Mumbai and in Maharashtra to kindly go out and cast their vote. Vote for leaders, parties, alliances that have worked for you and will work for you in the future. I'm confident voter turnout in Mumbai will increase. Even in the Lok Sabha, early trends were not encouraging. They will be better.
And several celebrities have also cast their votes early morning. In fact, among the early voters was Akshay Kumar. We also saw, the big...
Kartik Aaryan, Sachin Tendulkar. At least good to see,
Yes.
Actors, cricketers coming out and voting. Hopefully this will inspire their fans to come out and vote as well. Our colleague Abira is with us at this moment. Abira, at least Bollywood, putting out its best foot forward when it comes to voting.
Yes, absolutely. But you know what? In Juhu, Andheri, where we see Akshay Kumar is an early riser. He's always the first one to go and vote. We have seen Rajkumar Rao, Kartik Aaryan. We have seen Sachin Tendulkar, of course. We have also, right now, it was Sunil Shetty who came in. We saw Priya Dutt who came in. Sunil Shetty spoke about how, he is looking at issues like infrastructure and roads to be solved. But also he made a very important point that we can't be dependent on the government. There are things that we need to do ourselves. And also he spoke about Gen Zs coming out. He's saying that, it's too early for Gen Zs. Maybe they have not woken up yet. But hopefully we'll see them in the later half of the day. And where I'm standing right now is Bandra West, St. Anne's Church. And here it's in Pali Hill. Most of the celebrities stay here. So a lot of them are expected, while we know that Deepika Padukone was expected here. But she's not here. She's in Bangalore. And also we have Amir Khan, who is in US right now. He won't be seen here. But yes, we are hopeful. We are waiting for more celebrities to come in, because that's, like you said, it encourages fans. They see it and they would want to go and vote.
The problem issues is even we have to be as responsible. बहुत सारे issue हमारे खुद के भी है. Civic sense हो, discipline हो. हम खुद मानते नहीं, हम मांगते सब कुछ है और deliver खुद कुछ नहीं करते. लेकिन यही चाहूँगा कि मुंबई हमेशा एपिसेंटर रहा है बिजनेस का, हमेशा एपिसेंटर रहा है एंटरटेनमेंट का. वो ग्लोरी वापस आ जाए. और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का काम हो ही रहा है. ऑफ कोर्स यू सी बहुत ही अच्छा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का काम हो रहा है. वो सही वक्त पे हो, सही तरीके से हो, क्योंकि क्या है, रोड्स स्ट्रक्चर्स आएंगे ही आएंगे, लेकिन साथ साथ ग्रीन कवर हो, पार्क्स हो लोगों के लिए, वो बेसिक्स होनी ही चाहिए.
सबसे बढ़िया बात है इंतजाम बहुत अच्छा किया हुआ है, बहुत अच्छा इंतजाम किया हुआ है. मैं देख रहा था कि सीनियर सिटीजन के लिए बहुत अच्छा इंतजाम किया हुआ है, बहुत सफाई रखी हुई है. एंड बस आज यही है कि सब लोग आए वोट करें, दैट इज द मोस्ट इम्पोर्टेंट थिंग।
आइए वोट कीजिए, ये हमारी एक रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है। ईसीआई का मैं आइकन हूँ, तो बहुत समय से मैं यही कह रहा हूँ, लोगों को यही दरख्वास्त कर रहा हूँ कि आइए वोट कीजिए, हमारी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है। यहाँ फैसिलिटीज़ भी अच्छी है, और जैसे कि मैंने अभी कहा कि सारे ऑर्गेनाइजर्स ने यहाँ पे अच्छी फैसिलिटीज़ की है, सिर्फ हमारे लिए नहीं, मगर मैं ये उम्मीद करता हूँ कि सारे लोगों के लिए अच्छी फैसिलिटीज़ रहेंगी। पूरा जो पीरियड है, वोटिंग पीरियड, वो पूरे समय तक अच्छी फैसिलिटीज़ रहे, यही मैं उम्मीद करता हूँ, और किसी को तकलीफ ना हो। आइए ज़रूर वोट कीजिए।
बहुत ज़्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट है, बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट डे है आज वोटिंग का, और बहुत अच्छा लगा मुझे तो कि इतने लोग ऑलरेडी आए हैं। आई होप कि और ज़्यादा भारी मात्रा में आए और
I think it's a responsibility of every citizen to go and vote, और बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है देश के लिए। हॉलीडे मत बनाइए, just go and vote, man. All the best, Jai Hind.
Okay, thank you, sir. Right, so celebs coming out and fulfilling their duty. We are being joined at this moment by Manisha Priyam, political analyst, Neerja Chaudhary, senior journalist, is also with us, and Badri Narayan, academic, and also somebody who closely watches the politics of this country, is with us at this moment.
And we are also being joined by Sajjan Kumar.
Sajjan Kumar is also with us at this moment. Thank you so much to all of you. Very good morning. Let me start by asking you, Mr. Kumar, before we go to the ladies, this voter apathy, how much, people keep talking about if the numbers go up, if the voter turnout is high, it impacts, the ruling alliance. Somebody would say it helps
Jury is still
the
out on
opposition.
that.
Yeah, so there is no science to that. But how crucial in Maharashtra is the voter turnout?
Yeah, I mean, voter turnout is crucial for two reasons. First, there is nothing called an emotive issue this time, which was very much there during the Lok Sabha election, this way or that way, but it was kind of giving a self-motivation for the loyalties that people had to ideology and parties, so that was a kind of catalyst. This time, since it's a hyper-localized election, so therefore, it would be very much up to the, the candidate in localities and the organizational factor of the parties to fetch their core votes out, and that is why I think in Maharashtra, because the election compared to Jharkhand is very much localized. So you see, I mean, it will take some effort. The parties must be getting the feedback of the low turnout in the first hour. So I expect that it is going to be there. But another factor that whether the more voting means change and less voting means incumbent, these all theories have been done and dusted. Now there is nothing called a pattern. We have seen that these are the old assumptions, doesn't cut the ice now. But this time, if we see, even if the voter turnout is less, but women are also participating at par or slightly more than that, then there would be a reasonable kind of expectation that this is likely to go towards the incumbent Mahayuti because of the Latki Behin scheme, because the opposition doesn't have any tangible outreach. So this is one factor. Another thing that we have seen, that metropolitan votes less than the rural India, the poorer vote more than the rich people, and therefore if you see the district wise in Maharashtra, I will see that the regions of the Paschim Maharashtra, or say for example in Vidarbha and Uttar Maharashtra, it is slightly more, even if it's less, but compared to the cities like Pune, Mumbai, etc. So that way, I think we need to kind of wait for up to see 12-1 when the parties, because this time it's the candidate and the organization, they need to fetch
Right.
it because of the lack of emotional issues. So this is one factor. Unlike Jharkhand, wherein you see still the party-centric loyalties have slight
Yes,
edge,
not
which
here,
is
not this time around in Maharashtra. So Neerja, come in on this. By the end of this day, what will you be watching out for? In fact, now we can see Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and the entire family there in Thane present to cast his vote. He's likely to speak to the media only after exercising his voting right. A word on Eknath Shinde, Neerja.
Look, Mr. Eknath Shinde has really carved out a space for himself after he became Chief Minister. When he became Chief Minister, very few people had heard of him or his name. Today, if you travel through Maharashtra, you certainly have women rooting for him. Our brother Eknath Shinde, who's given us 7,500 rupees under the Ladki Behin Yojana, they refer to him. They don't talk about Mahayuti or any other party doing it. And of course, even as a Maratha leader, Jharangi Patil, who has been an activist for Maratha reservation, is hard on the BJP and has been telling people to vote against the BJP, but soft on Eknath Shinde. So he is carved out. And, he is one of those people, he's broken the Shiv Sena and is considered what is called a Gaddar. And the people of Maharashtra today will decide whether it's Uddhav Thackeray or Eknath Shinde who represent the real Sena and the legacy of Balasaheb Thackeray. But he is a man who's come through the ranks with a fire in his belly, to make it. He's cast in the model of another Narendra Modi in that sense, coming through, from humble beginnings, making it to the top, and virtually clawing their way and to retain power and to do something.
Yes.
They're not like the families from which people have come and therefore have a initial advantage.
That's
and
right.
There are many political families in Maharashtra who call the shots in all the different parties. It's a very interesting state. But today's election, I would say, Maria, is a very important election. It's not like any other state election. Therefore, one will watch for the voter turnout by the end of the day. Because it will show whether there's cynicism or people still think their vote is going to make a difference.
Yes, that's right. We are looking at Eknath Shinde. He's accompanied by his son Shrikant Shinde. He has been cautious in sending that message that he doesn't want his son to be part of the union government because that would have been about, dynast getting a place. But Eknath Shinde, the man who is seen as leading this entire elections in many ways, he has been cautious in not putting too much of spotlight on him, trying to be part of the Mahayuti. But when it comes to Ladki Behan, Manisha, he's seen as the one who fronts that scheme. He's seen as the one who's responsible for that scheme because he understands the emotions or what does it mean? Okay, so what the ultimate irony playing out on television now, you can see the Uddhav Thackeray family arrive at the polling booth, Uddhav Thackeray with his wife Rashmi at the polling booth to cast his vote. So the real Sena battle will be settled. Aditya Thackeray there as well. So Manisha, come in on this. These are the visuals playing out, Uddhav Thackeray versus Eknath Shinde, both of them at the polling booth to cast their votes.
So as you rightly said, look, you have had to change tune from talking about development politics, from talking about women in development and how women identify with a leader, and you quickly change to a visual which has got Uddhav Thackeray and his wife Rashmi Thackeray by his side. So clearly the most important battle that is being fought out amongst all other battles is the battle for the real Shiv Sena, whether it's Uddhav Thackeray who will be able to carry the day or whether Eknath Shinde is able to emerge as his own. Remember, if today the BJP is given space to Shinde to call him, to him being called the brother of the sisters and Ladki, etc., it's also for the BJP, it's put a bet on Mr. Shinde. They earlier put a bet on the alliance with Mr. Uddhav Thackeray. That hasn't worked out for them. BJP's tried this number 2 strategy, which is now to build up Mr. Shinde into that leader who can eat away and eat off the Sena. For the BJP, it's a battle where they have to win on their own. They have to defeat the Congress, particularly in strongholds like the Vidarbha, where there's a one-off battle, and they have to simultaneously ensure that the Shiv Sena, up until Balasaheb Thackeray, is really neatly and squarely split into 2. So it pays for the BJP to have a strong Mr. Shinde. By himself, I don't think it's Mr. Shinde's field work or hard work or his genuine love for the underdeveloped women, which is at play, but very clear and thought out electioneering by the BJP. And this, as you see, many subplots to this mega election. It's the Maha election, as I would call it.
Okay.
But the most important one of them is what is playing out now on your screens. And let's see now, the voters will seal. You had a discussion on the voter turnouts. May I add one last line on the voter turnouts? This time around, if I see it correctly, I would say that the urban upper class will not vote as much because they must be really scared of showing their alignment with this side or that side. Because remember, all of these political parties have a very strong foothold.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, but Uddhav Thackeray is speaking at this moment.
मला वाटतं आज जास्त मी बोलणं आता योग्य नाही, कारण मतदान सुरू आहे. मी सर्व मतदारांना आवाहन करेन की आपण जरूर उतरा, मतदान करा आणि
Okay, there are visuals also coming in now of the Chief Minister who has just cast his vote along with his entire family, son Shrikant Shinde, his wife and Chief Minister's wife. He's seen as the man of the soil, the Aam Aadmi Neta in Maharashtra. I mean, the kind of popularity he enjoys.
You know, interestingly,
is
Maria,
really fascinating.
And interestingly, like we are, pulling out both these visuals of Eknath Shinde on one side, Uddhav Thackeray on the other, speaking at this moment. Not only does it, in fact, decide which is the real Sena, it's also Uddhav Thackeray was the chief minister for almost 2.5 years, and then Eknath Shinde, both of them also fighting it out to, in fact,
the chief minister.
Who is the better chief minister,
yes,
whose work was better. Their report card also on the line as administrators, as the head of their parties as well. So a lot riding on both these gentlemen also when, on 23rd, the elections result do come out. But interesting what is happening, at this moment with the Eknath Shinde and Uddhav Thackeray on one side. There is another factor. The real NCP possibly is also going to be decided. Remember, it is Ajit Pawar who is able to, at this moment, use the symbol of the NCP, but with a disclaimer, as the Supreme Court had told him. So it's not as easy for Ajit Pawar as it has been for Mr. Eknath Shinde, who is able to use the symbol of the Shiv Sena without any restrictions. Neerja, if I may very quickly come to you on the battle in the Pawars. It's not only the battle for Baramati, for NCP, for the Pawars. Possibly this election is going to cast it in a die who is the real Maratha strongman, and for Sharad Pawar, whether he can still win this round as well against his nephew.
Yes, well, that of course is the second thing that this election is, important for. Who represents the NCP? As far as Sharad Pawar's standing goes, I don't think there is any doubt in the minds of the followers of NCP that Pawar is way ahead of his nephew. But as far as the organization goes, post-Pawar era, what is going to happen? And much will depend on what actually plays out in Baramati. When I traveled during the Lok Sabha elections there, at that time, 7 out of 10 people would say, we have to vote for Pawar Saab because of all that he's done for Maharashtra and all that he represents for us. And I mean, they couldn't think of not giving the vote to his daughter. But they would say, many would say, Ajit Pawar ne bhi kaam kiya hai, isliye assembly mein hum Ajit Pawar ko denge. Now, will that actually happen? Because Mr. Pawar is very clearly made it known that his legatee is Yogendra Pawar, the son of Ajit Pawar's brother Srinivas Pawar. So I think in Baramati he's laid that out. And can Ajit Pawar, who is now standing for the 8th time, has been contesting elections in Baramati from 1991, actually make it? That question mark would have been unthinkable even a few months ago. And this election has not only divided parties, it has divided families right down the middle. And the Pawar family, I know, the whole family, the clan spread out all over the world, would get together over Diwali every year. And Mr. Sharad
is now giving a sound bite. Just hold on to your thoughts, ma'am. I'm going to come back to you in just a bit.
या उत्सवामध्ये सर्व मतदारांनी सहभागी व्हायला पाहिजे आणि जास्तीत जास्त लोकांनी मतदान केलं पाहिजे, कारण मतदान हे आपलं पवित्र कर्तव्य आहे, ही आपली जबाबदारी आहे आणि म्हणून ती प्रत्येक नागरिकांनी पार पाडली पाहिजे आणि या लोकशाहीच्या उत्सवामध्ये सामील झालं पाहिजे असं माझी सगळ्यांना नम्र विनंती आहे. या राज्यातला मतदानाचा टक्का जास्तीत जास्त वाढवण्यासाठी प्रत्येकाने मतदान करावं आणि लोकशाही समृद्ध आणि प्रगल्भ करावी अशा प्रकारची विनंती मी करतो. खरं म्हणजे गेल्या 5 वर्षाचा कारभार या महाराष्ट्रातल्या जनतेने पाहिलाय. 2019ला मतदान झालं आणि त्यावेळेस जे काही महाराष्ट्रातल्या जनतेच्या अपेक्षेच्या विरुद्ध झालं.
The state went out to vote in 2019 and the government which came in place was the one which the people did not expect.
When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए.
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं.
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president.
Donald triumphs. What does Trump's win mean for America, for the world, for the wars, and for India-US relations? Non-stop coverage on NDTV. Top analysts and voices from the ground. Extensive coverage on NDTV.
This week on India Ascends. All eyes on upcoming Rio G20. India poised to mend emerging economies, G7 divisions. Trump 2.0,
Is it time up, Trudeau? Ottawa stares at fresh turmoil. Chinese security personnel in Pakistan. Is it Beijing's bid to colonize Islamabad? And in Bangladesh, why does Attorney General want secular removed from the constitution?
All this and more only on India Sense with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
We reached an agreement on petroling. You know.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI.
It's been 4 hours since the polling began, and the latest voter turnout till 11 a.m. has been put out by the Election Commission. What we can tell our viewers is that in Jharkhand, it is 18.14% till 11 a.m. In Maharashtra, and in Jharkhand for phase 2, it is 31.37%. So Maharashtra continues to be not much of a surprise, and in Mumbai in particular, this voter turnout, which is 18.14% across Maharashtra, is far less. So the voter apathy is something, a trend which is continuing in Mumbai. So Mumbaikars, when it is about failed infrastructure or concerns that you have during monsoon or otherwise, you can't really complain if you don't go out and cast your vote. You know, overall, it looks like, Sajjan, let me bring you and Neerja Chaudhary back on air now, that Maharashtra disappointment 18.14 is not something that you would expect from a highly urbanized state such as Maharashtra.
Yeah, precisely. I mean, one should not be surprised. One, because of the more urban areas, and Maharashtra has many cities and others, so that also contributes to the lesser turnout. And compared to that, as we said, that this time you lack the old loyalties to the party, to the ideology. You have two Shiv Senas, so both represents a Hindutva version. You have two secular NCP versus NCP, and then there are many rebellion. So ultimately, it would be up to the candidate and the respective party and organization to fetch the voters. I think by kind of noon, we would expect that respective organizations will be appealing and will be sending the people to appeal to them to come to the polling booth and cast their votes. So this also shows that this a larger trend when you see within Maharashtra, the Palghar, the Nandurbar, which are primarily the tribal areas, therein also you see the voting percentage is more than the average of 18%. The moment you go to the Pune, Mumbai, or even in Nagpur, suddenly you'll find that the average is less. So that also shows a wider pattern that how the middle class has some sort of a kind of a passive attitude. While they are more articulated, they are more vocal, but when it comes to take the voting seriously, also because maybe the schemes and everything that is more appealing to the, you know, the rural, the poorer, those voters. But we do expect that by noon, I think the political parties here, it is up to them that they have to go and convince the voters to come out and just cast their votes.
But you know, Neerja, as I beg your pardon, Sajjan is telling us that the urban areas, the cities are dragging the voting percentage down in Maharashtra. Does this somewhere also tell you that, you know, that possibly the kind of anger that people had in 2024 Lok Sabha election, A, that has come down, and B, it also is a statement about the ability of various political parties to bring their voters out actually to the booths and ensure that they come out and vote?
You know, it's a very interesting phenomenon, particularly in the cities, if you look at it. You know, Maharashtra is the largest tax revenues come from there.
Yes.
The contribution to the national economy, the GDP, even though it's come down, but still it is very large still. And the center of industry, the financial hub, and it's, if you go to Mumbai and wherever there's a crisis, this is a pulsating, city which gets back to normal work. Whether, some violent incidents take place, within hours they are back at work. They're very professional in taking their work and getting ahead in life, aspiration. People come from all over the country to Mumbai to make good. And for a city like that to disregard the importance of voting, your leaders into power, does it show a very deep level of skepticism that whatever, this is not going to affect my life? And I think somewhere this has to be, of course, it has to do with organizations, EC, political parties activating themselves, getting people out to vote, and icons like cricketers and Bollywood stars coming out so the fans will follow. But I think it needs to be addressed at a deeper level. Why is it that we are not giving importance to voting, which is going to make such a difference? And for Mumbai now, the issues that are being flagged off, social welfare schemes, which are going to be, how financially viable are they going to be for the next government? And will they affect the ongoing development projects like the coastal road? I mean, there are many things at stake for the people of Mumbai today, for them to come out and actually vote.
Either come out and vote or lose your right to complain in your drawing room.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, we have seen too much of complaining that happens whenever there is some kind of, when we have seen those hoardings dropping in, some time back. And Manisha, that is the problem with most urban centers, and Mumbai is not surprising us. It's continuing with the same attitude towards their voting right.
No, I think the issues are more nuanced in Mumbai. The urban rich in Mumbai especially, a lot of them will have personal connections with most of these political formations. It's very difficult for them to be seen as partisan. Remember, this fight has gone down to a level that we could not have imagined. The chosen nephews turned up against the uncle. The party Satrap was revolted against the son of Balasab himself. So families are bitter in their relationships. People in urban areas tend to have long-term relationships with such political formations. To be seen with Ajit and to not be seen with Supriya Tai, ask people of social relationships. And it's not just that. The fact that, after an election in an urban center, in a rural areas, you go your ways. There's too much geography, vast geographies. You're living in the same building. You're living in the same area. The underclass, after the elections, the groups will come by. And so really I think it's not just the issue of drawing room and apathy and all that.
Yeah.
One has to address the fact that we now have to approach voting in a very civil way. People have different political preferences. People would like to go and vote this way or that way. I think the drawing rooms have to stop talking politics, but still go out and vote.
Absolutely.
As far as the celebrities are concerned, I think the celebrities in Bombay matter one hell of a lot. They need to not just go out. Now, I think the responsibility on the celebrity is you go out and vote. Can you get like 500 from the underclass near you to come out and vote, so that there is a civic sense in which those who vote are being protected by the society itself? Remember, today the state is protecting our vote. The state is nowhere to be.
Before I
Look
let
at
you
the
go,
pictures on your
Manisha, a
screen.
word also on Jharkhand.
People are voting with
How
freedom.
are you looking at the high voter turnout in Jharkhand, which is almost double of Maharashtra at the moment, 31.4%?
Rural areas, that matters so much. And I think the issue that politics is an act of prestige making. The stakes are much higher. I'm not saying it goes this way or that. Remember, today I'm not going to speak of political parties. The time for that is the 23rd, when I'll be back on the screens and talk about it. But it just tells you how much politics as an activity has a lot of prestige attached to it. So the same act of voting has different social meanings in urban areas. I think as citizens, we need to have more civil discussions. I know for a certainty that because I go out and do, political analysis on TV, it's not necessary that I'm looked up as, doing something really great in the urban areas. But you try and see in the rural areas, if I write an op-ed in Hindi, there will be 20 people when I go down for my fieldwork, and they'll say, oh, we know the argument you made in that Hindi op-ed. So there is different value attached to the political activity in different parts of India. If rich and urban India has to learn from rural India, I think it's time that we do that. We become more civil. Just having greater wealth or greater security of professions prestige or land or whatever securities we have. I think it's time to learn from rural India, where the heart of Indian politics really is.
We'll have to leave it there. Thank you so much, Manisha, Priyam, Neerja, and Sajjan for joining us at this moment. But since we are talking about Jharkhand, important elections there for the second phase of Jharkhand at this moment going on, and voter turnout 31.4. So Jharkhand actually performing much better. Prabhakar, our colleague, joins us with more details on this. Prabhakar, out of these 31.4% voters, are we seeing some behind you as well? Or all this 31.4% are happening in other booths?
Yeah, actually, that is exactly what is actually it's basically the turnout in the rural voter turnout in the rural areas actually, which is pushing the numbers. I'm at one of the urban centers in Bokaro. You can see the Election Commission is concerned. They have made all arrangements. There is a medical team on the ground. All arrangements are there. But if you look at the booths, there are hardly people here. You will not find the crowd. Though in the morning the people started trickling in, but now that number has slowed down a bit, and now it is one-on-one people are just trickling in. Talking about the political importance of it, certainly it is a very important phase happening. 38 constituencies, especially in the Santhal Pargana area, which is the Adivasi, the tribal hotbed of Jharkhand, and that is the stronghold of JMM as well. So it will be a very interesting testing ground for JMM actually, whether they are able to hold that tribal heartland to themselves.
All right, a lot of political reactions coming in. This is an important battle for the BJP, and leading the BJP charge in the state of Jharkhand is a former Chief Minister and BJP State President Babulal Marandi. He spoke to the journalists soon after casting his vote. Let's listen in.
मैं समस्त मतदाताओं से मैं अपील करता हूं कि लोकतंत्र का ये महापर्व है, अपना मताधिकार का प्रयोग करें। हमें 5 वर्षों में एक बार अवसर मिलता है अपने हाथों से अपने प्रदेश को संवारने का, और इसलिए समस्त मतदाता भाई और बहनों से मैं अपील करता हूं, इस अवसर को गंवाना नहीं। प्राप्त संकेत जो मिल रहा है, झारखंड की जनता अब परिवर्तन का मन बना चुकी है। हेमंत सोरेन की सरकार जा रही है और झारखंड में बीजेपी के नेतृत्व में एनडीए की सरकार आ रही है।
All right, that was in fact BJP once again exuding confidence that they are going to win Jharkhand. We leave it to the voters, and they are deciding today, and 23rd we'll know exactly what has happened there. But let's just shift focus to another important story. The United States Immigration and Customs Enforcement has detained Anmol Bishnoi, the brother of gangster Lawrence Bishnoi. Anmol is currently being held in a jail in the state of Iowa.
In fact, according to reports, Anmol's detention has prompted Indian law enforcement agencies to engage with their US counterparts in order to help secure his deportation or extradition to face charges in India. Sources have said that he has been detained because of some discrepancies with regards to his travel documents. Anmol is wanted for the murder of NCP leader Baba Siddiqui and firing outside superstar Salman Khan's home in Mumbai. He was caught in California's Sacramento last Thursday.
Right, so NDTV will continue to bring you a 360-degree view of the important elections. The by-elections are also taking place today. We'll get you all the latest with our colleagues, those who are spread across the ground. At this moment, it's goodbye from me and Maria. Thank you so much for being with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Battle for Maharashtra, Mumbai votes in a trickle, less than 7% voting in the financial capital till 9 a.m. Celebrities lead the way in Mumbai. Sachin Tendulkar, Akshay Kumar, Rajkumar Rao among the early voters. It's a pitched battle between Mahajuti and the Mahavikas Aghadi in Maharashtra. Final phase of voting in Jharkhand, poll amidst the infiltration political war.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
AI is going to be one of the most important, drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level.
NDTV World Summit was more than just a conversation. It was a confluence of ideas poised to shape our global future.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का.
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. पण का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
The last elections of 2024. It's the battle for India's economic heart. An election that will decide Maharashtra's future.
Can the big brother BJP manage the competing ambitions of Mahayuti? Can the Red Book rally the voters once again for Congress and its allies? So as Maharashtra's future trajectory takes shape, we report from the ground.
Two visions, two ideology, one verdict. An election where no caste chemistry can yield a perfect formula.
It's a state that is splintered with power battles. The big question, will Maharashtra poll outcome unify parties or divide them further? And who will emerge as Maharashtra's undisputed leader?
It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con, NDTV initiative for cyber safety. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzzed. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
कैसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए,
in the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं।
NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
State elections of national importance voting in Maharashtra and Jharkhand. Voting for also by polls in Kerala, Uttarakhand, Punjab. High stakes election battle across states. There's a Mahadangal in Maharashtra. Mumbai votes in a trickle. 15.78% voting in India's financial capital. Those visuals from Mumbai where celebrities are voting. Big battle for Maharashtra. It's Mahayuti versus Mahavikas Agadi. Maharashtra records 18.1% voter constituencies in the state of Jharkhand and 288 constituencies in the state of Maharashtra, and 15 important by-polls happening across the country in 6 states. Well, it's a battle of ideologies, politics, identity and welfare that's speaking today. Maharashtra, Jharkhand, 15 assembly polls. We also have a whole team of reporters getting you the best and fastest updates. Let me go across. We have Radhika with us joining us from Mumbai. She's been tracking those important constituencies of Malabar Hills and Worli. Worli is where there's this important battle playing out between Milind Deora and Aditya Thackeray. We have Anuj Raite, who has been tracking Thane, the CM's constituency. We have Abira, who's been tracking the movement of celebrities on voting day, polling day. We wish and hope more celebrities come out and vote and actually dismiss the urban apathy that we talk about. We have Tanushka joining us from Ghaziabad, which will also see one of those important by-polls. We have Gurpreet joining us from Gidarbaha, where Manpreet Badal is pitted against Amrita Waring in a high decibel campaign. In fact, we also have Prabhakar, where we have Prabhakar from Bokaro, and he is where he is in Jharkhand, where Santal Parganas will be voting today, the tribal heartland. So we're getting you all the best updates. We first have Radhika with us. Radhika, to you first. You've been tracking Maharashtra elections very closely. Tell us about Mumbai first, because 38 assembly constituencies in the city of Mumbai, MMR, very critical for India's infrastructure and also for the the future of the Senas? What are you witnessing around you?
Absolutely. As far as Mumbai is concerned, this has been a Sena bastion. A lot of Sena versus Sena playing out in multiple constituencies of Mumbai. In fact, I am in a constituency in Bandra East. Earlier, I was in South Bombay covering Malabar Hill, Pedder Road, Worli, all of them coming under the South Mumbai Lok Sabha seat, of course, where there is the Malabar Hill constituency as well as Worli. And as you mentioned, Worli, Aditya Thackeray versus Milind Deora are playing out there. We did speak to Piyush Goyal as well, who appealed to more voters, to more people to come out and vote. As you said, urban apathy is something that Mumbai is notorious for. As of now, 16% voting till 11 a.m. Will this change? We saw 50% last time in 2019. Will it increase from that, 50% to perhaps 55 to 60%? That remains to be seen. I'm in Bandra East and it's a very interesting constituency. This is where Uddhav Thackeray and Aditya Thackeray will be coming to contest, will be coming to cast their vote. And this is the constituency where Zishan Siddiqui will be contesting or is contesting against Varun Sardesai. Now, Varun Sardesai is the cousin of Aditya Thackeray. He is related to the Thackeray family. Varun Sardesai is a debutant as far as electoral politics is concerned. Of course, he was part of student politics. Both Zishan and Varun in their early 30s. Zishan is an incumbent MLA here, and we know what happened to Zishan Siddiqui. He lost his father just a couple of months back. His father, Baba Siddiqui, was shot dead just close to this particular place as well. So a lot of sympathy, right, as far as Zishan Siddiqui is concerned. And he also left Congress party and joined NCP Ajit Pawar. That also happened just a few weeks back. So it is Zishan Siddiqui versus Varun Sardesai in a very important constituency of Bandra East. In fact, close to this is where Matushri is, where Uddhav and Aditya live. We're just waiting for a father-son duo to cast their vote in just a bit. So that's as far as this constituency is concerned. Yes, as far as turnout goes, we are seeing a better turnout from what it was, say, at 7 a.m. or 8 a.m. More people are coming in large numbers to vote. And also because of the strategic way that the elections are being held, the fact that it's being held on a Wednesday, the day being chosen is perhaps working well for the city of Mumbai. But we'll have to wait and watch out till 6 o'clock. Post 6 is when things will become clear as to what the voter turnout is. But a lot of celebrities coming out in large numbers and politicians as well. Yes, high stakes battle as far as Maharashtra is concerned, and more than 30 seats in Mumbai going to polls. Milind Deora, Aditya Thackeray, Varun Sardesai, Zishan Siddiqui are some of the top contestants as far as city of Mumbai is concerned. Of course, Pawar's Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde just casting his vote some time back. I spoke to Piyush Goyal a while ago. Let's listen into that conversation. Piyush Goyal has just cast his vote. Let me just go across to him. Sir, a couple of questions. How different is 2024 election from 2019?
Well, I think the people of Maharashtra are coming out in much larger numbers. They are angry that despite having voted for a certain alliance in the past, there was a very, very, very unfortunate turn of events, due to which the vote which was given for a certain alliance was not truly able, we were not able to get a good government in Maharashtra. So I'm very, very confident that this time they will give a reply to all those who betrayed the trust and vote which people had given in 2019 to a particular alliance, to a particular leader. All those who betrayed that vote of the people in 2019 are coming out in large numbers.
What are the issues you'd like to focus on, and generally people are focusing on this time?
Our focus is only on development. We believe that Maharashtra should develop. The people of Maharashtra, the people of Mumbai should get a bright future.
On behalf of all of you, I would urge every voter in Mumbai and in Maharashtra to kindly go out and cast their vote. Vote for leaders, parties, alliances that have worked for you and will work for you in the future. I'm confident voter turnout in Mumbai will increase. Even in the Lok Sabha, early trends were not encouraging. They will be better.
Well, Mumbai is the city of dreams. It's also the city of stars. There are several celebrities, especially from Bollywood, who were seen voting in the city today. Many of them actually came quite early to the booths, and they are actually setting an example to the city, to the Millennium City, which has actually been showing lackluster performance when it comes to its voting records. Till now, till 11 a.m., there's been 15.1% voter turnout in Mumbai, from Bollywood A-listers like Akshay Kumar and Rajkumar Rao to Master Blaster Sachin Tendulkar. Several celebrities were seen voting. We just saw the visuals of directors, filmmakers, Gulzar and his daughter Meghna Gulzar voting there. You can see visuals of Sunil Shetty, of course, Ritesh Deshmukh and Genelia, his wife. Several visuals there. Let me go across to my colleague Abira, who tracks the film industry very closely. Abira, tell us, how are celebrities looking at this? Because we know that except a few celebrities like Akshay Kumar, many of them actually are used to waking up a little later in the day. So how many of them did you see actually being spotted in the early hours of the morning?
Let me tell you, Akshay Kumar is an early bird. He's always the first one to go out and vote, and he votes from the Juhu constituency. We have also seen Rajkumar voting early in the morning, but later in the day we have seen Sunil Shetty coming in, we have seen Gulzar Sahab coming in. Gulzar Sahab came to Bandra, where I am right now at St. Anne's Church here in Pali Hill. Most of the celebrities live here in Pali Hill, so we are expecting a lot of more celebrities. We expect Sanjay Dutt, Ranbir Kapoor. We have to wait and watch. Deepika Padukone can't make it this year. Anupam Kher will be coming in. They have already casted vote. Genelia and Ritesh Deshmukh, like you said. We have Gulzar Sahab, who came in and told us how important it is for him and for youngsters to come and vote, because otherwise you can't complain if you don't vote. So that is something, a duty that you should have. And about issues, he said that, it's, all the issues that we see, normal people know their issues, so they know what they are voting for. And Meghna Gulzar made it very clear. She said, I'm really sad to see the turnout, because in the morning here at Pali Hill, there was hardly any crowd. Right now, what you see is finally a lot of people coming in. There's a queue. This queue started right now. Otherwise, it was absolutely empty since morning. We have seen a lot of senior citizens coming in, but hardly any Gen Z or, youngsters coming in. And we asked him, and he said, you guys are media people, and you guys have to tell these youngsters to come out and vote. While at the same time, Sunil Shetty supported them and said that, they will come in the second half, I'm sure. They are youngsters. They may have had a late night. So I'm sure they will come out and vote. And that's what we are hoping for. Let's go and watch what Gulzar Sahab and Meghna Gulzar, his daughter, had to say.
Right, Abira. Let's also look at some reactions coming in from the celebrities who have actually set an example in the Millennium City, asking people, inspiring people to come out and vote.
प्रॉब्लम इश्यूज इज इवन वी हैव टू बी एज रिस्पॉन्सिबल. बहुत सारे इशू हमारे खुद के भी है. सिविक सेंस हो, डिसिप्लिन हो. हम खुद मानते नहीं, हम मांगते सब कुछ है और डिलीवर खुद कुछ नहीं करते. लेकिन यही चाहूँगा कि मुंबई हमेशा एपी सेंटर रहा है बिजनेस का, हमेशा एपी सेंटर रहा है एंटरटेनमेंट का. वो ग्लोरी वापस आ जाए. और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का काम हो ही रहा है. ऑफ कोर्स यू सी बहुत ही अच्छा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का काम हो रहा है. वो सही वक्त पे हो, सही तरीके से हो, क्योंकि क्या है, रोड्स स्ट्रक्चर्स आएंगे ही आएंगे, लेकिन साथ साथ ग्रीन कवर हो, पार्क्स हो लोगों के लिए, वो बेसिक्स होनी ही चाहिए.
This is supposed to be one of the most prime areas of the city, the country, and I think roads and infrastructure is of key importance, and I hope whoever comes to power takes care of that.
आइए वोट कीजिए, ये हमारी एक रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है. ECI का मैं आइकन हूँ, तो बहुत समय से मैं यही कह रहा हूँ, लोगों को यही दरख्वास्त कर रहा हूँ कि आइए वोट कीजिए, हमारी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है. यहाँ फैसिलिटीज़ भी अच्छी है, और जैसे कि मैंने अभी कहा कि सारे ऑर्गेनाइजर्स ने यहाँ पे अच्छी फैसिलिटीज़ की है. सिर्फ हमारे लिए नहीं, मगर मैं ये उम्मीद करता हूँ कि सारे लोगों के लिए अच्छी फैसिलिटीज़ रहेंगी. पूरा जो पीरियड है, वोटिंग पीरियड, वो पूरे समय तक अच्छी फैसिलिटीज़ रहे, यही मैं उम्मीद करता हूँ, और किसी को तकलीफ़ ना हो. आइए ज़रूर वोट कीजिए.
सबसे बढ़िया बात है इंतजाम बहुत अच्छा किया हुआ है, बहुत अच्छा इंतजाम किया हुआ है. मैं देख रहा था कि
How do you, I mean, we are talking about Mumbai, sir, 15.1%. This is a city where people are known to be very practical. This is known for its spirit, but also at the end of the day, there's business as usual. Is there a sense of apathy? Is there a sense of skepticism with politics that whoever comes to power, our lives are not going to change? And how does one address a sentiment like that in Mumbai?
That thing is disappointing. The voting share percentage as of now, we talk a lot about politics, we talk a lot about governance, particularly in cities, in middle class in particular. The new middle class also is there, upper crust also there. But when it comes to voting, that is a sad part. And then you crib about this government is not doing that. I think Sunil Sethi said a very nice thing. We also have certain duties and the way we should go about it. This election, I think Mumbai, Maharashtra is particularly important in the sense that is going to shape narrative for coming months at least. Maharashtra, Mumbai being our financial capital. More so, this election is also about, in Mumbai particularly, who holds legacy of Bal Thackeray. There is undivided Shiv Sena. The BJP Sena alliance swept the polls in this area. In parliamentary election, of course, the scenario was different. Is it going to be any different from the parliament? To vote, I think common people should also go and vote. To have your government in place, the government that you want, and please don't crib later.
Absolutely, that's very well said. Also, Badri Narayan, I wanted to ask you, what is the importance of ideology in this election, sir? Because this is, Maharashtra is a state that has seen a lot of multiple political formations in the last few years, multiple defections, and also confused loyalties, defections. In a state like that, like Sanjay Singh was also saying, there is a strong legacy of Bal Thackeray. The RSS comes from there, B.R. Ambedkar comes from there. How does ideology figure in the psyche of a Maharashtra voter in today's time?
Vasudha, I think you have raised a very pertinent question. I used to say that Maharashtra election is like Mahabharata, reminding us Mahabharata, at least in certain region, family is fighting against family, brother is fighting against Bhatija, the ideology is fighting against ideology. So it's a very mixed, very hybrid kind of election. And it's very difficult to tell who is what in this election. And second is, this election, whatever we political analysts or psychologists see, that in this election the caste or community will work as a homogeneous vote group, it's not going to happen in Maharashtra. Like Maratha, we said Maratha may be fractured, less or more. OBC will be fractured in 5 big castes, will be the Banjaris and many. So they have their also local connects. So they will be also divided. Dalit will be also divided. Mahar, non-Mahars. Then the Buddhists also, the Hindu-Buddhist interactions has been good. And above all, Vasudha, this developmental narrative, which has created a huge beneficiary community in Maharashtra, they can work across the caste and community, and they can form a homogeneous group like Larli Burn impact if it happens, or various kinds of policies which came from the center or from the state. They may create a homogeneous vote bank, and certainly it may go in the favor of BJP. But mostly caste kind of thing, community kind of thing will be fragmented. It depends who is going to pull them in bigger number.
Right.
Who will pull the bigger number, they will succeed.
So there could be a social group that can rise above caste is what you're saying. That's very important. Also, Sanjay Singh, do you see a difference between East and West in Maharashtra? Because a lot of people talk about the kind of infrastructure that has really come up in Konkan region, Mumbai, Pune. But the rural parts of Vidarbha, Marathwada think very differently. Do you see that there could be a divide on those lines? Or do you agree with something that Badri Narayan is also pointing out, that there is a social group that can rise above this, especially because of welfare push?
Yeah, that divide was there, but also lately we have seen that particular part has been bridged to a certain extent. Like Vidarbha, the way people used to talk about it, or if you had visited both these areas, you could see the difference. But things are changing. Nagpur, for instance, is now a very vibrant city, and areas around Nagpur. And a special economic zone, I think, has come up. The IIM has been set up there, and so on and so forth. So many infrastructure project is going on. That is beauty, I think, of the NDA, and also Nitin Gadkari, as it is, belongs to that region. Devendra Fadnavis belongs to that region. Move slightly away from there, and then you land to Baramati, where again there is a very high-paced battle, Pawar versus Pawar. It's family battle, ideology, development, and what people actually think. Who is real inheritor in terms of ideology has become very fluid thing in politics. The way you perceive it. Shiv Sena from where it began and Shiv Sena from where it is, particularly under Uddhav Thackeray. Same is happening with Sharad Pawar's party, NCP, and so on. So many people moving from this party to that particular party. It is ultimately voters also, that gives a bit of confusion to the voters as to who should I vote. Ultimately, I think they are also going to be guided by the big picture.
Right.
If Prime Minister Narendra Modi can deliver, who is going to be Chief Minister of Mahayuti, not much of an issue, because we can speculate about that later as and when results come in, or if we get the trends. But people, I think, also apart from their local leaders, some areas like where Aditya Thackeray and Milind Deora are contesting, of course, that's a very personality-centric constituency. But more than that, also the big picture, big leaders, the way they shape the politics, the way the narrative has gone, I think that is going to impact on minds of the voters.
So not just the candidates, even the party, the kind of projections they've made would impact. Badri Narayan, what would you have to say about the future of the Senas now? So if you talk about Mumbai, it's all about Sena versus Sena. Uddhav Thackeray has projected himself as a victim of conspiracy, while Eknath Shinde has shown himself as an accessible chief minister who has thrown the doors of official residence of the chief minister, Varsha, open for common people. So clearly, there is a lot of posturing on both sides, that there are personality differences between two people. There is a dilemma for the Shiv Sainik, and also there is a dilemma for voters. What do you think would be playing on the minds of a loyal Shiv Sena voter at a time like this?
See, Vasudha, now Shiv Sena in contemporary time is not the Shiv Sena as it was. No, it's a Shiv Sena. It's a new Shiv Sena, perception of new Shiv Sena has emerged, and that Shiv Sena is divided Shiv Sena. So the voters who are loyalist Shiv Sainik, they may have a big dilemma where to go. And in that case, there are the local connects, personal connect, regional connects works better more than the ideological connect, because ideologically both are claiming for the same ideology. But the various kinds of connections and sympathy vote which this UBT has tried to cultivate, it worked in the last election. It's very difficult to say that it will work in this election. But there may be some reminiscences in the people's memory about that. But even then, Shiv Sainik now, they will have to decide based on their, and they may decide based on their own interest, local interest, regional interest, caste interest, community interest, and based on that they will vote. Now that kind of ideological homogenization, which was in the Shiv Sena, is now fragmented, fractured. That's why I used to say this is the election of the fractured and multiple contestations. And the conventional psephology is again going to fail, will again going to fail in this election, as it happened in the Haryana. So it will appear in new way.
That's very nicely said. We are all expecting that, sir. But at the end of the day, we all do our jobs. We'll come back to you, Mr. Badri Narayan, and also Sanjay Singh. But let's first listen into what Nitin Gadkari, Senior Minister in the Modi Cabinet, Minister for Road Transport, and also the MP from Nagpur said today. In fact, he also cast his vote. Let's listen in to what he said today.
हमारे साथ इस वक्त हैं केंद्रीय गृह मंत्री नितिन गडकरी जी। सर, सबसे पहले विदर्भ के बारे में बात कर लेते हैं। पिछली दफ़ा थोड़ा कम रह गया था, इस बार क्या उम्मीदें हैं?
देखो, पिछली बार जनता को गुमराह किया गया था कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी को 400 सीटें मिलेगी तो संविधान बदल जाएगा। तो ये गलत प्रचार था। ना संविधान हम बदलेंगे, ना बदलने देंगे, ना किसी की बदलने की हिम्मत है। और सुप्रीम कोर्ट के खंडपीठ चीफ जस्टिस और 10 न्यायमूर्ति ने मिलकर केशवानंद भारती केस में निर्णय दिया है कि साइलेंट फीचर्स ऑफ द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन कैन नॉट बी चेंज। तो ये तो सरासर गलत प्रचार था। और अगर संविधान को बदलने का काम किया है तो कांग्रेस पार्टी ने किया। जब इंदिरा जी का रायबरेली लोकसभा के चुनाव की जीत के बाद इलाहाबाद हाईकोर्ट ने जो चुनाव अवैध घोषित किया तो इमरजेंसी लागू हुई और इमरजेंसी में पूरी तरह संविधान की धज्जियाँ उड़ाई। अब लोगों को ध्यान में आया कि वो सब गुमराह करने वाला प्रचार था। आदिवासी को कहा गया था आपका आरक्षण रद्द होगा, तो अब उसका असर नहीं है। हम लोग अच्छी तरह से जीतेंगे असेंबली।
सर, मध्य प्रदेश में हमने देखा कि लाडली बहना योजना ने कमाल किया। यहाँ पर लाडकी बहना योजना है, लेकिन क्या कपास और सोयाबीन भारी पड़ेगा?
वो लाडली बहन योजना का अच्छा फायदा हुआ, जिससे कभी प्याज में कीमतें अच्छी है, गंदे के कारण किसानों को पैसा भी मिला। अब वो एग्रीकल्चर में कर भी थोड़ा बहुत इधर होते रहता है, उसका कोई परिणाम नहीं होगा। बाय एंड लार्ज लोगों को मालूम है कि किसानों के हित में ही भारतीय जनता पार्टी निर्णय करेगी।
सर, एक बहुत अहम सवाल इस चुनाव से पहले बन गया है। एक तरफ बीजेपी नेता कुछ नोटों के साथ पकड़े गए, फिर दूसरी तरफ सुप्रिया सुले पर बिटकॉइन घोटाले के आरोप लग रहे हैं। सर, ये क्या है? महाराष्ट्र चुनाव में लोग इसको कैसे लेंगे?
सर, ये चुनाव सरकार के परफॉर्मेंस पर है। पिछले सरकार ने क्या किया और इस सरकार ने क्या किया, और इसी पे जनता विचार करती है। बाकी बातें मीडिया में उछलते रहते हैं, उसके तरफ ज़्यादा सीरियसली लेके ध्यान नहीं देना।
लेकिन बहुत सारे नारे आए, बटेंगे तो कटेंगे, फिर एक से रहेंगे से
एक है, जात पंथ धर्म भाषा और सेक्स से ऊपर उठकर एक है, यही हमारी भावना है। और इसीलिए हम सब भारतीय हैं। आतंकवाद और नक्सलवाद के खिलाफ हम मिलकर लड़ेंगे, ये इसका भाव है। ये कोई सांप्रदायिक विचार नहीं है या कोई मुसलमान या माइनॉरिटी के खिलाफ।
सर, आखिरी सवाल, जीतेगा तो मुख्यमंत्री कौन बनेगा? क्या शिंदे साहब ही बनेंगे या फिर जैसा कहा जाता है कि
चुने हुए एमएलए अपना नेता को चुनते हैं और पार्टी का शीर्षस्थ नेतृत्व को निर्णय करेगा?
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। तो नितिन गडकरी साहब का साफ कहना था कि जो चुने हुए विधायक हैं वो तय करेंगे और पार्टी का शीर्ष नेतृत्व इस बारे में फैसला करेगा। हालांकि वो आश्वस्त हैं कि महाराष्ट्र के चुनाव में जो बीजेपी का गठबंधन है उसको जीत मिलेगी। नागपुर से अपने कैमरा सहयोगी रिजवान खान के साथ अनुराग द्वारी, NDTV।
Nitin Gadkari, one of the senior ministers in the Modi cabinet, also one of the most important leaders of Vidarbh, speaking to NDTV. To you, Sanjay Singh, we're talking about Vidarbh here. Also tell us, you're mentioning this very important point that there have been changes in the way people have looked at the Maharashtra campaign when 2024 Lok Sabha elections came out. It was seen as a done deal that, it's the MVA that is rising. But then the Ladki Bahin Yojana came up, electricity for farmers was announced, Haryana win happened for the BJP. Tell us, what are the things that really changed the way even the campaign was projected by both sides?
See, two things in particular. First, begin with the rider that one state election does not impact another state election, but that does help in terms of shaping a narrative, giving kind of enthusiasm required and the kind of energy required for the party workers of the BJP in this particular case. And also the way the BJP pursued its campaign in Haryana, the kind of energy that they put in, that helped BJP kind of revitalize, and the leadership structure also thinking in terms of a different kind of strategy. Now here was a situation where you had BJP practically from being BJP from biggest party handed over chief minister's post to somebody who had less numbers, Mr. Shinde. Then the BJP gave an impression that it was not sticking to the chair.
Okay.
Also, Ladli
just hold on to that thought of yours, sir. Let me also ask Badri Narayan first as to what he thinks. Badri Narayan, sir, what do you think about, a welfare, a meta-narrative like the welfare actually making, creating a social voter base that is caste agnostic, and especially with regard to the Dalit Muslim or Dalit tribal Muslim consolidation that we talked about in 2024 Lok Sabha elections. Now people are saying that welfare will actually override those concerns for the Mahayuti. Do you think something like that is possible?
Yes, Vasudha, I think it happened. Actually, it's a very interesting shift has been happened. And we, as apologists or political analysts, usually fail to understand this new shift. The shift is, as I said many times to you also, that there is a huge group of beneficiaries has been evolved. And not only group, it's a kind of a beneficiary consciousness has emerged. And that consciousness formed a kind of community. And that always wants something. If you are going to give them, and then they will respond to you. So, as you see, BJP government since 10 years is trying to give many things to as a social supporter schemes, and that is working well among them. And they are voiceless, they don't speak. So whenever our psychologists goes to understand them, the election, they mostly listen those who speak. And so they emerge as a silent voter. Mostly they work across the caste, they work across the community, they work across the religion, and they have just turned as a silent voter. हमें कोई कांग्रेस जीत रही जीत जाए, वो जीत रही है वो जीत जाए. But they will go and decide. They will go and vote on the booth because they know who is giving to them what.
Right,
so democracy in a turn in a new way, and that is a kind of one can say it's a giftocracy. Sometime I used to call, but giftocracy. But we can positively we can say social support schemes, which has a original meaning in empowering the community and especially the most marginals, and that is going to work in elections.
Right. So just saying, you mentioned a very important point, saying that people will look for candidates, but they'll also look for political stability, sir. How confident are you that people will actually, these factors will play on people's minds when they go out to vote in Maharashtra today?
Maharashtra is a business-oriented state, and people, of course, will give a thought about it while casting their vote. Also, we were talking about welfare schemes, Ladli Behna Yojana. That's a huge hit. When we talk about women in particular as a social constituency, and we have seen many a times recently women vote according as per their own conscience or not necessarily dictated by the family elders or their husband or their father or uncle. They think about their vote. Unless you are very committed to certain party and certain ideology, that again we have seen, despite no matter what, how many social welfare schemes. Coupled with that is development schemes and the credibility of the particular party and leader who can deliver. If you have, we have seen in past where certain political party has made n number of announcement, n number of SOPs. The SOPs that kind of, if actually they came into power and translated actually or implemented, then state would have gone bankrupt. But people actually choose with the credibility. In this particular case, Prime Minister Narendra Modi. On the ground, Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis both have an excellent track record in terms of delivery.
Right.
In short period, Eknath Shinde has established a leader in his own right, as you are saying, accessible and so on and so forth, and also people-centric leader. So was Devendra Fadnavis.
Right.
5 years of his tenure was kind of development-oriented and also a very astute politician, so to say.
Yes.
So when there is a shift and the way the narrative progressed, the electioneering progressed, there were allegations, there were issues, but what was important as to who was setting the narrative, and if there was a counter narrative or if there was certain allegations, who had capacity to puncture that.
Right. So I think a lot of corrective measures that the Mahayuti took, but of course the momentum in Lok Sabha elections was with the Mahavikas Aghadi. We don't know if that is going to continue or it's a Mahayuti that's going to make a comeback. Thank you, Sanjay Singh. Thank you, Badri Narayan, for joining me on this broadcast. To Anuj Raite now, who's my colleague and who's been reporting consistently from Thane, the Chief Minister's constituency, also from other parts of Maharashtra. Anuj himself is from Nashik. Tell us what is happening in your hometown and what's happening in the place that you're reporting from. You are in Thane. Tell us what is the sentiment like in Maharashtra, specifically in the Chief Minister's constituency?
In Eknath Shinde's constituency, we talked to a lot of people out there, and even though we didn't really ask whom they voted for, but everyone is very happy to talk about Eknath Shinde and how proud they are of him being, of how their MLA is the Chief Minister. And they also talked about several development works undertaken by Eknath Shinde in that particular region. Also, one major factor that helps Eknath Shinde, not just in his own constituency, but we've seen across the state, is his people friendliness, right? And this has been one thing that the Mahayuti government and especially Eknath Shinde's brand value has gotten a huge boost of. It is him being one with the people. Wherever he goes, we see him talking to people, interacting with them very freely. And even here we saw that he didn't come to vote alone. He was there with the entire family, and until he left, he made sure that his parents, his son, his daughter-in-law, all of them left the polling booth at the same time. And that really speaks a lot about why is he so popular, especially in this part of the state. Now, talking about the issues across the state, while the farmers' issue again seems to be one of the more important ones. We saw that how during the Mahayuti government, the entire onion belt voted against the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Mahayuti government. But then this time around, that has been replaced with other more localized problems, be it cotton, be it soybean, be it sugarcane, be it grapes. So different parts of the state have their own different issues. But at the same time, even while interacting with the farmers, we found out that there are these corrective measures that you were talking about, which have made the farmers think that the government is doing good for them. And the more important one of that is the waiving off of electricity bill. You know, while covering farmers' issues, when we were talking to the farmers, they talked about how they've been gifted 1 to 2 lakh rupees because their electricity bill, which was close to 1 lakh, 2 lakh, even 3 lakh for many people, has been waived off completely, and that will make them think a lot before going to the polls. Another important thing, especially in the hinterlands, is the difference between the candidate at the local level and the kind of government they want at the state level, right? They may want a particular alliance to be in the state level, but people we are seeing are, more determined and are more categorical about who is the candidate because it's the hyper-local problems that they're focusing on more.
Right. Thank you, Anuj, for joining us with those details. We'll keep coming back to you. But today is also the day top leaders of Maharashtra, their fate is on the line. In fact, they are also contestants this time. Eknath Shinde, the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis contesting from Nagpur Southwest, and also Nana Patole, who's also a candidate this time. Let's listen in to what they said today morning.
आज बहुत ही लोकशाही का एक पवित्र दिन है। ये उत्सव है, ये लोकशाही को समृद्ध और मजबूत करने वाला उत्सव है। इसमें सभी ने मिलकर इस उत्सव में सहभागी होना चाहिए, सभी ने वोट करना चाहिए। 2019 में क्या हुआ था लोग आज भूले नहीं है। लोगों का मैंडेट क्या था और लोगों का मैंडेट था महायुति, जनता का मैंडेट था महायुति, लेकिन सरकार महायुति की नहीं बनी, इसलिए वो लोगों के ध्यान में है पूरी तरह। और 2.5 साल का कार्यकाल भी देखा है उन्होंने और हमारे 2.5 साल का भी देखा है, और इसलिए हमारे 2.5 साल में एक तरफ विकास, जो विकास को रोका था हमने उसको शुरू किया।
सभी महाराष्ट्र के बहनों भाइयों को और विशेष रूप से हमारी लाडली बहनों को ये अपील करना चाहता हूँ कि बहुत बड़े पैमाने पर वो वोट करें। जहाँ तक विनोद तावड़े जी का सवाल है, मैंने कल भी स्पष्ट कर दिया, न उन्होंने कोई पैसा बांटा, न उनके पास कोई पैसा मिला। जानबूझकर एक बवाल खड़ा करने का प्रयास किया गया। जहाँ तक सुप्रिया सुळे जी पर और नाना पटोले जी पर जो आरोप लगे हैं, जिस प्रकार से एक पूर्व आईपीएस अधिकारी ने कुछ आरोप लगाए हैं, कुछ क्लिप्स उन्होंने जारी की है, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि ये बहुत गंभीर इस प्रकार का प्रकरण है। और मैं आज इतना ही कहूँगा, इस प्रकरण की सिरे से जांच होनी चाहिए।
देखो, महाराष्ट्र में कांग्रेस की लीडरशिप में ही सरकार महाविकास आघाड़ी की बनेगी। उस तरह से जो मतदान का जो रुझान आ रहा है, कॉल आ रहा है, जो लोग मतदान के लिए जा रहे हैं, तो उसके आधार पर राज्य में कांग्रेस की सबसे ज़्यादा कैंडिडेट चुन के आएंगे और महाविकास आघाड़ी की सरकार आएंगी, इसमें कोई दो मत नहीं है। आपने देखा होगा कि कल भारतीय जनता पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय महासचिव विनोद तावड़े ये पैसे बांटते हुए पकड़े गए। बीजेपी आज पैसे बांटकर और दारू बांटकर चुनाव जीतना चाहते हैं, तो ये क्या नोट जिहाद है या दारू जिहाद है?
आपका मुख्यमंत्री हो रहा है क्या महाराष्ट्र में?
बिल्कुल महाविकास आघाड़ी का मुख्यमंत्री होगा।
So very critical Maharashtra elections underway there. Mahayuti trying to regain vote and of course retain its supremacy, while Mahavikas Aghadi trying to make a comeback. But what happened yesterday is also important. Scam versus scam has hit the state of Maharashtra. This was hours before polling began. Mahayuti and Mahavikas Aghadi were trading charges against each other. In fact, Mahayuti has alleged that a Bitcoin scam took place and that involved senior MPA leaders, including Supriya Sule and Congress President of Maharashtra Nana Patole. Supriya Sule, of course, has dismissed charges, saying that the voice in the clip that was shown by the BJP in a press conference that the party called last night was not hers. Meanwhile, BJP leaders have been booked in a cash for vote scam. BJP General Secretary in the state, Vinod Tavde, is at the center of this storm, but he has rejected these allegations and he has said that none of that really happened as what was suggested by the MPA leaders.
बीजेपी के राष्ट्रीय महासचिव विनोद तावड़े जी इस वक्त हमारे साथ हैं। विनोद जी, वोटिंग से कुछ घंटे पहले आप पे वोट से पहले नोट बांटने का आरोप लगा है। उन तस्वीरों को भी एक्सप्लेन करिए जहां पर लिफाफे से नोट निकल रहे हैं, डायरी लहराई जा रही है, आप बेबस बैठे हुए नजर आ रहे हैं, पानी पी रहे हैं। इन तमाम तस्वीरों से वोटर्स में कैसा संदेश गया कि वो आरोप सही है? आप क्या कहेंगे?
नहीं, पानी पीना से क्या आदमी गिल्टी होता है?
बेबस दिख रहे हैं आप।
कोई ऐसा है कि वहाँ जब जैसे महाविकास आघाड़ी के लोग आ गए, अपना बहुजन विकास आघाड़ी, तो वहाँ के डीसीपी मुझे कह रहे कि आप सीनियर है, आप यहाँ से निकल जाओ। मैंने कहा मैं अगर निकल जाऊँगा तो यहाँ हंगामा हो जाएगा। इफ़ आई एम देयर आई विल कंट्रोल इट। नंबर 1, मेरा मानना है कि सुप्रिया ताई राहुल गांधी ने 5 करोड़ का आरोप किया, तो वहाँ मिले भी नहीं इलेक्शन कमीशन को। तो वो 5 करोड़ अगर मेरे पास थे, ये इन्होंने कंफर्म किया होगा, तो इन्होंने मुझे लौटाने चाहिए। नंबर 1। नंबर 2, वहाँ पर जो लोग नोट दिखा रहे थे या डायरी दिखा रहे थे, वो कोई मेरी डायरी थी नहीं। मेरी डायरी तो इतनी छोटी सी है, इसमें चिल्लर रहती है, बड़े नोट रहते भी नहीं है। नंबर 2, जो इंक्वायरी करनी है, मैं वहाँ एंटर करने से सीसीटीवी फुटेज है, मेरी गाड़ी इलेक्शन कमीशन चेक की, उसमें कुछ मिला नहीं। तो जो चेक करना है करे। 40 साल से मैं राजनीति में हूँ, कभी एक पैसा किसी को दिया नहीं किसी वोट के लिए।
ठीक है, अब उसका मैं काउंटर क्वेश्चन एक पूछना चाहती हूँ। पहला ये 9,93,500 रुपए जो मिले वो कहाँ से आए?
9,93,000 की जो कैश थी वो हमारे चुनाव प्रमुख ने कहा कि हमने ऑलरेडी आज के फूड पैकेट जो बूथ पे जाते हैं उसके पेमेंट की थी, और वो चुनाव आयोग के अकाउंट्स में पहले ही लिखी है।
कल मीडिया की तरफ से मुझे ये सब वॉइस रिकॉर्डिंग्स और कुछ भेजा गया। जब मेरे हाथ में आया, मैंने पहली चीज़ की कि मैंने पूना के कमिश्नर साहब को फ़ोन किया और मैंने कमिश्नर जी को बोला कि ये फेक कुछ वीडियोस चल रहे हैं, मैं आपको भेज रही हूँ, मुझे साइबर क्राइम में कंप्लेन करनी है। तो उन्होंने कहा ज़रूर आप करिए। मैंने फट से साइबर क्राइम में ऑनलाइन में कंप्लेन कर दी। उसके बाद भारतीय जनता पार्टी के स्पोक्स पर्सन है, उन्होंने एक प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस ली। उसके बाद मैंने वकीलों को मेरे फ़ोन किया और आज सुबह मैंने श्री त्रिवेदी जी को मैंने एक क्रिमिनल डेफमेशन नोटिस भेजी है।
Well, Mahavikas Agadi and Mahayuti making serious allegations against each other. We'll keep tracking that and more for you, even as Mumbai votes, even as Maharashtra, Jharkhand and 15 other by-polls are taking place across the country. We'll keep tracking that for you with the help of our reporters. But now, time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Mumbai votes in a trickle, less than 7% voting in India's financial capital till 9 a.m. Celebrities come out to vote in Mumbai. Sachin Tendulkar, Sunil Shetty, Farhan Akhtar seen casting their vote. Akshay Kumar, Rajkumar Rao amongst early voters today. It's Mahayuti versus Mahavikas Agadi in Maharashtra. The state has registered a voter turnout of 18.1% till 11 a.m. Final phase of voting in Jharkhand polls. In the midst of infiltration political war, 31% voter turnout has been registered till 11 a.m.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has
being held in jail in the state of Iowa. According to reports, Anmol's detention has prompted Indian law enforcement agencies to engage with their US counterparts in order to help secure his deportation or extradition to face charges in India. Now, sources have also said that he has been detained because of discrepancies found in his travel documents. Anmol is wanted for murder of NCP leader Baba Siddiqui and firing outside Bollywood actor Salman Khan's house. He was caught in California last Thursday. Well, time for a short break. We keep tracking those important elections happening in Jharkhand, Maharashtra and 15 constituencies across the country. Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi has landed in Guyana as he completes his three-nation tour. Prime Minister Modi is the first Indian Prime Minister to visit this country in the last 56 years.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का।
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की।
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. मग का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
The last elections of 2024. It's the battle for India's economic heart. An election that will decide Maharashtra's future.
Can the big brother BJP manage the competing ambitions of Mahayuti? Can the Red Book rally the voters once again for Congress and its allies? So as Maharashtra's future trajectory takes shape, we report from the ground.
Two visions, two ideology, one verdict. An election where no caste chemistry can yield a perfect formula.
It's a state that is splintered with power battles. The big question, will Maharashtra poll outcome unify parties or divide them further? And who will emerge as Maharashtra's undisputed leader?
It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con, NDTV initiative for cyber safety. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
Well, it's an important day today, polling day in Maharashtra, Jharkhand and 15 other constituencies in the country where by-polls are taking place. Maharashtra has registered 18% voter turnout till 11 a.m. and Jharkhand has seen about 31% voter turnout. We are hoping that these numbers, especially in Maharashtra, go up. We're tracking those elections very closely for you. We're going to tell you what voters want and who are the voters who actually turned up in polling booths. We are tracking that very closely for you. But first, the headlines. State elections of national importance, voting in Maharashtra and Jharkhand, voting for by-polls in Kerala, Uttarakhand, Punjab, high-stakes battle across states. The Mahadangal in Mumbai is on. The city votes. In fact, only 15% voting has been recorded till now in India's financial capital. Thick smoke engulfs national capital. In fact, Delhi government employees have now been asked to work from home, 50% of them. Prime Minister Narendra Modi honoured in historic Guyana tour. In fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi gets a key to the city of Georgetown. Gangster Anmol Bishnoi has been detained in the United States of America. US has said that it's closely working with Indian officials. Well, India's financial capital, Mumbai, with 36 seats, important seats, is voting today. It's going to be largely a battle of the Senas. Eknath Shinde-led Shiv Sena versus Uddhav Bal Thackeray-led Shiv Sena. Eknath Shinde, of course, is the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. 15% polling has been recorded in Mumbai till 11 a.m. Quite a low voter.
I wish I could tell you what the voters have to say, because we are seeing nearly empty queues here in this constituency in Bandra East. But I will try and go across to a few voters. As you can see, no long queues. Of course, this is lunch hour. Perhaps it will pick up pace in some time. But hardly many voters, any voters in this particular polling booth here in Bandra East. We just saw some time back Uddhav Thackeray, Aditya Thackeray, casting their vote in this particular constituency. This is where Varun Sardesai is contesting against Zishan Siddiqui, both big names as far as this particular constituency is concerned. Let me just go across to a couple of voters. Hi, you just voted just now and absolutely no queues. What is going on?
Actually, there is a lot of confusion. There are two Jishan Siddiqui. One is Jishan Baba Siddiqui, another one is Jishan Siddiqui. Okay. So similar names and symbols, like which alliance, who represent which alliance.
That seems deliberate.
All the people inside are confused whom to vote, because they do not know assembly constituency candidate, but they know overall whom they are supposed to vote for.
Okay, so what are the issues that you're voting for? Bandra East is where Matoshri is, the Thackeray family resides here. So what have been your issues as residents of this constituency?
We are voting on a nation basis, so
okay.
That's it.
Okay, any issues that you want to talk about? What changes would you like to see?
No, we are happy with what the current government is doing.
Okay. So no changes at all. Everything is fine. Okay. So perhaps urban apathy is something we should speak about, since we are not seeing long queues here.
Right.
Don't you think more young people should come out and vote?
Right, they should.
Okay. All right. So, hardly any voters in this constituency, as I was pointing out. And we're talking about 16% voting Till now, till 11 a.m., we'll get to know of 1 p.m. numbers in just a bit. And we're talking about 36 constituencies in the city of Mumbai. It's a Wednesday. The Election Commission decided to strategically hold the elections on a weekday, but despite that, we're really not seeing that kind of turnout that one would expect on a day like this. But yes, as you said, high-stakes battle as far as the entire state of Maharashtra is concerned. There is a lot of voter confusion as well, as she was pointing out. There is a Zishan Baba Siddiqui and a Zishan Siddiqui as well, something that is seen in many other polling booths as well and other constituencies as well, where there is a similarity as far as names of contestants, and that is sometimes done deliberately by certain independents and certain parties. But talking about the battle in itself, in Mumbai you have big names such as Aditya Thackeray, Milind Deora contesting from Worli constituency, again high stakes battle. And here, as I mentioned, Zishan Varun, and of course across Maharashtra you have the CM and deputy CMs also contesting, be it Baramati, be it Nagpur or Thane. You are seeing high stakes battle there, and it is a battle of survival, it is a battle of identity as far as Sena is concerned. In more than 50 seats in 288 member constituency, you're seeing Sena versus Sena and NCP versus NCP in several parts of Western Maharashtra, and close to 75 seats is where BJP is contesting against Congress, especially in regions such as Vidarbha. So it is an identity survival battle for regional parties, and for national parties it is, one would say, a battle of prestige.
Absolutely, Radhika. Also, earlier today you spoke to Piyush Goyal, Senior Minister for Commerce and Industry in the Modi cabinet, and he is a Mumbai boy, he's a Mumbaikar, he's also the MP of the BJP from North Mumbai. Let's listen into what he said.
Piyush Goyal has just cast his vote. Let me just go across to him. Sir, a couple of questions. How different is 2024 election from 2019?
Well, I think the people of Maharashtra are coming out in much larger numbers. They are angry that despite having voted for a certain alliance in the past, there was a very, very unfortunate turn of events, due to which the vote which was given for a certain alliance was not truly able, we were not able to get a good government in Maharashtra. So I am very, very confident that this time they will give a reply to all those who betrayed the trust and vote which people had given in 2019 to a particular alliance, to a particular leader. All those who betrayed that vote of the people in 2019 are coming out in large numbers.
And what are the issues you'd like to focus on, and generally people are focusing on this time?
Our focus is only on development. We believe that Maharashtra should develop. The people of Maharashtra, the people of Mumbai should get a bright future.
On behalf of all of you, I would urge every voter in Mumbai and in Maharashtra to kindly go out and cast their vote. Vote for leaders, parties, alliances that have worked for you and will work for you in the future. I'm confident voter turnout in Mumbai will increase. Even in the Lok Sabha, early trends were not encouraging. They will be better.
Well, Milind Deora there, the Shiv Sena contestant, the Shiv Sena candidate from the high-profile constituency of Worli, which is where Aditya Thackeray is also contesting from. Milind Deora is, of course, a former minister, but he is a Shiv Sena MP there, and he is, of course, fighting this very difficult battle. But remember, while Mumbai is the city of dreams, it's also the city of stars. It's also known for its voter apathy, which is why several celebrities coming out and voting in large numbers is actually the best way to get voters out of their homes to vote, from Bollywood A-listers like Akshay Kumar and Rajkumar Rao to Master Blaster Sachin Tendulkar. Several celebrities were seen voting in the booths of Mumbai today. Let's take a look.
मैं अपील करती हूँ सब लोगों से, जितनी भी जनता इस एरिया में है, आपके घर के पास है ये वोट देने का, आप जरूर वोट देने के लिए आइए और वोट दीजिए। ये आपका हक है, आपका ड्यूटी है वोट देना, ताकि आप अपना हक जता सकते हैं अपने सरकार के साथ। सही पार्टी को आप चुनकर वोट दीजिए।
मेरे ख्याल से महोत्सव होता है, प्रजातंत्र का, लोकतंत्र का महोत्सव होता है, इसमें सबको भाग लेना चाहिए। इससे बड़ा एक आज़ाद देश में इससे बड़ा महोत्सव और किसी चीज़ का नहीं होता कि जो आज मतदान में भाग नहीं लेंगे फिर उनको 5 साल तक शिकायत करने का कोई भी अधिकार नहीं है। इट्स कूल टू बी अ पर्सन हु गोज एंड कास्ट हिज और हर वोट। बी कूल।
हमारा कॉमन मैन बहकेगा नहीं, ये आम आदमी हमारा वो सब जानता है, सब पहचानता है, अपनी ज़रूरत समझता है और मुझे उम्मीद है कि वो इस बहकावे में नहीं आएगा और उसी को वोट करेगा जो उसका अपना इशू है।
प्रॉब्लम इश्यूज इज इवन वी हैव टू बी एज रिस्पॉन्सिबल। बहुत सारे इशू हमारे खुद के भी है, सिविक सेंस हो, डिसिप्लिन हो। हम खुद मानते नहीं, हम मांगते सब कुछ है और डिलीवर खुद कुछ नहीं करते। लेकिन यही चाहूँगा कि मुंबई हमेशा एपी सेंटर रहा है बिजनेस का, हमेशा एपी सेंटर रहा है एंटरटेनमेंट का। वो ग्लोरी वापस आ जाए और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का काम हो ही रहा है। ऑफ कोर्स यू सी बहुत ही अच्छा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का काम हो रहा है, वो सही वक्त पे हो, सही तरीके से हो, क्योंकि क्या है रोड्स स्ट्रक्चर्स आएंगे ही आएंगे, लेकिन साथ साथ ग्रीन कवर हो, पार्क्स हो लोगों के लिए, वो बेसिक्स होनी ही चाहिए।
This is supposed to be one of the most prime areas of the city, the country, and I think roads and infrastructure is of key importance, and I hope whoever comes to power takes care of that.
Well, Chief Minister Eknath Shinde has also cast his vote. Remember that he is also one of the contenders there. He is contesting from his regular constituency in Thane. Let's look at those visuals. There casting his vote from his constituency, and on the other side you see Uddhav Thackeray and his family. Remember, Matoshri is in the constituency of Vandre East, and Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, who is at the center of this battle, he has cast his vote there from his constituency in Shinde.
आज बहुत ही लोकशाही का एक पवित्र दिन है, ये उत्सव है। ये लोकशाही को समृद्ध और मजबूत करने वाला उत्सव है। इसमें सभी ने मिलकर इस उत्सव में सहभागी होना चाहिए, सभी ने वोट करना चाहिए। 2019 में क्या हुआ था लोग आज भूले नहीं है। लोगों का मैंडेट क्या था, और लोगों का मैंडेट था महायुति, जनता का मैंडेट था महायुति, लेकिन सरकार महायुति की नहीं बनी, इसलिए वो लोगों के ध्यान में है पूरी तरह। और 2.5 साल का कार्यकाल भी देखा है उन्होंने, और हमारे 2.5 साल का भी देखा है, और इसलिए हमारे 2.5 साल में एक तरफ विकास, जो विकास को रोका था हमने उसको शुरू किया।
Eknath Shinde, there the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, speaking to media after casting his vote. Remember, he's also a contestant from his constituency of Kopri Pachpakudi there. And also, let's listen in to Congress Chief of Maharashtra, Nana Patole, who's also contesting this time. Let's listen in to what he said. He's contesting from his regular constituency in Vidarbha.
देखो, महाराष्ट्र में कांग्रेस की लीडरशिप में ही सरकार महाविकास आघाड़ी की बनेगी। उस तरह से जो मतदान का जो रुझान आ रहा है, कॉल आ रहा है, जो लोग मतदान के लिए जा रहे हैं, तो उसके आधार पर
Nagpur MP also voted today. In fact, he spoke to NDTV on what he thinks of these elections. Let's listen in to his conversation with my colleague Anurag Dwari.
We have with us Union Minister Nitin Gadkari ji. Sir, how confident are you about the prospects of BJP in Maharashtra and especially in Vidarbha?
I am 100% confident at any cost. 100% it is favor to BJP, and with the positivity and for the development, the people of Vidarbha will vote for BJP and Mahayuti. That I am very much confident about it.
But during the last elections, we have seen, the performance of the BJP was not at, what used to be. So what was the reason during the last election?
At that time, the voter was confused by Congress party, and they creating confusion in the mind of the people about the constitution. And their argument was that if the BJP will get 400 seats, they will change the constitution of Baba Sahib. And that was the argument. We don't want to change the constitution. We are very much committed for that. By the time, particularly in Raebareli, when Indira ji got elected, after that the High Court, Allahabad, had taken the decision against them. That time they actually, it's unfortunate for the democracy. The emergency started in the country, and at that time Congress party has taken a lot of decision where they make a lot of amendment in the constitution. And after Janata Party in 1977, they actually all rectify that. So that is the reason the party who actually damaged the constitution, they are trying to convince the people about they have to save the constitution. That is to be a big controversy. So now people understand the truth. So there is no problem. 100% we are going to win this election.
But don't you think the videos coming just before the elections, BJP leaders with huge currency, and then the whole entire Bitcoin scandal about Supriya Sule and NCP leaders involving few policemen also. The voter is also asked questions from both the parties.
Actually, these are the non-issues. It don't have any importance. People are going to vote for development, and they are going to judge who is the party and who are the leaders who can change their future. As far as the development is concerned, that is to be the biggest criteria of the people, and for that reason, people will vote for BJP and alliance, a Mahayuti alliance.
So my last question: who will be the CM, sir?
It is to be elected. Representative going to decide about it.
Now, allegations calling them baseless. Let's listen into what Mr. Tavade said and also what Ms. Supriya Sule said after the controversy broke out.
बीजेपी के राष्ट्रीय महासचिव विनोद तावड़े जी इस वक्त हमारे साथ हैं। विनोद जी, वोटिंग से कुछ घंटे पहले आप पे वोट से पहले नोट बांटने का आरोप लगा है। उन तस्वीरों को भी एक्सप्लेन करिए जहां पर लिफाफे से नोट निकल रहे हैं, डायरी लहराई जा रही है, आप बेबस बैठे हुए नजर आ रहे हैं, पानी पी रहे हैं। इन तमाम तस्वीरों से वोटर्स में कैसा संदेश गया कि वो आरोप सही है? आप क्या कहेंगे?
नहीं, पानी पीना से क्या आदमी गिल्टी होता है?
बेबस दिख रहे हैं आप।
कोई ऐसा है कि वहाँ जब जैसे महाविकास आघाड़ी के लोग आ गए, अपना बहुजन विकास आघाड़ी, तो वहाँ के डीसीपी मुझे कह रहे कि आप सीनियर है, आप यहाँ से निकल जाओ। मैंने कहा मैं अगर निकल जाऊँगा तो यहाँ हंगामा हो जाएगा। इफ़ आई एम देयर आई विल कंट्रोल इट। नंबर 1, मेरा मानना है कि सुप्रिया ताई राहुल गांधी ने 5 करोड़ का आरोप किया, तो वहाँ मिले भी नहीं इलेक्शन कमीशन को। तो वो 5 करोड़ अगर मेरे पास थे, ये इन्होंने कंफर्म किया होगा, तो इन्होंने मुझे लौटाने चाहिए। नंबर 1। नंबर 2, वहाँ पर जो लोग नोट दिखा रहे थे या डायरी दिखा रहे थे, वो कोई मेरी डायरी थी नहीं। मेरी डायरी तो इतनी छोटी सी है, इसमें चिल्लर रहती है, बड़े नोट रहते भी नहीं है। नंबर 2, जो इंक्वायरी करनी है, मैं वहाँ एंटर करने से सीसीटीवी फुटेज है, मेरी गाड़ी इलेक्शन कमीशन चेक की, उसमें कुछ मिला नहीं। तो जो चेक करना है करे। 40 साल से मैं राजनीति में हूँ, कभी एक पैसा किसी को दिया नहीं किसी वोट के लिए।
ठीक है, अब उसका मैं काउंटर क्वेश्चन एक पूछना चाहती हूँ। पहला ये 9,93,500 रुपए जो मिले वो कहाँ से आए?
9,93,000 की जो कैश थी वो हमारे चुनाव प्रमुख ने कहा कि हमने ऑलरेडी आज के फूड पैकेट जो बूथ पे जाते हैं उसके पेमेंट की थी, और वो चुनाव आयोग के अकाउंट्स में पहले ही लिखी है।
कल मीडिया की तरफ से मुझे ये सब वॉइस रिकॉर्डिंग्स और कुछ भेजा गया। जब मेरे हाथ में आया, मैंने पहली चीज़ की कि मैंने पूना के कमिश्नर साहब को फ़ोन किया और मैंने कमिश्नर जी को बोला कि ये फेक कुछ वीडियोस चल रहे हैं, मैं आपको भेज रही हूँ, मुझे साइबर क्राइम में कंप्लेन करनी है। तो उन्होंने कहा ज़रूर आप करिए। मैंने फट से साइबर क्राइम में ऑनलाइन में कंप्लेन कर दी। उसके बाद भारतीय जनता पार्टी के स्पोक्स पर्सन है, उन्होंने एक प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस ली। उसके बाद मैंने वकीलों को मेरे फ़ोन किया और आज सुबह मैंने श्री त्रिवेदी जी को मैंने एक क्रिमिनल डेफमेशन नोटिस भेजी है।
Let's now talk about the prestige battle in Baramati, the Pawar bastion, which also witnessed a high-profile battle in the Lok Sabha elections of 2024. Supriya Sule versus Sunetra Pawar. Of course, Supriya Sule became the MP from Baramati, and this time it's Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar versus his nephew and the grandnephew of Sharad Pawar, Yugendra Pawar, that is at stakes here. In fact, it's a high-stakes Pawar family showdown that is happening. The focus, of course, is on Baramati. Will Ajit Pawar secure 8th term by defeating his nephew? NDTV exclusive with Ajit Pawar, and also we spoke to his nephew Yogendra Pawar, who's also his contesting against him. Both Pawar family factions and factions of the party are confident of victory for them respectively.
मैंने पूरे बारामती में सब लोगों को मिलने की कोशिश की और मुझे विश्वास है बारामती के लोग इस दफा मुझे अच्छे वोटों से जीत के दे देंगे।
के सामने कुल 23 उम्मीदवार हैं इस कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी में, लेकिन सबसे कड़े उम्मीदवार जो है वो हमें लगता है कि अजीत पवार जी, जो कि 7 बार यहाँ से विधायक चुने जा चुके हैं। 1991 से लगातार वो यहाँ के एमएलए रहे हैं। कितना चुनौतीपूर्ण आप इसे मानते हैं?
ठीक है, पर वो 7वीं इलेक्शन में पवार साहब की साथ थी, उनको पवार साहब का आशीर्वाद था, सपोर्ट था, इसलिए वो वहाँ
अब तक जीत कर आए। आपका कहना है कि अब तक शरद पवार जी का आशीर्वाद था उनको, इसीलिए अब तक वो जीतते रहे।
मतलब इसलिए उनको लोगों का भी आशीर्वाद मिलता था, पर अभी पवार साहब उनके साथ नहीं है, मतलब वही छोड़ के गए। और पवार साहब का आशीर्वाद और हम एक साथ है, पवार साहब भी हमारे साथ है, और जहाँ पवार साहब है वहाँ बारामती की जनता है।
My colleague Jitendra Dixit joins us from Baramati. Jitendra Dixit, tell us how critical is this battle for the Sharad Pawar family and for Ajit Pawar specifically, because it's a lot about his survival, and how are people of the constituency looking at this?
Right, Vasudha, as far as people are concerned, people of Baramati are experiencing a feeling of deja vu. Just 5 months ago during Lok Sabha elections, there was a contest between 2 family members of Pawar, and once again in this Vidhan Sabha election, again 2 family members of the same family are contesting against each other. Ajit Pawar, who is sitting MLA from the Baramati constituency, is being challenged by his own nephew, Yugendra Pawar, and there is a fierce contest between uncle and nephew at this level, and also at a broader level where Sharad Pawar's party is being challenged by Ajit Pawar's NCP, and at different constituencies there is a fierce contest between the candidates of 2 parties. As far as this Baramati constituency is concerned, there are total 24 number of candidates on this seat, and but the most fierce contest, the most bitter contest is between Ajit Pawar, who has been MLA from this seat, with Yugendra, and he will be able to win the seat. I have a local voter here, Swaraj Doshi. He is also a political enthusiast. Let's talk to him and let's ask him, what do you think, who is having an edge over this particular seat?
Okay, talking about Baramati constituency, dilemma is quite prevalent today also. As we see, Ajit Dada Pawar has a quite very well edge on this seat, considering the development policies and infrastructure which he has brought in. Also, the voters have a quite sentimental wave regarding Pawar Sahab. The narrative that went in was Lok Sabhila Tai and Vidhan Sabhila Dada. Let's see how this works out, but overall edge stands with Ajit Dada as of now.
Okay, so as he has explained that people of Baramati have decided that in Lok Sabha they will be favoring Supriya Sule, and in Vidhan Sabha Ajit Pawar. But this is just a hypothetical statement. Let us see what happens on 23rd of November when EVM machines are opened and what they throw up as results. But if I talk about the voters turnout, in the morning we had witnessed long queues outside various polling booths. But this particular polling booth where I am standing right now, Supriya Sule had voted here along with her other family members. But in the afternoon time, I see that number has diminished. The number of voters had diminished, and very few people are coming out to vote, which is quite in contrast with the Lok Sabha time when it was very hot and humid here in Baramati. But still, there were large queues being witnessed. There was a very good number of voter turnout that time in Lok Sabha. But this time in Vidhan Sabha, we are witnessing a very contrasting picture. Vasudha.
Thank you, Jitendra Dixit, for joining us with those details. But let's also now talk about the important 15 by-polls that are happening across the country, of course, in 6 states. And over to some breaking news now. ECI has cracked the whip on UP. In fact, Akhilesh Yadav, Samajwadi Party Supremo, has asked voters to go back to polling booths. Some of them have said that they were harassed and they were sent back. BJP has in fact approached the ECI again, saying that some of the voters many voters are being allowed to vote despite their identification ID not being there. My colleague Tanushka joins us with more details on this. Tanushka has been reporting from Ghaziabad, which is also witnessing one of those important bypolls today. Tanushka, tell us what is this flashpoint between the Samajwadi Party and the BJP now?
Well, the Samajwadi Party came out with, video proof of people not being allowed to go into polling booths across Uttar Pradesh and people being stopped to go into polling. I am also currently outside one of the polling booths in Ghaziabad. But what we know as of now is that the Election Commission has whipped the police personnel in these districts and has taken action on these cops as well after complaints, after voters complained of harassment and that they were not being allowed to go inside to cast their vote. The Election Commission has suspended some police personnel as well in Uttar Pradesh. 2 sub-inspectors in Kanpur have been suspended. And taking note of this, that Election Commission has taken active action on this, complaint by the Samajwadi Party. Akhilesh Yadav has also come out urging the voters to go back and cast their vote. He's urged all the voters that if, this time round they're not allowed, then they can directly, raise complaints or raise the issue as well. But he's urged all of these voters who were not allowed to cast their vote to go back to these voting stations. And police personnel, new deployment has also happened across all 9 districts, and tighter security measures are also being taken to ensure now that this sort of a thing is not repeated, wherein of course the voters are not being allowed to go in to cast their vote. This is after the Election Commission has taken action by suspending a few police personnel in Uttar Pradesh.
Right, Tanushka, important detail there. Samajwadi Party accusing police of deterring some people from casting votes in Uttar Pradesh, where bypolls are underway in 9 constituencies, and the BJP alleging that faces of certain women voters are not visible and not aligned with their ID cards, and that is something that they are hoping that ECI will be cognizant of. Thank you, Tanushka, for joining us with those details. Moving on to another important state where polling is happening in 38 constituencies. This is the second phase of elections in Jharkhand, where the campaign was centered around tribal identity and also BJP's aggressive push around infiltrators from Bangladesh, that the party said was completely responsible for the reduction in tribal numbers. And of course, the JMM campaign was led by the Chief Minister of Jharkhand, Hemant Soren, plus the Congress, and that coalition's focus was completely on welfare and also their own understanding of tribal identity, focusing on the Sadhana code. Today's elections in Jharkhand are focused on Santal Parganas. Santal Parganas is voting today, and Santal Parganas is seen as a tribal heartland of Jharkhand, very, very critical for the tribal identity and also something that was very important for the formation of the state in 2000.
मैं समस्त मतदाताओं से मैं अपील करता हूं कि लोकतंत्र का ये महापर्व है, अपना मताधिकार का प्रयोग करें। हमें 5 वर्षों में एक बार अवसर मिलता है अपने हाथों से अपने प्रदेश को संवारने का, और इसलिए समस्त मतदाता भाई और बहनों से मैं अपील करता हूं, इस अवसर को गंवाना नहीं। प्राप्त संकेत जो मिल रहा है, झारखंड की जनता अब परिवर्तन का मन बना चुकी है। हेमंत सोरेन की सरकार जा रही है और झारखंड में बीजेपी के नेतृत्व में एनडीए की सरकार आ रही है।
मैं ये समझती हूँ कि उतने कम वक्त में मैंने पूरी अपनी मेहनत लगा के पूरा जी तोड़ मेहनत किया है और लोगों को वो सुविधाएं दी हैं जो उनका हक है। और कहीं ना कहीं अगर इतने कम कार्यकाल में मैंने इतना काम किया है तो आप समझ सकते हैं कि 5 साल तो मेरे लिए बहुत लंबा रहेगा और उस समय मेरे पास बहुत समय भी रहेगा और बहुत काम करने के लिए वक्त भी रहेगा। और आपकी अबुआ सरकार के लिए आपके हेमंत दादा, हेमंत बेटा ने जी तोड़ मेहनत की है इस उतार चढ़ाव के कार्यकाल में, जहाँ हेमंत सोरेन जी को जेल भी जाना पड़ा, लेकिन उन्होंने हिम्मत नहीं हारी और झारखंड के मान सम्मान हक के लिए लड़ाई को बुलंद किया है। मैं चाहती हूं कि आप अपना प्यार, अपना आशीर्वाद हेमंत सोरेन जी और हमारी महागठबंधन को दें।
My colleague Prabhakar joins me. He's been tracking Jharkhand elections very closely. Prabhakar, you've not just been to urban constituencies, but also to rural constituencies. We've been speaking about urban apathy in the city of Mumbai. How is it looking like in Jharkhand?
Yeah, even in Jharkhand, if you talk about the urban constituencies, that apathy is there visible. But I have moved on. I decided to move on from the urban areas to rural areas. And you can see very soothing visuals coming from here. Long queue of women voters, even men voters, and it's already 1:30, and they are telling me that since morning this queue has not broken. So this is continuing, this entire queue of voters waiting for their turn. And if you go by these numbers, if you go by these visuals, it should easily, the voting percentage here should easily cross somewhere around 75 to 80%. But what happens eventually is that apathy of urban voters drags down the entire voting percentage, and it would land somewhere around 50 to 60%. But kudos to these rural voters, these voters from the rural area. They are lining up here since morning, and they are refusing to kind of give up, and they are waiting for their turn. And that queue of voters has almost touched the road out there. It's a school campus, and they have actually this queue has moved out of the campus now. Yeah. And
Right.
talking about the second phase, the importance of the second phase as we were discussing, it's a tribal heartland, Santhal Pargana and the Koilanchal. These are the two regions which are going to poll today. Koilanchal happens to be the industrial area of Jharkhand. This is the Dhanbad and Bokaro area. But most important politically is Santhal Pargana. That is a tribal heartland that has always been ruled by JMM. That is where the emergence of JMM happened as a political party. Emergence of Shibu Soren and Hemant Soren happened as political leaders. BJP this time tried to create a narrative on the ground by talking about the illegal immigrants and kind of try to dent into the tribal vote bank, the traditional tribal vote bank of JMM. So today it would be a very interesting testing ground whether BJP has succeeded in doing so or not, because if the number of seats in the Santhal Pargana area, which is dominated by JMM, if that falls and BJP is able to score some numbers over there, that would be a very interesting perspective to see. So today, that way, it is a very crucial day for BJP as well.
Right. Also, Prabhakar, tell us a little bit about the important candidates who are contesting there, specifically from the Soren family, because not just Basant Soren, but also Durga Soren is contesting, but of course from a different party.
Yeah, 4 Sorens are in fray actually, 3 of them from JMM. You talk about Hemant Soren himself, then his wife Kalpana Soren, who is I always tell her she is the rising star of JMM, the way she has been campaigning all single-handedly without the support of any of those leaders, and she has been like the crowd puller, the real big crowd puller over there. Then you have Basant Soren, who happens to be Chief Minister's brother. He is contesting from Dumka, and then Durga Soren, who is contesting on the BJP ticket. So there are 4 Sorens in fray. Then you have Babulal Marandi, who is a BJP state president and a former chief minister. You have Sudesh Mehto, who is the AJSU, All Jharkhand Student Union chief, and he is a very important ally of NDA, contesting on 10 seats. Then you have 5 sitting ministers. You have leader of opposition also contesting in this particular phase, and then you have 11 former ministers. So as far as the big names in the fray are concerned, there are quite a them, and especially the Soren family, their fate, or all the 4 Soren family members, their fate would be decided today itself.
Thank you, Prabhakar, for joining us with those details. We'll keep coming back to you. Let me also inform my viewers that till 1 p.m., 32.18% voter turnout has been recorded in Maharashtra. Disappointing yet, but of course the number is growing, and we hope that it at least touches 60-65%, which has been something that Maharashtra has been voting for. But the numbers in Mumbai have always been quite low. Urban apathy is something that Mumbai is known for. In Jharkhand, of course, a better picture, 47.9% voter turnout recorded till 1 p.m. This is what we know from the ECI numbers. Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro.
world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
We reached an agreement on patrolling. We have gone back to where the situation was in 2020, and we can say with that the disengagement process with China, you can say, has been completed. The understanding, to my knowledge, is that we will be able to do the patrolling which we were doing in 2020.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
AI is going to be one of the most important, drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level.
NDTV World Summit was more than just a conversation. It was a confluence of ideas poised to shape our global future.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त पण का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
The last elections of 2024. It's the battle for India's economic heart. An election that will decide Maharashtra's future.
Can the big brother BJP manage the competing ambitions of Mahayuti? Can the Red Book rally the voters once again for Congress and its allies? So as Maharashtra's future trajectory takes shape, we report from the ground.
Two visions, two ideology, one verdict. An election where no caste chemistry can yield a perfect formula.
It's a state that is splintered with power battles. The big question, will Maharashtra poll outcome unify parties or divide them further? And who will emerge as Maharashtra's undisputed leader?
It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con, NDTV initiative for cyber safety. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been
independent reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps.
And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts.
The Election Commission cracks the whip in Uttar Pradesh, where by-polls are underway. Cops are suspended. This action taken after the police turned voters away. This was highlighted by several politicians. Akhilesh Yadav urges voters to go back and cast their vote. It's the day of reckoning in Maharashtra and Jharkhand. Maharashtra polling is underway, while in Jharkhand it's the second and final phase of the elections. Till 1 p.m., 32.18% voter turnout in Maharashtra, while in Jharkhand it has been 47.9%. So in Maharashtra, the big battle between the Mahayuti versus the MVA. In Maximum City, voter turnout till 1 p.m. is 27.7%, but some polling booths are seen to be empty, like in South Mumbai and the Kolaba polling booth, empty chairs are seen. And it's the third day of severe air pollution in the national capital region. Now the Delhi government decides that 50% Delhi government employees will work from home in a measure to counter traffic and bring down the pollution, as well as for the health of the employees. And the Prime Minister is on the last leg of his foreign tour in Guyana, and the Prime Minister gets a key to the city of Georgetown in honor for the Indian Prime Minister. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat, and it's election day today in Jharkhand as well as in Maharashtra, where key battles are playing out. Voting underway for 288 seats in Maharashtra. In Jharkhand, across 38 constituencies. It's the second and final day of polling there. There are also by-polls that are underway in 15 assembly seats across UP, Punjab, Kerala and Uttarakhand. And all day today, we've been bringing you all the very latest. And the big breaking news now coming in from Uttar Pradesh is the Election Commission has cracked the whip there and taken action against the police. This is after complaints of harassment by the police also being turned away from polling booths by police. So the Election Commission, they're acting fast. One has to say, after these complaints were made, and cops have now been suspended. Remember, this has been a big complaint by opposition leaders that very often in particular areas, in certain pockets, that they see that the cops are very hostile. And Akhilesh Yadav now has urged voters that go back and cast your vote. He said those who have been turned away, go back and cast your vote. Samajwadi Party very optimistic about these by-elections in Uttar Pradesh. Let's just listen into what the Samajwadi Party chief had to say.
जब से बोर्ड पढ़ना शुरू हुआ है, तब से शिकायत आना शुरू हो गई हैं। ये तमाम शिकायतें हम लोग कर चुके हैं। लगता ये है कि चुनाव आयोग की इंद्रियां काम नहीं कर रही हैं, न उसे दिखाई दे रहा है, न सुनाई दे रहा है। बीजेपी ये चुनाव बोर्ड से नहीं, खोट से जीतना चाह रही है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी ये उपचुनाव बोर्ड से नहीं, खोट से जीतना चाहती है। भाजपा हार के डर से प्रशासन पर बेईमानी करने का दबाव बना रही है.
All right, let's go across to Tanushka now, who joins us from Uttar Pradesh, from Ghaziabad there. And Tanushka, tell us more about what has happened. What were the complaints exactly? We're seeing some of those visuals, the Election Commission really, stepping in and taking action against the cops. Akhilesh Yadav saying the BJP wants to win not through votes, through court. But give us the very latest.
Right, Gargi. So, video proof of this scuffle, or rather this sort of an altercation between the police personnel as well as UP candidates and the people who have come to these booths to vote has also come out, which has been posted on the social media platform X of the Samajwadi Party. And in these videos, what we can understand is that the police is checking the voter ID cards and other identity cards of these voters, which is not allowed. So thereafter, the Samajwadi Party raised a complaint with the Election Commission that, the police personnel in Uttar Pradesh is creating problems and is not allowing voters from going inside the voting booths to cast their vote, which is, of course, constitutionally not right to do. And after this, the Election Commission has taken very prompt action and suspended a few police personnel across a few districts in Uttar Pradesh. In Kanpur, 2 sub-inspectors have been suspended, and in Muzaffarnagar now as well, which is where this scuffle broke out between the police personnel and Uttar Pradesh candidate from the AIMIM party. After this, 2 police personnel from Muzaffarnagar have also been suspended. And across all these 9 districts, the police personnel, there's been new deployment, and have also been told that, now these voters who have been urged by Akhilesh Yadav to come back to their voting booths to cast their vote now. After this action was taken by the Election Commission, he's urged all voters to come back to their voting booths to cast their vote, and if this time round they're again, not permitted to go to their booths to cast their vote, then they may directly raise complaints with the ECI. After this, of course, the ECI took prompt action, and as a rollout of that, as we are seeing that these people are now being urged by Akhilesh Yadav to return to the voting booths to cast their to exercise their constitutional right.
That's right, Tanushka, and the Election Commission, they're stepping in after this criticism. This has been a common complaint by leaders in UP that during elections, particular communities are harassed, that women in burqas are sometimes asked for, the check by the cops. So all this is very, hostile behavior towards them, and the Election Commission suspending cops. Let's now focus, Tanushka, on the other issue we were speaking about the scuffle that took place. Remember, there are 9 by-polls seats that have gone to the by-polls in Uttar Pradesh, and that's a video really of this scuffle that has taken place. This is the Muzaffarnagar Mirapur by-election, where, as Tanushka said, there was a confrontation between the MIM candidate and the police. Candidate Arshad Rana and the police engaged in this scuffle, and the candidate's son was taken into custody. So here as well, some action has been taken. Give us the details.
What we know is exactly this, Gargi, that, this UP Mirapur candidate Arshad's son has been taken into custody after a scuffle broke out between him and the police personnel out there at the, polling booth, after there was some sort of a misunderstanding, as well as, again, the same thing that we're seeing in Muzaffarnagar as well, wherein the police personnel are checking the identity cards of these voters who are going in, which is not allowed to do as per the rules and regulations of the elections which are held. So as per this, and as a fallout of this, again the Election Commission has suspended 2 sub-inspectors in Muzaffarnagar, taking stock of the situation that broke out in Muzaffarnagar as well.
All right, so action taking place by the Election Commission. There were complaints of perhaps a mobile phone being taken also into the booth. Thanks so much, Tanushka, for joining us with all those developments in Uttar Pradesh, where voters were turned away, and the Election Commission has suspended cops. Also, cops suspended after a scuffle, and Akhilesh Yadav appealing to voters to return to those polling booths. Well, let's now turn our focus to Maharashtra, where polling is also underway, and to financial capital and maximum city Mumbai, where there's been some concern over slow voting in the morning time, but now at 1 p.m. the total polling turnout, voter turnout in Mumbai is at 27.7%. So hopefully Mumbai will not be struck by that low voter trend that one has often seen in our big cities, especially in Mumbai, where there's a lot of talk around apathy of the voters. There you can see some of the top leaders who came out earlier today. Aditya Thackeray and Uddhav Thackeray come to cast their vote. Aditya Thackeray is contesting from Worli, and where Milind Deora is the candidate that he is up against. So there in Mumbai, there are 36 assembly constituencies in the Mumbai region, and the BJP's dominance really challenged by the realignments that we've seen in this particular election over the last 2 years that we have seen in Maharashtra. Let's just listen into what a member of parliament from Mumbai, Piyush Goyal, had to say, where he, and Union Minister, where he made an appeal for voters to really come out and cast their votes, and said that our focus is on development. We want to help the state develop.
Piyush Goyal has just cast his vote. Let me just go across to him. Sir, a couple of questions. How different is 2024 election from 2019?
Well, I think the people of Maharashtra are coming out in much larger numbers. They are angry that despite having voted for a certain alliance in the past, there was a very unfortunate turn of events, due to which the vote which was given for a certain alliance was not truly able, we were not able to get a good government in Maharashtra. So I'm very confident that this time they will give a reply to all those who betrayed the trust and vote which people had given in 2019 to a particular alliance, to a particular leader. All those who betrayed that vote of the people in 2019 are coming out in large numbers.
And what are the issues you'd like to focus on, and generally people are focusing on this time?
Our focus is only on development. We believe that Maharashtra should develop. The people of Maharashtra, the people of Mumbai should get a bright future.
On behalf of all of you, I would urge every voter in Mumbai and in Maharashtra to kindly go out and cast their vote. Vote for leaders, parties, alliances that have worked for you and will work for you in the future. I'm confident voter turnout in Mumbai will increase. Even in the Lok Sabha, early trends were not encouraging. They will be better.
आज बहुत ही लोकशाही का एक पवित्र दिन है। ये उत्सव है, ये लोकशाही को समृद्ध और मजबूत करने वाला उत्सव है। इसमें सभी ने मिलकर इस उत्सव में सहभागी होना चाहिए, सभी ने वोट करना चाहिए। 2019 में क्या हुआ था लोग आज भूले नहीं है। लोगों का मैंडेट क्या था, और लोगों का मैंडेट था महायुति, जनता का मैंडेट था महायुति, लेकिन सरकार महायुति की नहीं बनी, इसलिए वो लोगों के ध्यान में है पूरी तरह। और 2.5 साल का कार्यकाल भी देखा है उन्होंने, और हमारे 2.5 साल का भी देखा है, और इसलिए हमारे 2.5 साल में एक तरफ विकास, जो विकास को रोका था, हमने उसको शुरू किया।
देखो, महाराष्ट्र में कांग्रेस की लीडरशिप में ही सरकार महाविकास आघाड़ी की बनेगी। उस तरह से जो मतदान का जो रुझान आ रहा है, कॉल आ रहा है, जो लोग मतदान के लिए जा रहे हैं, तो उसके आधार पर राज्य में कांग्रेस की सबसे ज़्यादा कैंडिडेट चुन के आएंगे और महाविकास आघाड़ी की सरकार आएंगी, इसमें कोई दो मत नहीं है। आपने देखा होगा कि कल भारतीय जनता पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय महासचिव विनोद तावड़े ये पैसे बांटते हुए पकड़े गए। बीजेपी आज पैसे बांटकर और दारू बांटकर चुनाव जीतना चाहते हैं, तो ये क्या नोट जिहाद है या दारू जिहाद है?
आपका मुख्यमंत्री हो रहा है क्या महाराष्ट्र में?
बिल्कुल महाविकास आघाड़ी का मुख्यमंत्री होगा।
And when we talk about Mumbai, we of course have to talk about about Bollywood and the stars there. And Mumbai is known for voter apathy. This morning there were several celebrity voters, stars who had come out to cast their vote and also appeal to Mumbaikars to come out and cast their votes as well. And Bollywood A-listers like Akshay Kumar, Rajkumar Rao were all seen this morning coming out to cast their vote. Ranveer Singh as well, Karan Johar there also casting his vote. Master Blaster Sachin Tendulkar, who is something of a mascot for the Mumbai elections. There have been recorded messages of his going out to citizens, asking them to come out and make sure that they visit their polling booth and cast their vote. Let's just listen in to what some of them had to say this morning.
मैं अपील करती हूँ सब लोगों से, जितनी भी जनता इस एरिया में है, आपके घर के पास है ये वोट देने का, आप जरूर वोट देने के लिए आइए और वोट दीजिए। ये आपका हक है, आपका ड्यूटी है वोट देना, ताकि आप अपना हक जता सकते हैं अपने सरकार के साथ। सही पार्टी को आप चुनकर वोट दीजिए।
मेरे ख्याल से महोत्सव होता है, प्रजातंत्र का, लोकतंत्र का महोत्सव होता है, इसमें सबको भाग लेना चाहिए। इससे बड़ा एक आज़ाद देश में इससे बड़ा महोत्सव और किसी चीज़ का नहीं होता कि जो आज मतदान में भाग नहीं लेंगे फिर उनको 5 साल तक शिकायत करने का कोई भी अधिकार नहीं है। इट्स कूल टू बी अ पर्सन हु गोज एंड कास्ट हिज और हर वोट। बी कूल।
हमारा कॉमन मैन बहकेगा नहीं, ये आम आदमी हमारा वो सब जानता है, सब पहचानता है, अपनी ज़रूरत समझता है और मुझे उम्मीद है कि वो इस बहकावे में नहीं आएगा और उसी को वोट करेगा जो उसका अपना इशू है।
The problem issues is even we have to be as responsible. बहुत सारे इशू हमारे खुद के भी है, सिविक सेंस हो, डिसिप्लिन हो। हम खुद मानते नहीं, हम मांगते सब कुछ है और डिलीवर खुद कुछ नहीं करते। लेकिन यही चाहूँगा कि मुंबई हमेशा एपी सेंटर रहा है बिजनेस का, हमेशा एपी सेंटर रहा है एंटरटेनमेंट का। वो ग्लोरी वापस आ जाए और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का काम हो ही रहा है। ऑफ कोर्स यू सी बहुत ही अच्छा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का काम हो रहा है, वो सही वक्त पे हो, सही तरीके से हो, क्योंकि क्या है रोड्स स्ट्रक्चर्स आएंगे ही आएंगे, लेकिन साथ साथ ग्रीन कवर हो, पार्क्स हो लोगों के लिए, वो बेसिक्स होनी ही चाहिए।
This is supposed to be one of the most prime areas of the city, the country. And I think roads and infrastructure is of key importance, and I hope whoever comes to power takes care of that.
All right, so there we saw some film stars talking about polling and coming out to cast their vote in Mumbai, and let's just listen into Ranbir Kapoor as well.
यह आपका फ़र्ज़ है टू वोट। अगर आपने अभी तक वोट नहीं किया है तो प्लीज़ आइए। जो फैसिलिटी है पार्लियन में, दिस इज़ ओपन टिल 8 बजे तक खुला है, सो प्लीज़ कम एंड कास्ट योर वोट। थैंक यू।
All right, so that's a look at Mumbai and seeing how Maximum City is coming out to cast their vote, and celebrities there making appeals, and let's really hope that that voter apathy one hears about in Mumbai is not seen this time around, and that people come out. 27.7% polling has taken place till 1 o'clock in Maximum City. But let's look at the larger picture, Maharashtra, and this is the big battle for Maharashtra, where the ruling BJP-led Mahayuti alliance vying to retain power, the Mahavikas Aghadi combine, hoping for a strong comeback. It's an election that is seeing, a very changed political landscape in the state, and one that can impact the national landscape as well. There's been 32.18% polling recorded in the entire state till 1 p.m. If we take a look at some of the key leaders, there's Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, who has really emerged as a tall leader after breaking away from the Shiv Sena, splitting it into two, taking a majority of the MLAs with him. And he is someone who recently announced the Ladki Behan scheme, which is said to be a big game changer, perhaps, especially getting that woman vote that everyone vies for. You have Deputy Chief Minister Devinder Fadnavis defending his stronghold in Nagpur Southwest. NCP leader and Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar, who is seeking to retain the family bastion of Baramati, but a very, again, a split in the family there as he takes on his nephew and the candidate for the NCP, Sharad Pawar faction of the NCP. There are various factors that are being talked about in this election in Maharashtra. Everybody is also saying there's no overarching issue, that it is various mini elections, that each region has its own separate issue, whether it be agrarian crisis, the soybean farmers, whether it be coastal issues, whether it be urban issues, or even about jobs in certain urban centers. Also OBC consolidation, Maratha reservation are also something that could impact the elections. That will only, what really has played out will be known only on counting day. Also, the number of candidates has significantly increased, so many smaller parties and rebels there in the fray. Now, we spoke, NDTV's Anurag Dwari spoke to Nitin Gadkari, who in Nagpur, who hit out at the Congress for spreading a false narrative, saying that the Congress is the only one who ever tampered with the Constitution, and we will never change the Constitution.
We have with us Union Minister Nitin Gadkari ji. Sir, how confident are you about the prospects of BJP in Maharashtra and especially in Vidarbha?
I am 100% confident at any cost. 100% it is favor to BJP, and with the positivity and for the development, the people of Vidarbha will vote for BJP and Mahayuti. That I am very much confident about it.
But during the last elections, we have seen, the performance of the BJP was not at, what used to be. So what was the reason during the last election?
At that time, the voter was confused by Congress party, and they creating confusion in the mind of the people about the Constitution. And their argument was that if the BJP will get 400 seats, they will change the Constitution of Baba Sahib. And that was the argument. We don't want to change the Constitution. We are very much committed for that. By the time, particularly in Raebareli, when Indiraji got elected, after that the High Court, Allahabad, had taken the decision against them. That time it's unfortunate for the democracy. The emergency started in the country, and at that time Congress party has taken a lot of decisions where they make a lot of amendment in the Constitution. And after Janata Party in 1977, they actually all rectified that. So that is the reason the party who actually damaged the Constitution, they are trying to convince the people about they have to save the Constitution. That is to be a big controversy. So now people understand the truth. So there is no problem. 100% we are going to win this election.
But don't you think the videos coming just before the elections, BJP leaders with huge currency, and then the whole entire Bitcoin scandal about Supriya Sule and NCP leaders involving few policemen also. The voter is also asked questions from both the parties.
Actually, these are the non-issues. It don't have any importance. People are going to vote for development, and they are going to judge who is the party and who are the leaders who can change their future. As far as the development is concerned, that is to be the biggest criteria of the people, and for that reason people will vote for BJP and alliance, a Mahayuti alliance.
So my last question, who will be the CM, sir?
It is to be elected. Representative going to decide about it.
All right, so Nitin Gadkari, they're not answering the question of who will be the chief minister should the Mahayuti return to power. But let's talk about those scams that Anurag was trying to question him about. It's been scam versus scam on polling day in Maharashtra. In Mumbai's Virar Bahujan Vikas Aghadi, workers yesterday we saw confronting BJP General Secretary Vinod Tavade over accusations of attempting to bribe voters, which both he and the BJP firmly rejected. The BVA claimed that he had cash with him, that he had a bag in which he was carrying 5 crore. He has challenged this and said check the CCTV and do a thorough investigation. But later yesterday evening, the BJP held a press conference where they alleged that Supriya Sule and Nana Patole were involved in a cryptocurrency scam. So if the BJP is being accused of cash for votes, Supriya Sule being accused of bitcoins for votes, so cryptocurrency for votes. And Supriya Sule, however, refuted the allegation. Speaking to NDTV, she also said that she had filed a criminal complaint with the Election Commission and the Cyber Crime Department as well. Congress leader Patole too said he in fact fact said he doesn't even understand what Bitcoin is. The BJP's allegations came after former IPS officer Ravindranath Patil claimed that Sule and Patole misappropriated Bitcoins from a 2018 cryptocurrency fraud case to fund the ongoing assembly election. So let's just take a look at what the leaders had to say first. Vinod Tawde.
पानी पी रहे हैं, इन तमाम तस्वीरों से वोटर्स में कैसा संदेश गया कि वो आरोप सही है? आप क्या कहेंगे?
नहीं, पानी पीना से क्या आदमी गिल्टी होता है?
बेबस दिख रहे हैं आप।
कोई ऐसा है कि वहाँ जब जैसे महाविकास आघाड़ी के लोग आ गए, अपना बहुजन विकास आघाड़ी, तो वहाँ के डीसीपी मुझे कह रहे कि आप सीनियर है, आप यहाँ से निकल जाओ। मैंने कहा मैं अगर निकल जाऊंगा तो यहाँ हंगामा हो जाएगा। इफ़ आई एम देयर आई विल कंट्रोल इट। नंबर 1, मेरा मानना है कि सुप्रिया ताई राहुल गांधी ने 5 करोड़ का आरोप किया, तो वहाँ मिले भी नहीं इलेक्शन कमीशन को, तो वो 5 करोड़ अगर मेरे पास थे, ये इन्होंने कंफर्म किया होगा, तो इन्होंने मुझे लौटाने चाहिए। नंबर 1। नंबर 2, वहाँ पर जो लोग नोट दिखा रहे थे या डायरी दिखा रहे थे, वो कोई मेरी डायरी थी नहीं। मेरी डायरी तो इतनी छोटी सी है, इसमें चिल्लर रहती है, बड़े नोट रहते भी नहीं है। नंबर 2, जो इंक्वायरी करनी है, मैं वहाँ एंटर करने से सीसीटीवी फुटेज है, मेरी गाड़ी इलेक्शन कमीशन चेक की, उसमें कुछ मिला नहीं। तो जो चेक करना है करे। 40 साल से मैं राजनीति में हूँ, कभी एक पैसा किसी को दिया नहीं किसी वोट के लिए।
ठीक है, अब उसका मैं काउंटर क्वेश्चन एक पूछना चाहती हूँ। पहला ये 9,93,500 रुपए जो मिले वो कहाँ से आए?
9,93,000 की जो कैश थी वो हमारे चुनाव प्रमुख ने कहा कि हमने ऑलरेडी आज के फूड पैकेट जो बूथ पे जाते हैं उसके पेमेंट की थी, और वो चुनाव आयोग के अकाउंट्स में पहले ही लिखी है।
कल मीडिया की तरफ से मुझे ये सब वॉइस रिकॉर्डिंग्स और कुछ भेजा गया। जब मेरे हाथ में आया, मैंने पहली चीज़ की कि मैंने पूना के कमिश्नर साहब को फ़ोन किया और मैंने कमिश्नर जी को बोला कि ये फेक कुछ वीडियोस चल रहे हैं, मैं आपको भेज रही हूँ, मुझे साइबर क्राइम में कंप्लेन करनी है। तो उन्होंने कहा ज़रूर आप करिए। मैंने फट से साइबर क्राइम में ऑनलाइन में कंप्लेन कर दी। उसके बाद भारतीय जनता पार्टी के स्पोक्स पर्सन है, उन्होंने एक प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस ली। उसके बाद मैंने वकीलों को मेरे फ़ोन किया और आज सुबह मैंने श्री त्रिवेदी जी को मैंने एक क्रिमिनल डेफमेशन नोटिस भेजी है।
All right, so those 2 alleged scams that have hit the Maharashtra elections, how much it impacts on the ground, however, is not known. But let's shift focus to Baramati, which is the family bastion of the Pawar family. Now, it's been known as the bastion of Sharad Pawar. However, as we've been, reporting about, there's been that split, and this time it is Ajit Pawar, the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, who is fighting this election, and from the other NCP Sharad Pawar, you have his nephew, Yogendra Pawar, who is fighting this election. So a fierce battle. Remember, in the Lok Sabha elections, it was Supriya Sule, and it was Ajit Pawar's wife who was her challenger. She, of course, won the election, but Ajit Pawar is known to be a strongman from Baramati. He has managed this constituency for his uncle. So now a big battle within the family with Ajit Pawar and Yogendra Pawar, and Sharad Pawar, of course, making that emotional appeal for his grandnephew.
मैंने पूरे बारामती में सब लोगों को मिलने की कोशिश की और मुझे विश्वास है बारामती के लोग इस दफा मुझे अच्छे वोटों से जीत के दे देंगे।
के सामने कुल 23 उम्मीदवार हैं इस कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी में, लेकिन सबसे कड़े उम्मीदवार जो है वो हमें लगता है कि अजीत पवार जी, जो कि 7 बार यहाँ से विधायक चुने जा चुके हैं। 1991 से लगातार वो यहाँ के एमएलए रहे हैं। कितना चुनौतीपूर्ण आप इसे मानते हैं?
ठीक है, पर वो 7वीं इलेक्शन में पवार साहब की साथ थी, उनको पवार साहब का आशीर्वाद था, सपोर्ट था, इसलिए वो वहाँ
अब तक जीत कर आए। आपका कहना है कि अब तक शरद पवार जी का आशीर्वाद था उनको, इसीलिए अब तक वो जीतते रहे?
मतलब इसलिए उनको लोगों का भी आशीर्वाद मिलता था, पर अभी पवार साहब उनके साथ नहीं है, मतलब वही छोड़ के गए। और पवार साहब का आशीर्वाद और हम एक साथ है, पवार साहब भी हमारे साथ है, और जहाँ पवार साहब है वहाँ बारामती की जनता है।
As far as people are concerned, people of Baramati are experiencing a feeling of deja vu. Just 5 months ago, during Lok Sabha elections, there was a contest between two family members of Pawar, and once again in this Vidhan Sabha election, again two family members of the same family are contesting against each other. Ajit Pawar, who is sitting MLA from the Baramati constituency, is being challenged by his own nephew, Yugendra Pawar, and there is a fair contest between uncle and nephew at this level and also at a broader level where Sharad Pawar's party is being challenged by Ajit Pawar's NCP, and at different constituencies there is a fair contest between the candidates of two parties. As far as this Baramati constituency is concerned, there are total 24 number of candidates on this seat, and but the most fierce contest, the most bitter contest is between Ajit Pawar, who has been MLA from this seat for 7 times. Since 1991, he has remained undefeated on this seat. But this time, Yugendra Pawar is challenging him, and Yugendra is banking upon the goodwill of his grand uncle Sharad Pawar, and believes that so far Ajit Pawar has been capitalizing over Sharad Pawar's influence in the constituency. But this time, Sharad Pawar is with Yugendra, and he will be able to win the seat. I have a local voter here, Swaraj Doshi. He is also a political enthusiast. Let's talk to him and let's ask him, what do you think, who is having an edge over this particular seat?
Okay, talking about Baramati constituency, dilemma is quite prevalent today also. As we see, Ajit Dada Pawar has a quite very well edge on this seat, considering the development policies and infrastructure which he has brought in. Also, the voters have a quite sentimental wave regarding Pawar Sahab. The narrative that went in was Lok Sabhila Tai and Vidhan Sabhila Dada. Let's see how this works out, but overall edge stands with Ajit Dada as of now.
All right, so the big family battle there in Baramati. Let's shift focus away from Maharashtra now to Jharkhand, where it is the second and final phase of elections today, where 38 seats are going to the polls. BJP contesting on 32 of those seats. Its ally, the AJSU, on 6 seats. For the India bloc, the JMM is contesting from 20 seats. Congress from 13. The Communist Party of India from 4. RJD from 2. And in this phase of elections, you see predominantly tribal areas going to the polls. Remember, there's been a big effort by the BJP to create this narrative of how land is being snatched away from the tribals, and they've been talking about the illegal immigrants who are coming in and marrying into tribal families and taking away land. So that has been a big narrative. Whether it translates into votes, one will only know on the 23rd. Let's just listen in to what BJP chief and former chief minister of Jharkhand, Babulal Marandi, had to say. And another big leader in this election is Kalpana Soren, who wife of Hemant Soren, who really emerged into her own after he was sent to jail. Maharashtra, remember, there is also concern about voter turnout in Maharashtra as well, but this particular controversy over women not being allowed to come out and vote, and what Sanjay Nirupam is alleging, Sanjay Nirupam, who used to be with the Shiv Sena, then the Congress party for several years, and now returning to the Sena, but the Shinde Sena. He's the candidate from this particular constituency, the Indoshi, and now he is alleging that in these cast their vote.
That's right. This is a serious allegation that has been made by Shiv Sena Eknath Shinde candidate Sanjay Nirupam. Of course, he is contesting from Dindoshi. As far as Nirupam is concerned, he did switch from the Congress party towards Eknath Shinde's side. And now, of course, he's leveled serious allegations against his contender, stating that Muslim women are not being allowed to contest there. Several people are apparently taking objections to Muslim women contesting. He did go to that particular polling booth in Dindoshi. Of course, he's a candidate there, and objected to the fact that these women are not being allowed. Now, will there be a case registered? Will this be probed by the Election Commission or the officials? That remains to be seen, but certainly serious allegations that has been made by Sanjay Nirupam, and against him is an incumbent MLA from that particular constituency who belonged to UBT Sena campus. So a big allegation there, but it needs to be thoroughly probed, and his allegation is something that needs to be at this point verified by the officials.
All right, so you're saying this claim of Sanjay Nirupam so far has not been verified. We can see those visuals, Radhika, in which he's walking across the barricade. There are cops with him. It is what one can see, probably a Muslim majority colony there or locality, and he looks very angry. So all this taking place, but so far we don't know what the reality really is.
That's right. We're not entirely certain what exactly transpired. Of course, these are, allegations that have surfaced. Sanjay Nirupam there saying that Muslim women are not being allowed to vote. Of course, this will lead to disparity as far as numbers are concerned. So therefore, him saying that several of the men there are not allowing Muslim women to vote. And he's creating a ruckus there. Those are the visuals of him taking objection to that and also making these allegations. There is violence that is being witnessed there. Of course, Sanjay Nirupam there angry at the people, at especially the officials in that particular polling booth as to why some of the legitimate voters, legitimate women voters are not being allowed to cast their vote. So yes, some sort of foul play being alleged by Sanjay Nirupam. So, but all these claims and allegations need to be verified at this point.
All right, Radhika, do stay on as more news from Mumbai and more controversy really, and this time to do with Baramati, where the Ajit Pawar camp supporters and the Sharad Pawar camp have clashed there, and in fact, allegations that a Sharad Pawar camp supporter was even slapped in these in this clash that took place. And remember, it's all in the family there in Baramati once again in these assembly elections with the family versus family. Ajit Pawar, Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, facing his nephew in Baramati. Well, Mumbai voting as well and polling underway. Polling booths in Kolaba, South Mumbai, absolutely empty. Great arrangements in place. You had chairs and carpets, etc. But there were no voters there. So what's the situation like right now? What are you hearing?
That's right, Gargi. Absolutely abysmal state of affairs as far as voting is concerned. I went to at least 4 to 5 polling booths in the city of Mumbai, right from South Mumbai till Juhu, where I'm standing at the moment. But there aren't any long queues. We thought probably it's because of the early morning hours at the time, which is why there weren't that many people. But it's close to 3 o'clock, but not too many people here. I am joined by a citizen here in Juhu who just came out after voting. You don't see as many people here this time. Otherwise, right. Jamnaba is a place where you normally see long queues.
Yes, that's right. There aren't many people. It's very well organized. It didn't take us much time and it was very smooth. I think it is. We're moving ahead. That's nice.
And also, so you just cast your vote. Tell us about the issues that you voted for. What are the changes you'd like to see as far as this constituency is concerned?
Of course, we like to see a cleaner Mumbai, a cleaner Maharashtra, corruption-free Maharashtra, and of course, no hitches, no blockages in any kind of systems that exist here. So that is just good and easy for all the people of Maharashtra.
All right, great. Thank you so much. So cleaner, corrupt-free Maharashtra is what the citizen wants. But for that, people have to come out and vote in large numbers, which unfortunately we've not been seeing since morning. 27.73% of voting, so far as the city of Mumbai is concerned, an average of 32% as far as the entire state of Maharashtra is concerned. Last time in 2019, Mumbai, just 50% of voters turnout as far as the city of Mumbai is concerned. Will it be less than that? Looks like this time the situation is quite bad. Really poor turnout, quite disappointing, despite the fact that it's on a Wednesday that the Election Commission decided to keep election in the state of Maharashtra. So from Kolaba till Juhu, where we aren't seeing that kind of voter turnout. We did not see, long queues in any of the polling booths. And I'm going to show you the situation here as well. Just about 4 to 5 voters here. In most of the booths, it's quite sad, but Election Commission officials are more in numbers than the citizens who are supposed to vote. So that is the situation here. And, you know, despite the fact that a lot of celebrities, politicians came out urging people in large numbers to vote, this is the situation on the ground. And we also know that a lot of these hotels, restaurants, even film, multiplexes have been offering discounts for those who show their inked fingers. Despite all of these offers to woo voters, the situation is quite, disappointing in the city of Mumbai.
That's right, and the significance of this midweek polling. So, Mumbaikars can't even take those long weekends and head out of the city. That was a key decision by the Election Commission. But even so, 27.7% voter turnout till 1 p.m. Earlier on, Radhika also spoke to Piyush Goyal, a Union Minister and Member of Parliament from Mumbai. And he also spoke out and asked that voters should come to the polling booths and ensure that they cast their vote.
Piyush Goyal has just cast his vote. Let me just go across to him. Sir, a couple of questions. How different is 2024 election from 2019?
Well, I think the people of Maharashtra are coming out in much larger numbers. They are angry that despite having voted for a certain alliance in the past, there was a very, very, very unfortunate turn of events, due to which the vote which was given for a certain alliance was not truly able, we were not able to get a good government in Maharashtra. So I'm very, very confident that this time they will give a reply to all those who betrayed the trust and vote which people had given in 2019 to a particular alliance, to a particular leader. All those who betrayed that vote of the people in 2019 are coming out in large numbers.
What are the issues you'd like to focus on, and generally people are focusing on this time?
Our focus is only on development. We believe that Maharashtra should develop. The people of Maharashtra, the people of Mumbai should get a bright future.
On behalf of all of you, I would urge every voter in Mumbai and in Maharashtra to kindly go out and cast their vote. Vote for leaders, parties, alliances that have worked for you and will work for you in the future. I'm confident voter turnout in Mumbai will increase. Even in the Lok Sabha, early trends were not encouraging. They will be better.
बहुत अच्छी तरह से सिक्योरिटी और बंदोबस्त है। मुंबईकर शांति से बहुत वोट कर रहे हैं और हमारा उनको ये अपील है, आह्वान है कि वो अगर जिन्होंने वोट नहीं किया है वो भी जाके वोट करें। शाम को 6 बजे तक वोटिंग बूथ्स सब रहेंगे और जितने ज़्यादा लोग वोटिंग करेंगे उतना अच्छा है। कोई इंसिडेंट अब तक कोई नहीं, एवरीथिंग इज गुड।
All right, let's get you the latest from Baramati, where reports are coming in of a clash between supporters of the Pawars, and this is the Ajit Pawar camp and the Sharad Pawar camp, the NCP there. So there you can see a clash taking place between supporters, and a supporter of the Sharad Pawar NCP also being slapped. Well, let's go across to Anuj for more on this. And Anuj, this is a key, election battle of this particular election. We already saw in the Lok Sabha, it was all in the family as well, where you had Supriya Sule taking on Ajit Pawar's wife, and now again you have Ajit Pawar and his nephew, or Sharad Pawar's grandnephew, there in the fray, and things are really getting heated with even their supporters clashing.
There are two constituencies where the NCP Ajit Pawar faction is in some serious situation here as far as the conflicts, and by conflict I mean direct physical conflict, is concerned. Number one is in Parali, where Dhananjay Munde supporters, have gotten into some kind of controversy for entering the polling booth and for destroying the, trying to destroy the place there. And at the same time, we have Baramati, considered to be a much more sophisticated voters there. It's considered that usually the entire process takes place very smoothly there. But considering that the fight is, everything is at stake for both the factions fighting it against each other, be it the Sharad Pawar faction, where, where the nephew of Ajit Pawar is fighting Yogendra Pawar, and then of course the Ajit Pawar faction. So the stakes are very high, and we are seeing that the result of this is seen in direct clashes, not just electorally or politically, but also physically, especially coming from the Ajit Pawar faction of the NCP. At the same time, we saw that there are a few other things about the Baramati constituency which are important to understand. It usually has, respectable voting turnout up until 1 p.m. But we are seeing that the voting turnout in Baramati till now has been very low. And, we would only know by the end of the day whose worry is it going to be. The fact that the voting turnout there is so low. Baramati is the place where Ajit Pawar has been winning consecutively since last 5 to 6 terms, and that too with huge margin. During the 2019 election, he won the election there with a difference of a massive 1.5 to 1.7 lakh votes. And, this time around, the low voter turnout coupled with, pre-poll violence along with such activities surely suggests that things aren't as smooth as they were in 2019.
Right, so those visuals, as Anush pointed out, coming in from the Parli constituency where NCP versus NCP, Sharad Pawar NCP and Ajit Pawar NCP. But now more news, Anuj, and do stay on, coming in regarding Chhagan Bhujbal, who is a member of the Ajit Pawar NCP, that he was allegedly stopped from entering a booth and he was blocked by NCP Sharad Pawar workers. So Chhagan Bhujbal in the Yevala State Assembly constituency, they're being blocked by Sharad Pawar-led NCP workers from going inside the polling booth. They objected and questioned how Bhujbal could visit the polling booth several times. And let's go back to Anuj for more on this. So Anuj, again, this NCP versus NCP, they're playing out. And in this case, Chhagan Bhujbal, they're being blocked from entering a polling booth.
Yeah, it is happening in Yevala, which is the home constituency of Chhagan Bhujbal, where he is fighting it out against Manik Rao Shinde, the official candidate from Sharad Pawar faction of NCP. And, much like Baramati, even Yevala has been a very, what do you say, like a cakewalk for Chhagan Bhujbal since 2004, and that is the first time he contested from that region. But as you're seeing that, as the clash is very high octane on the other 36 constituencies where both the NCPs are fighting it out against each other, even Yevala has no different story. There's a set of guidelines where the candidate who is fighting the election, he has to follow certain restrictions, limitations, especially on the polling day, considering that the rules and the regulations of the MCC become a little more stringent, especially for those contesting. We saw what happened with Vinod Taude yesterday, and there, while speaking against that, Hirendra Thakur was of the opinion that Vinod Taude should have been aware that one doesn't really visit anyone else's constituency just a day before elections, and that is there's a similar type of pattern that we are seeing in Yevala as well. Now in Yevala, there is a major concern in front of Chhagan Bhujbal this time around, because Chhagan Bhujbal has been on the radar of Manoj Jarange ever since he started his Maratha reservation. Chhagan Bhujbal has probably been the only top brass leader who's gone on to speak directly against Manoj Jarange Patil, something that many other leaders have tried to stay away from. Chhagan Bhujbal is a huge name, in the OBC, amongst the OBC communities here in the state, and the Yevala election has specifically become, has specifically gotten divided on the basis of caste, where in OBC, Chhagan Bhujbal is fighting it out against a Maratha Manik Rao Shinde, who is the candidate of Sharad Pawar faction of NCP. We saw 3 to 4 days ago, when I was in Yevala, we saw that Manoj Jarange Patil had taken a rally there where a massive number of people showed up, and that increased the concerns for Chhagan Bhujbal, for whom this constituency, as I said before, was a cakewalk, from 2004 even till 2019, when he had some serious allegations against him. But this time around, it's not going to be the same, considering that caste consolidation is there in place. Manoj Jarange factor is going to play a very crucial role there, and especially because Chhagan Bhujbal has been very vocal against Manoj Jarange Patil, and now we're seeing that the restlessness is kind of creeping into the candidates as well, which is making them play along with the rules of the MCC right on the day of the polls.
That's right. So there you can see those visuals of Chhagan Bhujbal. You would have never imagined being stopped or blocked, rather, by the workers from the NCP Sharad Pawar. So let's stay with news from Maharashtra and get you more on Maximum City, Mumbai, where we saw there's major voter apathy and the turnout is a cause of concern. But early this morning, you did have lots of stars coming out and casting their vote. We saw Bollywood stars like Akshay Kumar, Rajkumar Rao. There you can see Saif and Kareena Kapoor Khan also coming out to cast their votes. Many of them making appeals to Mumbaikars to just come out and ensure they ink their finger, that they practice their democratic right. And so many celebrities since the morning have been coming out. You had Sachin Tendulkar as well, who is a mascot for the elections, is an icon by the Election Commission for the elections. There you can see Javed Akhtar Akhtar as well. Let's just listen into what some of the celebrity appeals have been since the morning as they came out to cast their vote.
Well, I think let's forget the issues, and right now it's voting day and it's your birthright. You have to farz hai to come and vote. So please vote, and if you haven't, it's open till, especially the Palial place is open till 8 p.m. So please come and cast your vote.
मैं अपील करती हूँ सब लोगों से, जितनी भी जनता इस एरिया में है, आपके घर के पास है ये वोट देने का, आप जरूर वोट देने के लिए आइए और वोट दीजिए. ये आपका हक है, आपका ड्यूटी है वोट देना, ताकि आप अपना हक जता सकते हैं अपने सरकार के साथ. सो सही पार्टी को आप चुनकर वोट दीजिए.
मेरे ख्याल से महोत्सव होता है, प्रजातंत्र का, लोकतंत्र का महोत्सव होता है, इसमें सबको भाग लेना चाहिए. इससे बड़ा एक आज़ाद देश में इससे बड़ा महोत्सव और किसी चीज़ का नहीं होता. कि जो आज मतदान में भाग नहीं लेंगे फिर उनको 5 साल तक शिकायत करने का कोई भी अधिकार नहीं है. इट्स कूल टू बी अ पर्सन हु गोज एंड कास्ट हिज और हर वोट. बी कूल.
हमारा कॉमन मैन बहकेगा नहीं, ये आम आदमी हमारा वो सब जानता है, सब पहचानता है, अपनी ज़रूरत समझता है, और मुझे उम्मीद है कि वो इस बहकावे में नहीं आएगा और उसी को वोट करेगा जो उसका अपना इशू है.
इवन वी हैव टू बी एज रिस्पॉन्सिबल. बहुत सारे इशू हमारे खुद के भी है, सिविक सेंस हो, डिसिप्लिन हो. हम खुद मानते नहीं, हम मांगते सब कुछ है और डिलीवर खुद कुछ नहीं करते. लेकिन यही चाहूँगा कि मुंबई हमेशा एपी सेंटर रहा है बिजनेस का, हमेशा एपी सेंटर रहा है एंटरटेनमेंट का. वो ग्लोरी वापस आ जाए. और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का काम हो ही रहा है. ऑफ कोर्स यू सी बहुत ही अच्छा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का काम हो रहा है. वो सही वक्त पे हो, सही तरीके से हो, क्योंकि क्या है रोड्स स्ट्रक्चर्स आएंगे ही आएंगे, लेकिन साथ साथ ग्रीन कवर हो, पार्क्स हो लोगों के लिए, वो बेसिक्स होनी ही चाहिए.
This is supposed to be one of the most prime areas of the city, the country. And I think roads and infrastructure is of key importance, and I hope whoever comes to power takes care of that.
All right, so will Mumbaikars really come out and cast their vote? We'll have to wait and see what the turnout is by the evening. But yes, as Ranbir Kapoor there was appealing that come out and cast your vote. It is your right, it is also your duty. With that, we'll slip into a short break. More news coming up on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro.
The last elections of 2024. It's the battle for India's economic heart. An election that will decide Maharashtra's future.
Can the big brother BJP manage the competing ambitions of Mahayuti? Can the Red Book rally the voters once again for Congress and its allies? So as Maharashtra's future trajectory takes shape, we report from the ground.
Two visions, two ideology, one verdict. An election where no caste chemistry can yield a perfect formula.
It's a state that is splintered with power battles. The big question, will Maharashtra poll?
It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con. NDTV initiative for cyber safety. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
कैसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए,
in the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं।
NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app.
Welcome back. As polling is underway for by-polls across 9 constituencies in Uttar Pradesh, a massive controversy has broken out. The body of a Dalit girl was found near Kanjara River Bridge in Uttar Pradesh's Kadhal, where voting has been underway for the by-poll. The death has taken a political turn, with the family of the deceased alleging that their daughter was murdered for supporting the BJP and deciding against voting for the Samajwadi Party. The girl was from the SC/ST community and allegedly raped and killed in this area.
बिटिया कह रही थी हम बीजेपी में फूले वोट दिए, मेरी कॉलोनी बनवाई, तो जो वो लोग साइकिल में वोट डालने गई नहीं डाल रहे, तो हमारे की तो हम तो दिखाई तू मर गया तो दुर्गिया तरनाव तो दुर्गिया को मर गया तो बनाइए हम कल नहीं लेगो 12 और 1 बजे के बीच में डल लेगो वोट साइकिल में। कहाँ पे मिली? अपने जब नदिया में डेड बॉडी मिली।
लला की हालत
किस बात को लेकर?
इतनी बात के ऊपर है, बता रहे जगह बाने जगह हम किसी से डरते नहीं, मैं कमल में वोट देंगे, मैं किसी को नहीं देंगे। बाने कही तू दुर्गिया है तो तू चुरगिया बना दी, कल वोट डाल के देख ली तू मैया की लाल और बस जाए पकड़ ला। ये मैं जब विश्वास मनते माय नेताजी के द्वारा वारे बेटी हुई है पारा के दे बेटी राती।
एक युवती कल शाम से गायब हो गई थी और उसमें 2 लोगों पे आरोप था कि इन लोगों ने अपहरण किया है, तो तत्काल उन दोनों आरोपियों को पुलिस हिरासत में ले लिया गया है और युवती का शव मिला है, उसको पंचायतनामा पोस्टमार्टम की कार्रवाई कराई जा रही है और उनसे तहरीर प्राप्त की जा रही है और इसमें पूरी सख्ती जो भी दोषी हैं उनको कड़ी कार्रवाई उनके खिलाफ की।
In a surprising turn of events at the polling booth in Uttar Pradesh's Mirpur district, a scuffle broke out between supporters of the AIMIM candidate Arshad Rana and local police. The incident escalated when Arshad's son was taken into custody after an altercation sparked by an attempt to bring a mobile phone into the voting area. This confrontation has thrown a spotlight on election day security measures and the enforcement of rules prohibiting electronic devices at polling stations.
Well, the Election Commission is clearly looking very closely at this incident, and they are now taking action as well. The action follows the complaints which we're receiving of voters who have complained of harassment. Policemen have been suspended after complaints. Akhilesh Yadav has now urged voters to go back to vote. At some places, voters were turned away.
जब से वोट पड़ना शुरू हुआ है तब से शिकायत आना शुरू हो गई हैं। ये तमाम शिकायतें हम लोग कर चुके हैं। लगता ये है कि चुनाव आयोग की इंद्रियां काम नहीं कर रही हैं, न उसे दिखाई दे रहा है न सुनाई दे रहा है। बीजेपी ये चुनाव वोट से नहीं खोट से जीतना चाह रही है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी ये उपचुनाव वोट से नहीं खोट से जीतना चाहती है। भाजपा हार के डर से प्रशासन पर बेईमानी करने का दबाव बना रही है।
कुछ जगहों से शिकायतें आई थी समाजवादी पार्टी की तरफ से, और कुछ सोशल मीडिया पे भी उनकी शिकायतें आई थी कि पुलिस के कर्मचारी रोक रहे हैं या वो आईडी चेक कर रहे हैं। तो इन शिकायतों की जांच कराई गई थी। जो भी शिकायतें आई उनको जांच कराया गया, और 5 ऐसे कर्मचारियों पे जो चिन्हित किए जिनके द्वारा उल्लंघन किया गया था ईसीआई की गाइडलाइंस का, उनको सस्पेंड किया गया। 2 कानपुर में, 2 मुजफ्फरनगर में और 1 मुरादाबाद में। इसके अलावा और कर्मचारी भी हैं जिनको हटाया गया जगह से, और 5 के खिलाफ सस्पेंशन की कार्रवाई विभागीय कार्रवाई शुरू की गई है।
There are by-polls taking place in 9 constituencies in Uttar Pradesh today, in addition, of course, to the assembly elections in Jharkhand and Maharashtra. This election in UP is pivotal for both the ruling BJP and the opposition Samajwadi Party, the by-polls, especially after the BJP setback in the recent Lok Sabha elections. It's also being seen as a litmus test for Akhilesh Yadav's Samajwadi Party. Remember, the Congress is not contesting these polls, but is supporting the Samajwadi Party as part of the India bloc. 9 seats in Uttar Pradesh: Mirapur, Kundargi, Ghaziabad, Kher, Kadhal, Sishamao, Phulpur, Katehari and Majhawan are up for these by-polls.
अपोजिंग कैंडिडेट प्रत्याशी है सिंगराज जाटव, उनका ये कहना है कि ये जो लाइन पार एरियाज है, अभी जैसे कि हम प्रताप विहार में है, यहाँ पर बीजेपी का उतना स्ट्रॉन्ग होल्ड नहीं है। इस पर आपका क्या रिस्पांस रहेगा कि अंडरस्टैंडिंग नहीं है लाइन पार एरियाज की?
पता नहीं वो क्यों कह रहे हैं, वरना 2 पिछले चुनावों के 4 आंकड़े उठाकर देख लीजिए। हमेशा भारतीय जनता पार्टी यहाँ से बहुत आगे रही है, और इस बार भी मुझे लगता है कि जो वोट पड़ेगा उसमें 70 से 75% वोट भारतीय जनता पार्टी को पड़ने वाला है।
कौन से मेन मुद्दे हैं सर जिस पे आप मतलब इफ इलेक्टेड आप काम करने का सोचोगे? ऐसे कौन से 3 मेन मुद्दे होंगे जो गाजियाबाद में आपको लगता है कि ज़रूरत है काम की?
देखिए, काम की आवश्यकता तो हमेशा रहती है। ये लोग जानबूझकर लाइन पार क्षेत्र आप देखिए इतना डेवलप हो चुका है, और इस क्षेत्र में पूरे गाजियाबाद में सबसे महंगी ज़मीन है, क्योंकि इसकी कनेक्टिविटी इतनी अच्छी है। सामने नोएडा है, 15 मिनट पर दिल्ली है, आधा घंटे पर मेरठ है, 2 मिनट में गाजियाबाद है। सबसे अच्छी कनेक्टिविटी वाला ये क्षेत्र है। इस क्षेत्र का विकास जितना हुआ है पिछले भाजपा की सरकारों में, उतना किसी क्षेत्र का नहीं हुआ है। ये लोग केवल एक सिंपैथी लेते हुए लाइन पार। अब ये लाइन पार नहीं है, अब ये गाजियाबाद साउथ है।
आप यहाँ पर सिटिंग एमएलए जो थे, आपकी क्या समझ है इस बार इलेक्शन से कि यहाँ पे जो वोटिंग डेमोग्राफिक अभी है और जो वोट शेयर है दलित्स का भी, एससी कम्युनिटी का भी?
देखिए, बहुत सारे लोगों को, जो लोग दलित हैं, पिछड़े हैं, उनको बहकाया जाता है, और क्योंकि वो लोग भोले भाले होते हैं तो कई बार उन्हें कास्टिज्म के जाल में उलझा दिया जाता है। उसका असर तो रहेगा है, लेकिन नरेंद्र मोदी के आने के बाद बहुत बड़ी मात्रा में लोगों ने अब देश के लिए, विकास के लिए वोट देना शुरू किया है। तभी आज नरेंद्र मोदी प्रधानमंत्री हैं, और तभी आज योगी जी दोबारा मुख्यमंत्री हैं।
सर, अभी जो इलेक्शंस हो रहे हैं, वोटिंग हो रही है, सपा का ये कहना है कि ईवीएम में मैल फंक्शंस हो रहे हैं, और ये गाजियाबाद में ही कई बूथ्स पर हो रहे हैं।
ऐसा है कि वो लोग फिर से लोगों को बहकाना चाहते हैं। जब चुनाव आयोग ईवीएम की मशीन रख करके ये पूछता है कि इसमें मेल फंक्शन करके दिखाओ, आप किसी भी तरीके से करके दिखाओ। जब उसमें हो ही नहीं सकता तो कोई कैसे कर देगा मेल फंक्शन? ठीक है। और ये गाज़ियाबाद जो है, सिर्फ एक बार अगर छोड़ दिया जाए तो करीब करीब 1989 से लगातार लोकसभा सीट जीतता हुआ आया है, और विधानसभा की सीट हमने एक बार लूज़ करी है, वरना विधानसभा भी हम जीतते हैं। तो उस टाइम पर तो ईवीएम भी नहीं थी। तो अब कुछ तो लोग कहेंगे, लोगों का काम है कहना।
सर, यहाँ इस कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी में बीजेपी का इससे पहले हमेशा जीत रही है, इसको आप कैसे देखते हो? क्या मेन मुद्दे हैं जिस पर काम लगता है आपको होना चाहिए?
देखिए, जिस तरह से भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने यहाँ पे पिछले 3 टर्म से सांसद यहाँ उनके हैं, 2 बार अभी मौजूदा सांसद भी बीजेपी के हैं, जिस तरह से 1996 से लेकर अभी तक मेयर जो है भारतीय जनता पार्टी के बने, और पिछली 2 योजनाओं में विधायक यहाँ से भारतीय जनता पार्टी के बने, मगर उन्होंने इस गाजियाबाद विधानसभा में का जो ये एक मेजर पार्ट है, जिसको हम लाइन पार क्षेत्र बोलते हैं, विजयनगर बोलते हैं, यहाँ के मतदाताओं को हमेशा से इग्नोर करने का काम किया, उनको उपेक्षित महसूस कराने का काम किया, उनकी जो मूलभूत ज़रूरत है उनको कहीं ना कहीं उनको पूरा ना करने का काम उन्होंने किया। इस वजह से जो इस बार जनता ने अपना मन बनाया है, वो चाहते हैं कि इस बार बदलाव हो।
सर, बीजेपी उत्तर प्रदेश ने इलेक्शन कमीशन को पत्र लिखा है और कहा है कि फेक वोटिंग हो रही है, फेक वोट्स कास्ट हो रहे हैं, एंड ऑफ कोर्स एलेज किया है कि ये एसपी के द्वारा हो रही है, कि फेक वोटिंग कास्ट हो रही है उत्तर प्रदेश में।
देखिए, आप समझ सकते हैं कि किस तरह से अगर कोई व्यक्ति या कोई पार्टी अगर उनका जनाधार घट रहा हो, तो आपने देखा जिस तरह से अभी लोकसभा के जो एक जनरल इलेक्शन हुए, उसमें 37 सीटें जो है वो समाजवादी पार्टी ने जीती, 6 सीटें जो है वो कांग्रेस ने जीती, टोटल इंडिया गठबंधन ने 43 सीटें जीती और 1 सीट जो है वो चंद्रशेखर जी ने जीती। तो 80 में से 44 सीट जब उनके हाथ से निकली हैं, तो उनको अब कहीं ना कहीं एहसास होने लगा है कि जो अभी तक वो धर्म और जाति की राजनीति करते थे, जिस तरह से वो हिंदू मुसलमान की राजनीति करते थे, जिस तरह से वो मंदिर और मस्जिद की राजनीति करते थे, अब लोग उससे कहीं ना कहीं तंग आ चुके हैं। अब वो कहते हैं कि हमें रोजगार चाहिए, हमें व्यापार चाहिए, हमें विकास चाहिए, डेवलपमेंट चाहिए।
Well, I'm joined now by NDTV's Ranveer Singh. He joins us from Kanpur. Thanks, Ranveer, very much for being with us. For the Samajwadi Party and the BJP, broadly speaking, if we look at these by-polls, what's at stake?
This election is just a fight between Samajwadi Party and Bharatiya Janata Party, and a clear war of word can be seen. I'm here in Kanpur, and if we talk about all 9 seats which is witnessing voting for by-polls, the most controversial seat was Mirapur because stone pelting occurred. We have seen a cop raising his pistol in front of the voters, and if we talk about other controversies, some voters alleged that administration stopped them to vote. I'm here in Sisamo. Here also, political allegations were being made by Samajwadi Party candidate and BJP candidate too. And both, this is very interesting because both the candidate alleges that administration is stopping their voters. You can see the deployment of police. This is Kanpur, Sisamo seat, and Naseem Solanki, who is a candidate from Samajwadi Party, and BJP's Ramesh Avasthi, both alleged that their voters have been stopped to vote. So a major controversy was seen in Mirapur, also in Kundarki. If we talk about this Sisamo, this is also that controversial seat because a chaos occurred when BJP candidate was getting outside this booth, and at that place, Suresh Avasthi's BJP candidates was alleging that stone pelting, someone thrown a stone on his car. So he was all set to stage a dharna, but police talked to him and convinced him that he should not be raise any type of controversy during the voting. So if we talk about overall 9 seats, Akhilesh Yadav, he convened a press conference and alleges that this election is not free and fair because administration is working like a BJP worker. So these kind of allegations were being made and by Akhilesh Yadav, and if we talk about BJP President Bhupen Singh Chaudhary, he also alleged Samajwadi Party that Samajwadi Party workers were trying to disturb the vote. So that's why you can see this paramilitary, also policemen, they were deployed, and the voting is almost ending because the timing of voting is 7 to 5. So this time a political war of words between Samajwadi Party and Bharatiya Janata Party.
Ranveer, but let me also ask you about this horrific alleged murder which has taken place of a girl from the SC/ST community, which has resulted in a great deal of tension. Could you tell us what the latest, what exactly is the police or the election commission saying?
A dead body of a young lady who belongs to a scheduled class was found in a sack in Karhal, which is witnessing voting today. So BJP alleged that just because, not only BJP but the family members of the deceased, they all claimed that a man who came to her residence 3 days back and asked whom she will vote, and she replied that she will vote for BJP because of Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana's, she was a beneficiary. So he asked that if she will vote for BJP, then she have to face some consequences, and that's why the family alleged that yesterday she was being kidnapped and today her dead body was recovered in a sack. So police is claiming that both the accused are in custody and the interrogation is going on. But as far as political war, Samajwadi Party, obviously, they denied these kind of allegations, and they said that this is just a political gimmick by Bharatiya Janata Party, while BJP's chief Bhupen Chaudhary, he said that Samajwadi Party is nervous, Samajwadi Party is frustrated, and that's why just for a vote they are even killing someone. So
all right, Ranveer, we'll leave it over there. It's time for us to take a short break. We'll come back and track the story closely. A lot more coming up. Do stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first.
High strike rate, and together they actually got more seats than they got earlier.
Right.
So what we are going to see today is the real legitimacy battle between the two Shiv Senas.
Okay, and ma'am, if I could ask you, what about the NCP here? What about Ajit Pawar? What's at stake for him? Is it a do or die battle, would you say?
Well, I think he's sort of more on the die side than the do side. I mean, he fared quite poorly in the Lok Sabha polls, winning just one seat out of the, I think, 6 or 7 that he was given to contest. And not only that, after the Lok Sabha elections, his party has slowly splintered. A lot of people have gone back to Sharad Pawar. And, you know, he's really left now hanging by a slender thread. And, you know, the interesting thing is that he didn't even have candidates actually to put up this time. He has borrowed from the BJP. The BJP has fielded, I think, 16 of its own people as NCP candidates. So, you know, you can see the state that his party is in, really, and he's looking also quite demoralized. He's still talking about how it was a mistake that, you know, to have contested, to have put up his wife against his cousin sister in Baramati. So I think he is really looking pretty down. So, and I think actually today, of all the 6 parties that are in the fray in the form of 2 alliances,
Right.
I would say that Sharad Pawar's NCP looks the strongest. You know, because wherever the NCP, Sharad Pawar is contesting against Ajit Pawar's NCP, I think he's very much ahead. And, you know, he's made it...
Isn't that expected? I mean, he's
Yes, absolutely.
been often referred to
Absolutely,
as
a
the
doyen,
Indian
and
politics,
you know, the doyen of Maharashtra and everything.
Absolutely.
And he's also made this a very emotive election because he said it's his last one. So, you know, he's kind of reaching out to people on an emotional plane that, you know, vote for me because I won't be here the next time around.
Absolutely.
So,
ma'am, is it the sympathy wave that you see is, you know, seemingly working for the NCP, SP along with the combination of other factors, of course, as we've been talking about Sharad Pawar, he's been often referred to as a Chanakya, or the master of Indian politics, or even Maharashtra politics.
There are many parties which are in the race to get the vote share. Sharad Pawar is in the race to fight the battles he can and leave the battles he can't. So he is not interested in vote share. He is interested in fighting for those seats where he feels his party can win. So if you look at it from that point of view, this is not the case with the NCP earlier in the past.
Right.
In the past, the NCP did not want to let go of its national status and contested completely uselessly many seats in Karnataka and elsewhere in order to get the vote share so that it could retain its status. This time, that is not the case. What is more, I think Sharad Pawar is now individually naming candidates of his party and recognizing that this is a election which will be fought on the basis of candidates, not parties, promoting those candidates.
It's a highly localized election, that is.
So Yogendra Pawar is being promoted not as, of course, as his nephew, but more as an educated young man who will take Baramati, which he has invested a lot in, to greater heights. So the contrast is unstated. There is Ajit Pawar.
That's in favor of Yogendra Pawar.
I am not basing my bets on anybody, but in every election, electoral strategy is quite important.
Yes.
I could get 30 seconds to make a point to expand what Aarti ji said.
Okay, please.
When a friend of mine was going from Mumbai to Nashik, they were all posters of the Ajit Pawar faction of the Ladki Behna program. And there was no Ajit Pawar on that poster. It was the Ghadial. And the common people supporting the NCP associate the Ghadial with Sharad Pawar. So you are seeking votes for the Ghadial, which is officially with the Ajit Pawar faction. But you don't have Ajit Pawar anywhere on that
That
poster.
would temporarily, but yes, it is until the court's further orders on that. But yes, all right, that's an important point that you've made. We're also being joined by national spokesperson of the BJP, Siddharth Yadav, here on the broadcast. Siddharth, welcome to NDTV. What is the BJP really looking at? Also I have to mention here this election, specifically talking about Maharashtra here, has been marred by a scam versus scam controversy. The cash for vote scam, or the accusations, the allegations that have been leveled by the BJP against the MVA. This is not going to be an easy contest, we do understand. But do you think that's something, the cash for votes controversy here, just a day before the polling was to take place, could dent the BJP's prospects somehow?
Good evening to all your viewers. The Bharatiya Janata Party is going to form a full majority and a very strong government both in Maharashtra and in Jharkhand. Bharatiya Janata Party is going to emerge as the single largest party in Maharashtra. There's no doubt about that. And with the feedback that we are getting today from all the cadre of Bharatiya Janata Party, the Tridevs, the Shakti Kendra Pramukhs, the Panna Pramukhs, is very positive. And we are very confident that the people of Maharashtra and the people of Jharkhand are giving a very positive response to the Mahayuti-led alliance in Maharashtra and Bharatiya Janata Party and NDA alliance in the Jharkhand. I think what happened yesterday, it exposes the entire machinery of Congress, because the kind of voice notes, the kind of audio clips, the kind of chats that have been surfacing since yesterday on social media, and the same which we also have exposed in the public via the media in a press conference yesterday night, shows the true face of Congress party and their alliance and how they plan to contest the election. What they tried and what happened with one of our national general secretaries in Maharashtra, all that went down the drain because nothing actually concrete could have been shown there. A meeting was happening, all clarifications have come out, and we have very openly welcomed any kind of inquiry, any kind of CCTV investigation, any kind of candidates or political parties going to the election commission and conducting a fair inquiry. But the kind of audio clips that have come out and the kind of chats that have come out, I think raises a lot of big questions, because big people, big leaders allegedly have been named in those audio clips, and those are termed to be involved. Bigger leaders than Nana Patole, bigger leaders than Supriya Sule, and bigger leaders. Who are those bigger leaders? It's not so difficult to guess. So I think if the people would have seen yesterday's response to what has happened in Maharashtra specifically, the people have already made a very clear choice, but the choice is more dependent on the development agenda that happened in the past 2.5 years. The reign of the Prime Minister's vision that has been implemented, maximum investments coming, the maximum share of budget that was given to Maharashtra, maximum projects that happened there, and the people are going to invest their faith in the Mahayuti alliance, and we are going to form a very strong and a very progressive, successive government when the results come out.
Okay, let me bring in Ms. Aarti here. Ma'am,
it's one of the worst kept secrets in Indian elections, the use of money power. And, we've seen it in election after election, cash notes being found in leaders' houses, cash notes being recovered from cars and so on. I think people have got quite cynical about this now. So I feel that in Maharashtra, they're voting on a whole set of other issues. And, again, Maharashtra, although we see it as one state, it's actually 6 regions.
Right.
And there is a very clear urban-rural divide there. The rural areas are going to vote on different issues. The urban areas will vote on different issues. You can also see the kind of, in the voter turnout today, the kind of urban apathy. All the urban centers, Pune, Nashik, Mumbai, the voter turnout has been really low, which shows that, maybe people are just disillusioned with the kind of politics they've seen in Maharashtra over the last 5 years. And rural areas, of course, have their own issues, many of which came out during the Lok Sabha election. And to the credit of the Mahayuti, I think they tried to, apply some balm on those wounds post the Lok Sabha polls by, starting these welfare schemes. This Ladki Bahin welfare scheme was started after the elections. They have also, I think, given some benefits to farmers.
As a course correction by the BJP,
that's right. They gave some, benefits to farmers in Vidarbha and so on. So, as I said, it's such a bag of differing issues depending on which part of Maharashtra you're in, that I think, what happened yesterday is just a blip, really. I don't think it will materially affect the outcome.
Okay. I'll go to Mr. Sandeep Shastri on that as well. A spokesperson of the Congress Party, Advocate Mahima Singh, also joining us on the broadcast here. Mahima Singh, how would you respond? We've just spoken to Siddharth Yadav, national spokesperson of the BJP, and we've spoken about how the scam controversy has arisen here in Maharashtra just a day before the election was to take place. And how do you think that's going to affect your party's poll prospects, or do you think it's not going to have any impact at all?
Jai Hind, but first of all, I have to express my dismay. I have been on your Zoom meeting for almost 15 minutes now.
Okay, ma'am.
You let the BJP spokesperson have his way, but your team forgets to patch me on the show. That is absolutely
I will speak to my technical team there, ma'am.
That is
my apologies. My apologies to you, ma'am. Please accept,
the BJP spokesperson went on with his, I would say, futile rhetoric, and Congress did not even get a chance to represent.
Ma'am, I am giving you the chance to represent yourself. Please go ahead, ma'am.
Give me an uninterrupted opportunity.
No, ma'am, it was completely unintentional. Please go ahead.
So, you see, the BJP's modus operandi, as is known to everybody, very well known to everybody by now, is confuse, collude, coerce, do whatever, everything, Sam, Dam, Dand, Bhed, but have it their way, which is why in the state of Maharashtra for the past 2 years, there has been a government of hijack, where the BJP has not only hijacked the public mandate, but the BJP has also been backstabbing the people of Maharashtra by transferring very many important projects from the state of Maharashtra to Gujarat and, so on and so forth. But the people of Maharashtra are actually going to give it back to them, and how it will be seen on the 23rd. Because if you see in Vidarbha, just in the last couple of days, many of Amit Shah's rallies had to be cancelled. In Marathwada, there was a no-entry demeanor for Devendra Fadnavis. What happened yesterday was that a National General Secretary of the BJP was caught red-handed doing cash for vote. And when the BJP spokesperson actually, talks about that what they were doing there, let me show you this glimpse. This is a glimpse from that hotel room yesterday, where you can see these women and children sitting outside. Now, I do not know what political discussions possibly these children and women would have come to do in a hotel room there, which is why even the Election Commission, which has been otherwise
where is this footage from?
ignorant.
Where is this video
Please
from,
allow
ma'am?
me. Please allow me to finish. Allow me to finish. As I've already indicated, it's been unfair on your show.
Ma'am, where is the video from? That is what I'm asking you.
Sorry?
I'm asking you about the video only. Where is this video from?
This is PTI. This is PTI. It's everywhere on the internet.
Okay.
Now, you see, even the Election Commission, that is otherwise.
So what is the location of that video? What place are you speaking?
The hate speech and all.
If this is unverified fact, then you should at least.
Allow the rhetorical BJP spokesperson to observe some discipline on your show.
Okay, ma'am, I think you were not able to hear my voice properly. I was actually asking you about the location. Could you?
You see, this is the very location where this happened.
Okay.
I am showing this clip from right outside that hotel room where Vinod Tawde was caught doing cash for vote yesterday, which is why there are multiple FIRs against him and investigation will be done. In the meantime, Supriya Sule ji has already clarified that she will be going for a defamation, criminal civil defamation suit against the BJP and this whole collusive plan that has been designed to target the opposition, because we have fought this election with people's issues at the core of our whole.
Okay, I'll give the I'll come back to you and I'll give the BJP spokesperson also time to respond. We have some breaking news now coming in at this point in time. We are learning that India and China defense ministers have met, and this is the first defense ministers meet after the LSE thaw. After the foreign ministers, now defense ministers of both India and China have met. This is some big development now that has taken place. My colleague Ghazali also joining us on the broadcast here. Ghazali, big development coming in. We're learning now the meeting has taken place between Defense Minister of India, Rajnath Singh, as well as his Chinese counterpart. Take us through the details.
Yeah, this is a very significant meeting because it comes weeks after New Delhi and Beijing reached an agreement to break the border thaw by agreeing to pull their troops along the line of actual control to the pre-2020 position, the year that saw a deadly clash between forces of both nations in Galwan. So there were talks that after Prime Minister Narendra Modi held bilateral talks with Chinese President on the margins of the BRICS summit last month, it was also decided that there would be further discussion for the next phase in the peace-building process on the line of actual control. And we're expecting that today, during this meeting, which is happening in Lao DPR in Vientiane, the 11th Asian Defense Ministers meeting plus, both the parties will certainly discuss the further movement across LAC as well as the larger peace-building process, which even the Foreign Minister, Mr. Jaishankar, has said that first the disengagement plan was agreed upon, activated, and now the next phase is very much likely there. There are lots of meetings which are expected to happen between officials who are working on the border dispute on both sides. So that is a special secretary which is concerned with the issues of land border from both countries will be meeting. So these are expected meetings in the coming future. But today's meeting is very significant because for the first time after the disengagement talks happened, our own defense minister is meeting his Chinese counterparts.
Absolutely. It's a big step by both sides in bringing normalcy in the relationship between India and China. And we do understand many more meetings are lined up. Well, India and China defense ministers have already met. And before that, we've seen the foreign ministers of both countries had also met for an important meeting. Thank you so much, Ghazali, for getting us all those details there. Let me now go across to the BJP spokesperson here. I'll go to Mr. Sandeep Shastri after that. Siddharth, if you could respond to the charges here that were leveled by Mahima Singh of the Congress party.
What is more interesting to note is that on that seat, Congress is not even on fight. It is the Bahujan Vikas Aghadi which is on fight. In the same hotel, one meeting was being conducted by Bahujan Vikas Aghadi. On another floor, there was a meeting by the Bharatiya Janata Party of the booth adhyakshis. And since Congress party doesn't have the cadre till that level, they do not probably even understand what booth adhyakshis are and what meetings have to happen. Before the polling and when the campaign ends, our meetings happen all the way in all states, in all seats, of what has to be done on the polling day. a very senior leader of ours, Vinod Tawdeji, National General Secretary, since was passing by, went there. Now I have just one question to ask. If 5 crore rupees were there, how many notes in 500 rupees notes would be there? 1 lakh notes. 1 lakh notes. If one stack has 100 notes, how many stacks would be there? 1,000 stacks. There should be more than 100 bags. But
okay, we are talking
no,
about...
so there should be 1 lakh notes, there should be 1,000 stacks, but how, what money was there? Nothing. The 10 lakh rupee, probably, under 10 lakh rupees, a letter by the Bharatiya Janata Party was already given that what has the money that has to be given for food packets on different booths, that was already intimated to the Election Commission. This is just dirty tips and tricks of the Congress Party, who is not even on fight there. Rather, this is for them to hide the big amounts of 200 plus crores in bitcoins, the audio tapes that have come out of senior leaders, the state president Nana Patole, of their allies. They all just probably,
there is no evidence to the fact that,
put it under the carpet,
that your leader was involved, and that is what the Congress also says, that the Congress...
Not even concerned.
Okay, let the Congress spokesperson...
Allow me.
Yes, Mahimaji, go ahead.
Yeah, you see we want to ask a simple question. Does the National General Secretary of the BJP not know about the provisions in Model Code of Conduct? Do they not know about the guidelines of Model Code of Conduct? He was not to be found in another constituency rather than his own.
Distributing cash.
Rather than his own constituency. Allow me to speak uninterrupted, please.
Okay, please go ahead. I have to go to Mr. Raja
The BJP
Avasthi
General
also.
Secretary was violating the Model Code of Conduct on more than one fronts. He was number one is that he was present in a place apart from his own constituency. That is one violation. Number two is this cash for vote, which is prima facie very evident. And I think which is why the Election Commission had to take cognizance, even though reluctant.
What is this?
Okay.
Where did the money go?
CCTV footage check or the audio clip check, that is all going to happen later on. But the polling, of course, is happening today. And whether this is going to have an impact on the voters or not, that is what matters the most. Many say, the analysts here, experts here on our broadcast say that it's not really going to have much of an impact on the voting that's taking place today. So I think both BJP and Congress spokespersons can breathe easy.
As Aarti ji said, this is not going to be a huge vote changer. Now, it will strengthen the feelings of those who are already supporting a party, and it will also strengthen the feelings of people who do not want to vote for a particular party. So I don't think such allegations largely swing votes away from one party to another. And my point is being made for both the alliances and both the types of charges which are coming.
Right.
In a sense, this is a sad commentary that today people are not looking for facts, but are looking for facts to justify what they want to do. And this is the challenge that we are facing in this allegation and counter-allegation that is coming up.
All right. And a lot happens that we don't really expect in politics. There have been reports of clashes, altercations also that have happened. It's a huge state. We do understand, ma'am. 288 seats, of course. But is this something that tells you, is this testament to the fact that it's a very intense fight between alliances, between parties also, as we've been talking about it? It's not just one or two parties, 2 or 3 parties, I would say rather. It's 6 parties. It's a huge intense battle.
Just on the issue of all this money, there's only one election that the Election Commission cancelled when money was found, and that was the Tirumangalam election in Tamil Nadu. I'm not looking at one party or the other party. I'm looking at the role of the Election Commission and what it's going to do.
Right.
Because voting is over now,
exactly.
And if it's an unfair election, it should be cancelled.
Absolutely. Let me go across to political analyst Raja Avasthi here as well on the broadcast with us. Mr. Raja Avasthi, what's your assessment of the Maharashtra election, of the Jharkhand election, and of course the UP by-polls? It's being said it's a litmus test for India bloc and the BJP. The India bloc, of course, performed fairly well in UP in the previous election, but this time around, what's your assessment?
UP will be a close fight. And that's why I think Congress left 2 seats for its ally Samajwadi Party. But going back to Jharkhand or Maharashtra, we are missing 2 things. One is the lower voter turnout, and the second thing is the fight between the uncle and the nephew came out open now. It was not there in the parliament election. This time the supporters are fighting out there in the open. So that's a big thing.
Okay. What do you think? How important is the voter turnout in this election? I mean, we do understand there is not really any emotive issue as was in the case of the Lok Sabha election. The voter turnout.
I don't think the difference between Jharkhand and Maharashtra is around 17 to 18%. That's a hell of a lot. I think till 3 o'clock it was 61% Jharkhand and 47% Maharashtra. And Bombay was 27% only.
Yes, absolutely, yes.
So that shows the lower turnout of voting in Maharashtra.
Ma'am, what do you think? How is this really going to play out? I mean, how important is the voter turnout here in this election that we're looking at?
Let's, wait till the final numbers come in because, these numbers do tend to go up and voting has not ended yet. And then the next day we find that, in fact, during the Lok Sabha polls, there was a lot of controversy because suddenly numbers went up by 5% and so on.
Yes, and the
small
parties.
point with your permission.
Yes,
there is an issue coming up in big metros, and I'm starting with Bangalore and relating it to Mumbai. When there was a low voter turnout in the Lok Sabha poll in Bangalore, we actually did a study of 50 households, where there were an average of 6 voters registered in each household, so 300 voters. Of those 300, only 200 were actually present. The other 100 were either outside India or outside Karnataka. So they were registered as voters but not going to vote. And this is a common trend you are seeing in metros. That the number of voters registered is much more than who are actually present in Mumbai on the day of voting. And because Maharashtra is a one-day poll, what is likely to happen, those who have moved from rural areas to Mumbai for work have preferred to go back to their areas and vote in their areas rather than vote in Mumbai.
But, I would like to, sort of compare this to Jharkhand. If you look at, the tribals in Jharkhand, many of them are actually working outside Jharkhand, I mean, we see them all over Delhi, for instance, and they are in various metros working in various capacities.
But they
go back to vote. I mean, I know people who have actually taken the train back to Jharkhand just 4 days to cast their vote because they think it's important. And particularly, this time it's been so emotive in Jharkhand about this tribal identity and so on that they actually went back to vote. And I would say that in Maharashtra, like we saw in the Lok Sabha polls, the Lok Sabha polls also Maharashtra showed a lower voter turnout on the whole as compared to some other parts. And this time also, I think we're going to see a lower voter turnout. Last time, 5 years ago, the voter turnout in Maharashtra was 61.5% or something, and it looks like we're not going to reach that figure. I think it just reflects, apathy or disillusionment of the voter in the way Maharashtra politics has gone into this, total fragmentation, the confusion, the, uncertainty, families fighting families. I mean, look at the number of families that are fighting, this time. Uncle fighting nephew, son fighting somebody else, and it's just incredible. So I think there is a disillusionment in the voter in Maharashtra.
Okay, all right. We'll put this to rest here with that remark here by Aarti Jairaj. Thank you so much, Aditi ma'am. Thank you so much, Sandeep Shastriji, as well as to the guest here on the broadcast, the BJP spokesperson, as well as the Congress spokesperson, as well as Mr. Raja Avasthi for joining us here on the broadcast. We don't have much time here, but yes, the conversations will continue and the polling is going to end at around 6 p.m. Well, the result will be on November 23rd and the picture is going to be all clear then. But yes, before that, analysis and assumptions, but let's see what the results really hold for the major political parties in Maharashtra as well as in Jharkhand, where it is believed to be a fierce contest between the JMM Congress alliance and the BJP. Well, with that, it's time for a short break here. We'll be right back with more.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
We reached an agreement on patrolling. We have gone back to where the situation was in 2020, and we can say with that the disengagement process with China, you can say, has been completed. The understanding, to my knowledge, is that we will be able to do the patrolling which we were doing in 2020.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
AI is going to be one of the most important, drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level.
NDTV World Summit was more than just a conversation. It was a confluence of ideas poised to shape our global future.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त पण का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
The last elections of 2024. It's the battle for India's economic heart. An election that will decide Maharashtra's future.
Can the big brother BJP manage the competing ambitions of Mahayuti? Can the Red Book rally the voters once again for Congress and its allies? So as Maharashtra's future trajectory takes shape, we report from the ground.
Two visions, two ideology, one verdict.
An election where no caste chemistry can yield a perfect formula.
It's a state that is splintered with power battles. The big question, will Maharashtra poll outcome unify parties or divide them further? And who will emerge as Maharashtra's undisputed leader?
It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con, NDTV initiative for cyber safety. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital.
that had dissipated. There were only two issues people were discussing. One was the Ladli Behna Yojana on the ground and the development story. These are the two issues that were being discussed. Along with that, there was one emotional argument that was made by the Shiv Sena about the split of the party. But I don't think there were many takers because, like what you could see was there was one synchronized alliance. And as far as the NBA was concerned, three parties were fighting separately. I don't know whether you saw one news that came in the morning, that today morning Praniti Shinde in Sholapur declared that they are opposing the Shiv Sena candidate and they are backing the independent candidates.
Right.
So as the results will unfold, you will see the story of rebellion and the story of internal sabotage between the three parties of NBA.
Absolutely, but we leave that analysis for 23rd, but it's interesting what these are saying. I am completely out of time, but last word to you, Aarti, the lone lady panelist on the broadcast at this moment. Aarti, if these numbers hold true, who has underperformed for the NBA? Is it the Congress, the weakling? Is it the Uddhav Thackeray? Or is it Sharad Pawar, if these numbers hold true?
Yeah, so let's put that in capital letters, if these numbers hold true.
Absolutely, and underlined
because it's just been so bad this year with 2 polls. But yes, I mean, if these numbers hold true, I would say that the Congress and the Uddhav Thackeray, faction of the Shiv Sena have underperformed. I still feel that in the NCP battle, Sharad Pawar is way ahead of his nephew. His nephew cannot claim that legacy from his uncle.
So basically, in the Congress versus BJP fight, if these numbers hold true by any means on 23rd...
It's Haryana all over again.
It's Haryana all over again. The nightmare begins. They have not been able to fire as far as these battles are concerned. I'm completely out of time. Thank you so much to all our guests for indulging in this exercise, which we'll know whether it's fruitful or not on 23rd of November. Thank you to all my guests. Thank you to you viewers. Our coverage here will continue. We'll put out these numbers. But once again, leaving you with that statutory warning. Exit polls often these days go wrong. Take them with a pinch of salt. Don't lose your sleep over them. Quick break, coming back. Stay tuned.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president.
Donald triumphs. What does Trump's win mean for America, for the world, for the wars, and for India-US relations? Non-stop coverage on NDTV. Top analysts and voices from the ground. Extensive coverage on NDTV.
We reached an agreement on patrolling. We have gone back to where the situation was in 2020, and we can say with that the disengagement process with China, you can say, has been completed. The understanding, to my knowledge, is that we will be able to do the patrolling which we were doing in 2020.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. मग का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
The last elections of 2024. It's the battle for India's economic heart. An election that will decide Maharashtra's future.
Can the big brother BJP manage the competing ambitions of Mahayuti? Can the Red Book rally the voters once again for Congress and its allies? So as Maharashtra's future trajectory takes shape, we report from the ground.
Two visions, two ideology, one verdict.
An election where no caste chemistry can yield a perfect formula.
It's a state that is splintered with power battles. The big question, will Maharashtra poll outcome unify parties or divide them further? And who will emerge as Maharashtra's undisputed leader?
It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con, NDTV initiative for cyber safety. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South.
Maharashtra and Jharkhand go to the polls today. Maharashtra, the voter turnout is 58.2% till 5 p.m. For Jharkhand, 67.6%. We'll get to the highlights of the exit polls.
Mumbai is slow in voting, but better than last time. Mumbai 49% voter turnout recorded till 5 p.m. Celebs lead the way as Mumbai shakes apathy.
9 by-elections in Uttar Pradesh and a face-off between Samajwadi Party and BJP. A teen girl is murdered in a Samajwadi Party bastion. Her family says she's killed for supporting the BJP, while Akhilesh Yadav claims that the police were preventing people from casting their vote.
Punjab by-poll fierce fight on 4 seats. Vidarbha is in the spotlight. The fight is between Manpreet Badal and Amrita Waring.
In Tamil Nadu's Krishnagiri district, a lawyer hacked by a man with a sickle in the middle of the road with hundreds watching him. The victim rushed to hospital.
India-China defense ministers meet in Laos. Rajnath Singh has met his counterpart today, and this is an important meeting coming after disengagement talks have begun between the two countries. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching NDTV. It was polling day today, both in Jharkhand and Maharashtra, and a lot is at stake for both political fronts. We'll take you through the highlights. In fact, exit poll numbers have started coming in. I'm Vasudha Venugopal.
That's right, and I'm Gargi Rawat. In the next 1 hour, we'll take you through the major election predictions, the exit polls, but with not a pinch of salt, I'd say a bucket of salt, given what the track record of late has been of exit polls, much maligned. And we'll get you all the top analysts as well in studio to talk about the numbers as we await the 23rd, when finally all will be revealed and the numbers will be counted, when we'll know what was on the mind of the voters.
Well, Maharashtra has voted. In fact, the state has recorded around 58% voter turnout, with Mumbai at 49% voter turnout, registering a slightly improved voter participation. Now, the battle in Maharashtra, where India's financial capital, Mumbai, is located, is particularly critical for the political future of the state. In the last 5 years, the state has seen 3 chief ministers and splits in 2 major opposition parties, multiple legal and political wars for symbols, defections, and changing political formations.
It is the ruling Mahayuti, comprising of Devendra Fadnavis-led BJP, the Eknath Shinde-led Shiv Sena, and the Ajit Pawar-led Nationalist Congress Party NCP, versus the opposition Mahavikas Aghadi, that's MVA alliances Congress, Uddhav Thackeray-led Shiv Sena, and Sharad Pawar-led NCP. Remember, in the Lok Sabha elections, the MVA had emerged ahead of the Mahayuti, something they'll be hoping to repeat, Vasudha, but we'll just get you those highlights from the exit polls. 36 seats in Mumbai have been particularly important because this is where the Sena versus Sena battle will play out.
Well, of course, the state in the last 5 years has seen shifting alliances, Gargi, and ideological clashes. But the campaign of the 6 parties in the fray this time was clearly centered around caste equations, welfare promises, and many emotional appeals. There were intense deliberations over seat sharing, allegations of running divisive campaigns, even accusations of using bitcoins, distributing cash for votes, that have been leveled by parties against each other.
I think this is the first election where bitcoins have, featured in this way, but exactly. And we'll get you more details on that. But yes, very different regions, very different issues, lots of mini elections is how it was being described. 5 vast and diverse regions, Vidarbha and Marathwada known for its soybean and cotton problems, Western Maharashtra for its cooperatives, North for its onion prices, the Konkan region with Mumbai significantly accounting for jobs and infrastructure. Voting in Maharashtra has often been varied, which is why the post-poll play has been important as well.
Talking about the other important states, a pitched electoral battle was also witnessed in Jharkhand, where the JMM-led alliance took on the BJP in the second phase of polling today. By-polls were also held in 15 assembly seats across Uttar Pradesh, Punjab, Kerala and Uttarakhand today. In Jharkhand, seats voting in the second phase concentrated in the Santhal Parganas and North Chota Nagpur regions. These are also regions, Gargi, which were completely critical for the formation of Jharkhand in 2000.
And the campaign this time around was centered around tribal identity. We saw, top leaders from the Prime Minister, Home Minister, all leaders aggressively pushing this position regarding infiltrators from Bangladesh, illegal infiltrators who are responsible for decline in tribal numbers, also taking away land.
Absolutely. So will these elections bring political stability to the state of Maharashtra, caste welfare, shifting loyalties or pursuit of power? What actually drove the voters this time in the state and in Jharkhand? How will the meta-narratives of welfare and tribal identity play out? Many questions there, and we do have experts in the studio with us to answer them. We have Neeja Chaudhary, senior author, senior journalist, and also Aditi Fadnis, columnist and senior author, senior journalist, joining us. Thank you both of you for joining us on this broadcast. Aditi ma'am, every time I think of Maharashtra, I think of your travels. I know this time you didn't travel there. So tell us, what are your big takeaways from the campaign? The exit polls are already showing.
Right, and we'll get those numbers up already. If we just broadly take you through it, as you can see the numbers there, most exit polls are giving the NDA the edge or the majority in both states, in fact, from the looks of it. If we will go to each one of them one by one, but yes, go ahead.
So what are the corrective measures that the BJP took specifically after the 2024 elections? Because that was a shocker for them. 9 on 28 seats. That was completely unthinkable for the BJP. But clearly there are some corrective measures that the BJP has taken, which clearly brought them back in the game, isn't it?
So the biggest, I think, is the Ladki Bahina scheme. Ladki Bahin scheme, even when well before the election was declared and during the campaign, during the negotiations for seats, this was something that the Congress and the other parties felt would throw a spanner in the works. Before that, the the narrative of betrayal, of family, of emotion, that was kind of ruling. After that, after this scheme, the government, the Maharashtra government gave a full 4 months installment of the allowance that it was going to promise. So 8,000 rupees for every household if you are in a rural area and eligible for the scheme is pretty good. It's quite a lot of
They
money.
made sure it got to everybody's accounts, Neerja, as you pointed out. But let's just take our viewers through the exit polls as they're coming in with all the health warnings, Vasudha, as we've seen of late of, exit polls getting it wrong. We just saw that in Haryana. But if we talk about the exit polls, Matriz has given out the NDA 42 to 47 seats in Jharkhand, and the India bloc, they've given 25 to 30.
And People's Pulse has given NDA 44 to 53 in Jharkhand, and India bloc 25 and to 37 to the India bloc. And of course, when you talk about Maharashtra, People's Pulse has given Mahayuti 175 to 195. The range is really huge here. And of course, Mahavikas Aghadi People's Pulse has given them 85 to 112. Matriz has given Mahayuti 150 to 170, and MVA around 110 to 130.
Now, PMark has really played it safe, 137 to 157 for Mahayuti, and 126 to 146 for MVA. And finally, People's Pulse for Maharashtra, given the Mahayuti 175 to 195 and 85 to 112 for the MVA. And if we average this out, in Maharashtra, the MVA is getting a maximum of 136, minimum of 122, while Mahayuti is getting a maximum of 185 and a minimum of 135, averaging at 157. So those are the numbers. We just got the times now. JVC exit poll also coming in. But before that, yes, Neerja ma'am, if you could also, talk about what you feel were the big highlights. I think all of you analysts have been talking about how there have been no very overarching themes in this election. Yes, Ladki Behna has been there that everyone has spoken about, but lots of almost like mini elections, like local elections taking place for various, for all the seats.
This time it was a very fractured politics. Number two, it was hyper local election, right to the ground level. And so many candidates, so many parties, that is very difficult for anybody to come to a conclusion. Now, I agree with Aditi that if there was, on this side was sympathy for Sharad Pawar and Uddhav Thackeray because their parties had been split, they had been betrayed. Number two, there was the Maratha factor. And Maratha, Muslim, Dalit has been a combination which has been a winning combination since Y.B. Chavan's time. For the Congress, then the NCP, and then the MVA in the recent election. Now, and the Maratha activist, Jharange Patil, more or less gave out a signal when he withdrew his candidates that he wanted Marathas to vote for MVA. Now, certainly this would make a difference in Marathwada and Western Maharashtra. But the force that could counter this, and I think if these results are right, and has countered it, are women. You saw women, I agree with you, Aditi. I did not meet a single woman, and this is very random, in the village, at political rallies, in Bombay, randomly talking Shivaji Park here, in Marathwada village near Aurangabad. Not one said, I have not received money. Okay. I have not received. They had all received money, and they received 7,500 for 5 months. And the Anganwadi setup, the ICDS setup, people said that they had worked very hard, they bent over backwards, to get the forms filled. And they, in fact, the Anganwadi workers and the supervisors said, the women now feel closer to us because we have enabled this to happen. Okay. They think we've been instrumental. So that is one good thing that's happened. Of course, a lot of them wondered whether it would continue after the elections, whether they'd give them money.
Also heard, yes.
But the officialdom in Mumbai, they also talked about, they said, in the last weeks we have worked so hard. One of them said it has been a traumatic experience. But it showed that they can deliver. Our system is capable of delivering when they set their minds to it.
Right. Well, there obviously a lot of pressure on the top to ensure it happens before.
And women said, our brother Eknath Shinde has made this possible. He will do more for us. They did not talk about BJP, Mahayuti, Sharad Pawar's, Ajit Pawar's party at all.
This is a question that we should ask Charu Pragya. Charu Pragya,
before that, Vasudha, if you just see one more Access My India poll has come in for Jharkhand, it's gone the other way, whereas everyone else is predicting for the NDA higher numbers. This is predicting 25, and for the India bloc, it's predicting 53 for Jharkhand.
That is some change. Charu from the BJP, Charu Pragya from the BJP joins us. We also have Seema Malik from the NCP led by Sharad Pawar faction joining us. We have author Badri Narayan also with us. Charu, you've spent a lot of time in Mumbai. As a child, your father was there. Tell us, you understand Mumbai, but here a lot of us actually feel that this election was a lot about Eknath Shinde, the promise of Ladki Bahin Yojana. Where does the BJP stand in this, and how are you looking at gaining from this? Because last two elections, it was the BJP with, being the single largest party, 105 and 122 in 2014.
Yeah. Good evening, and thank you so much for having me on your show. It was heartwarming listening to Neerja ji speak right now, because this is information coming straight from the ground onto everybody's television screens, and honestly, this is what my party set out to do. And if we're able to achieve this, if we can have a neutral senior journalist such as Neerja ji endorse it, I couldn't be happier. The fact is that Bharatiya Janata Party and our alliance partners have always done their utmost best to make sure the lives of people improve every single day. And how do we do that? By providing the most basic things. Housing, water, electricity, gas connections, health insurance, making sure that the environment is safe for women to go to work, making sure that the environment is safe for industries to come, for FDI to flow in. And all of this, I am happy to report, we have been able to do extremely well in the last 2.5 years. You mentioned that people are talking about only Eknath ji and there is no mention of BJP. Well, Eknath ji and BJP are one team. And it's not unusual for us to have another political party lead an alliance in a state. I'll take the example of Bihar, I'll take the example of Nagaland. It's the same in Maharashtra. Eknath ji has been an exceptional leader, and we have seen the state grow leaps and bounds only in the last 2.5 years in his leadership.
Yes, but going forward, and if these numbers, what's being predicted by the exit polls, if you do see the Mahayuti emerging in the lead, this emergence of Eknath Shinde as a very popular, beloved leader, so to speak, as a chief minister.
Yeah. Yeah.
So going forward,
and I saw that myself on the ground. I was briefly in Mumbai recently. Whoever is better for the state. See, like I said, we are not hung up about who needs to lead the state. It has to be at that point of time, whatever is the correct decision. And I took the examples of Bihar and Nagaland to just endorse what I just said. Right. This time, whatever the exit polls are predicting, let me tell you this. We are going to outperform the exit polls. We will comfortably reach and cross the halfway mark. And we are looking forward to another 5 years of a very stable, very progressive Mahayuti Sarkar in Maharashtra.
Right. Seema Malik, in 2024 Lok Sabha elections, the NCP led by Sharad Pawar had the highest strike rate, winning 8 out of 10 seats. And this time there are 41 seats where there is a direct fight between NCP led by SP and of course NCP led by Ajit Pawar. How confident are you, and is this election a lot about legacy and also struggle for existence?
See, ma'am, we are very confident. And why we are confident? We are confident because this election, I think people vote for the core issues of the Maharashtra. They are not going to vote for Batoge to Katoge. See, if the BJP is so confident that they are going to win, you have seen that cash story also yesterday, the way the cash was distributed and everything. So if they are so confident, then why they are using such divisive policies? And see, I am telling you, this election is based on the core issues. It was basically on unemployment, the way the projects are going out from Maharashtra to Gujarat and all these, the unemployment is there. A lot of unemployment and a lot of jobs are lost, almost 5 lakh or something. And there's you can see the inflation, how much inflation is there. And This is about the farmers of this thing. The price of soya bean and cotton is it really matters. I see it seems so many the farmers are committing suicide, and these are the basic issues. There's so much of crime against women. You have seen. I think Maharashtra is second on this, and the law and order situation, the corruption, the way that statue falls. Everybody knows about this, and you see the way the Baba Siddiqui was murdered, and these kinds of the Facebook, all those things, the Facebook live murder and all those
Right, but
things are there.
Baba
So
Siddiqui's son is
people
with
are
the
going to
NCP,
vote for
Ajit
this.
Pawar. Let's
And
also get
see,
in Professor Badri Narayan. I'd like to get in here and your comments.
and you see the financial status of the Maharashtra at present.
All right, so
people know the way
it's
they
easy
are
to say
throwing
all these
money,
points
and
sitting
you
in
see
in studios and talking about it, but it really what is on the ground, what are the people feeling, what appeals to them, that is the key. And Professor Badri Narayan so far has been looking at these exit polls as far as Maharashtra goes. It is giving the Mahayuti another term.
I think, actually, I begin my comment with a disclaimer that it is still exit poll. It's not a result, so it's very difficult to conceptualize. But I think already we have talked about it, that in Maharashtra there is one Maharashtra, there is a multiple Maharashtra, and there's a regional variations, caste variations, and at every level we see fragmentation within the homogeneous stereotypical community which we have formed. Suppose that Maratha, suppose that OBC, suppose that Dalit. Four Maratha claimants are contesting in the same field for the Maratha voters. So in this situation, it can't be homogenized, it may be fragmented.
Right.
Similarly, 6 major castes of OBC are contesting together in one block for their power in the democracy. So that can't be there in OBC. That will be also fragmented. But I already told in your channel in the day, I think it's Vasudha, that in this situation, only homogeneous things is the beneficiary, because it is creating a kind of community which works beyond the caste, beyond the community, and based on this beneficiary consciousness. And if this result is going to be true, it means the beneficiary worked even in Maharashtra, even in Jharkhand, and they work are not they don't speak much. They are very silent, because as I said, as far as they are getting things from the system, from the state, from the power, they are becoming silent and going and casting their vote on the booths. They don't talk.
How does the beneficiary work? In certain states, but not in 2024 Lok Sabha elections, the beneficiary did not work in Andhra and Telangana with Jagan Mohan Reddy, or for that matter, even KCR. But clearly, are we looking at also creating a social group that is caste agnostic, that goes beyond these expectations of ideology, loyalty, legacy, and you create
politics as welfareism.
Yeah, and then the pursuit of power in a state like Maharashtra, where resources matter, is that the only thing there?
That's a very interesting question, and it's a very complex one. There are many questions in that one question. Certainly, I mean, what Dr. Narayan said about Jharkhand and Maharashtra is true. That the Maiya Saman Yojana in Jharkhand saw a greater turnout of women in the election. We don't know how they will vote. I think it's pretty not difficult to say which way they will vote. But that a tranche of a lot of money given all at once did make a very big difference in the election. I think hindsight will prove that. Yeah. If you look at the National Family Health Survey, you will find that the percentage of women who are doing mobile banking has gone up substantially. Percentage of National Family Health Survey is an extremely well documented and extremely under leveraged data collection. It gives you a whole lot of insights into the way women control family and control to a lesser degree, but also family finances. And this kind of money, when you combine it, look, you can give free food. How much free food are you going to eat? You can increase it, you can keep on increasing the time. There's a limit to it.
Yes.
But if you give people money in their bank accounts and also combine that with free transport, it pushes women into the labor stream, it pushes their employment possibility, and it also gives them that tiny bit of capital that they need in order to start work. So all these things I think are very important and have not been studied enough pan-India. Political parties are beyond the curve and they have understood that this works, but how exactly it works, that's something that needs to be understood thoroughly.
Right. Neeraji, we were talking about how this is such a critical election for the two regional, well now 4 regional parties, 2 Shiv Senas, 2 NCPs. What would a loss for the MVA mean to, that the grouping there to the, and we've also been talking about the impact this is going to have on the larger national politics as well.
Absolutely.
If you look at the, I can't see it fully, but if you look at the strike rate, Sharad Pawar's NCP has done as well as the Shiv Sena, almost as well as the Congress. If take a broad average of the different exit polls. If it's true, we have to keep qualifying by saying if it is true. So clearly Sharad Pawar is the real NCP. That has been established. That was established earlier also. His strike rate is also very high. As for the Shiv Sena,
38 and maximum 40 seats are being given.
As for the Shiv Sena, that is not the case. Eknath Shinde had a higher strike rate in the Lok Sabha election, and I think again, if this is right, he may well have a higher strike rate in this election also, which means one of the stars of this election and the hero, of course, for the women. This optic of Rakhi's, right from here to his wrist, that went viral, was a very telling one. And I think also he's a Maratha. Is this the birth of a new Maratha leader in Maharashtra?
But Teja ma'am, do you think that he's also, in some...
Many families, every district has a prominent political family. But this thing of, politics of entitlement, regional parties, Congress, BJP also is moving in that direction now of, giving,
as much as they decry
encouraging
dynastic
families,
politics,
members of families. But somebody like Eknath Shinde comes, who's from a humble background, a fire in his belly, Sam, Dam, Dand, Bhed, clawing his way up. You use whatever means you have to, but get to the top and remain there. So that fire in the belly and the will to power, does that exist in the other parties which have had power, wielded power, whether it is, Uddhav Thakere's or Rahul Gandhi or, all these, there's so many. These are only top names.
Right.
So I think that's a question also that needs to be asked. People say in Jharkhand, the Congress had 30 seats and 41 to JMM. There was criticism from JMM as well as RJD as well as from CPIML people. Did the Congress put its best foot forward?
Only 7 rallies by Rahul Gandhi and slightly more by...
Not only Rahul Gandhi, but the
more
entire
rallies in
system.
Wayanad and all that was what was being talked about.
Yet you get a sense also, I must say this, that despite the Congress's not up to the mark organization, the people still want the party to revive as a counter to the BJP. Many places you see that. And anyway, the results will tell us the real picture. But
I just want to take off from that point.
Sure.
I think you are seeing a major reinvention of parties and their base in this election. In Maharashtra, Shiv Sena was seen as an urban party, which basically was a way of arbitrage by the political leaders to reach, various entitlements that the state was offering citizens. The Shiv Sena was a go-between. It used to be, and that's why it was so popular in Mumbai and surrounding areas. Now, the Shiv Sena is present in some campuses. It is present in some rural areas, and it has completely changed and transformed itself as a party. I'm talking about both factions of the Shiv Sena.
I was going to ask you which Shiv Sena.
So now, Shiv Sena is no longer the party that it was thought to be. It has dropped its Maharashtra for Marathas image. It has dropped its very strong antipathy and rivalry and a sense of competition against the BJP. And it's become a very different grouping. So in the same way, many other parties have also tried to transform themselves. Now in Jharkhand, for instance, the tribal vote has split between Champai Soren and Shibu Soren's family. But that said, Kalpana Soren continues to be a very powerful, iconic image for young women in among the tribal.
She is the crowd puller, is what people say.
So, and if she says that, you know, this whole marrying Muslims and all, becoming fourth and fifth wives is irrelevant, tribal girls are going to listen to her.
Okay.
So it's a very interesting kind of change.
We have one more exit poll.
Place.
Chanakya Strategies is giving NDA 152 to 160 and Mahavikas Aghadi 130 to 138, and they're giving 6 to 8 to others.
Right, Dainik Bhaskar is giving 125 to 140 to Mahayuti and 135 to 150.
Very close.
To
the
MVA, and something that I asked Nirja ma'am yesterday, but I'd like to get your opinion on it. Do you see a possibility or a realm of possibility that the NCPs could come together, the uncle and nephew could ever come together?
I mean, look, the human nature and human ability is, and its resilience.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president.
Donald Trump.
Welcome back. Elections are over in the state of Maharashtra and Jharkhand. Exit polls have started coming in.
Right, and with a lot of health warnings and caveats and, you know, a bucket of salt, we're going to take you through the exit polls and what they're predicting for Maharashtra and for Jharkhand. So there you can see, let's look at the Maharashtra exit polls. Dainik Bhaskar giving the Mahayuti 125 to 140, MVA is getting 135 to 150 there. So majority going that with the Mahayuti, you know, getting the maximum number of seats is what it seems in all the exit polls so far, Vasudha.
Absolutely, and in Jharkhand, it's only Access My India, which is giving India Bloc the edge here, and Dainik Bhaskar Metri's People's Pulse and Times Now, JVC actually saying that it's the NDA that could be, in a comfortable position to form the government in Jharkhand.
Right, if we take a look at Access My India, it's giving NDA around 25 seats, whereas all the other exit polls are giving for Jharkhand around 37 to 40, 42 to 47, and it's giving the India Bloc 53 seats. So that's the only one that's going the other way. There, it's on your screens there. You can see Access My India. It's the only one that's giving a different picture of Jharkhand compared to what the other exit polls are saying. But as we said, lots of health warnings when it comes to exit polls. They've not proven to be the most reliable in recent years, and the track record one saw in the Haryana elections as well. Well, let's go across to the panelists who are here with us, and we have Dr. Badri Narayan also there with us, and we were talking about what the impact of this election would be on the parties in Maharashtra, on both the Shiv Senas, both the NCPs, and also the impact it's going to have on the larger national picture.
I think if this election goes in the direction suggested by this exit poll, then it will prove that BJP strategies and politics is in right direction. And they are going to prove, this is going to make stronger their claim for future performance in the elections, especially for the next parliamentary election too. Because the strategy of the Congress and others, which was based on this politics of fear, which was around the constitution, around the reservation, is not working. It worked at some time. And secondly, sympathy votes, which was cultivated by this Mahavikas Aghadi, has faded now. And thirdly, this election, so it will also establish that Shiv Sena, Eknath Shinde with BJP is the viable alternative is a claim is going to prove their claim for the Bala Sahab legacy and Hindutva politics.
Right.
So Hindutva claim is also going to be established by this election if it is going to in this direction. And you know, since these 3 months, they learned a lot. This MBA learned a lot from the last defeat which they got in parliamentary election. So they did many popular policies they brought to appease middle class, to women, to so developmental politics is also going to establish that developmental politics is going to win the elections of the coming days.
Right.
Not this kind of politics of hope and politics of fear.
Okay.
Politics of hope is generating by this kind of developmental politics, and politics of fear by this kind of danger politics. So this kind of strategy is going to fail if this election goes in this direction. I think this kind of message will emerge, and the claim will be established by this kind of politics.
Charu Pragya, I wanted to ask you, has the BJP cracked actually what really went wrong with 2024 elections, coordination with the RSS, because that seems to be there. And more importantly, the welfare thing, the Prime Minister has been known to have been very critical of freebies, but, in every state the party has followed this template of income support to women, which also in some ways could be qualified as freebies by a section of people. Do you think that's a corrective measure that the BJP has consciously taken after 2024 setback?
So please allow me to correct you. Whatever is being called as a setback for Bharatiya Janata Party is actually not one. We have made the government in 2024 again, and we have done it with a very clear mandate of the people. Those who are still talking about that election actually need to open their eyes and look around them. This is history that was created with the same Prime Minister being sworn in after an election for the 3rd time in a row. In fact, forget India, it has not even happened in any other major democratic country since World War II. So I don't know why 2024 is being called a setback again and again. But moving on from there, there is a very fine line between freebies and welfare schemes. And India is a welfare state. We need to be looking after our people. We need to make sure that the poorest of the poor are uplifted from the state that they are living in, and we are able to make lives better for them. And I gave an example of that when I listed out the basics that our party is focusing on. 25 crore people out of poverty in just a couple of years. So that's a huge achievement. So we have to also look at the coffers of a state, and that is where the difference lies. When you set out a budget, when you set out to make promises during elections, it cannot be made up in the air. It cannot be made in such a way that, okay, let me promise the sun and the moon and the stars right now, but God forbid if I actually come into power, I have no idea how I'm going to fulfill those promises. And Congress has shown that kind of irresponsible behavior in Karnataka, in Himachal Pradesh, when they were in power in Rajasthan. They believe in continuous borrowing from the centre.
Unfortunately, no one from the Congress has joined, our
they make all kind of tall promises.
All right, Dr. Seema Malik, if these numbers hold what we're seeing from the exit polls, and it is another Mahayuti government, what would it mean for the NCP now? And again, I know you'll say that this is not going to hold, but really a time of reckoning for the NCP under Sharad Pawar.
See, ma'am, these are the exit polls only, so don't believe them so much. We have seen what happened in Haryana, and these are the numbers only, and we don't have to believe on them. And basically, you see the hypocrisy of the I think BJP. They used to talk about the welfare schemes. They have given the word revdiyan, and they used to criticize these things. Now they are playing on them only, I think. Whether it is Ladli Behna Yojana or something. So I think this is very this thing, what they talk and what they do. And see, we also know, and you see the financial status of the Maharashtra. They have got a 8.5 lakh crore of the loan, and they have got around 2 crores of fiscal deficit. Their GDP contribution has decreased. It is from 15.1 to 13 point something. And their per capita income of the
So,
the
ma'am, you have
people of
also, at least
Maharashtra has
MPA also
also
promised the same
decreased.
things, actually, enhanced a lot of these promises. If your alliance actually comes to
DM
power,
is
there'll be
spending
questions
like
asked of you as well, right? So, I mean, we're completely running out of time. We also have Sanjay Seth, who is a minister from Jharkhand, also an MP from there, MOS Defense, joining us. Thank you, Sanjay ji, हमसे बात करने के लिए. आज झारखंड की वोटिंग खत्म हो गई है. 2019 में बीजेपी को 25 सीटें मिली थी और 2024 लोकसभा चुनाव में पार्टी जो है वो ट्राइबल सीटें जो है सारी हार गई थी. तो इस बार आपको क्यों लगता है कि बीजेपी अच्छा परफॉर्म करेगी झारखंड में?
देखो, आप इस बार परिवर्तन की लहर चल रही है. परिवर्तन इसलिए कि जेएमएम और कांग्रेस ने जो कहते हैं ना, अपने वायदे पे एक भी वायदे पे खरे नहीं उतरे. एक एक वायदे पे इन्होंने मुंह मोड़ लिया. इन्होंने 5 साल पहले मुख्यमंत्री ने कहा था कि मैं पिताजी की कसम, शिबू सोरेन की कसम खा के कहता हूं कि 5 लाख नौकरी दूंगा हर साल, नहीं तो गद्दी पे लात मार दूंगा. ना नौकरी मिली और ना गद्दी पे लात मारा. इन्होंने ही कहा था कि 6-6 हजार रुपए बेरोजगारी भत्ता दूंगा, नहीं दे पाया, राजनीति संन्यास ले लूंगा. न राजनीति संन्यास लिया और न ही बेरोजगारी भत्ता दिया. इन्होंने ही कहा था कि 2-2 हजार रुपए चूल्हा खर्चा सभी झारखंड की बेटियों को देंगे. आज तक 2 रुपए भी नहीं दिया. इन्होंने ही कहा था कि बेटी की शादी में सोने का सिक्का हर बेटी की शादी में देंगे. सोना तो छोड़ दो, पीतल का भी सिक्का नहीं दिया. इतनी वादा खिलाफी वाली सरकार, इतना हसीन सपने, मुंगेरी लाल के हसीन सपने वाली दिखाने वाली सरकार, अब उसका काउंटडाउन नहीं, अब तो विदाई समारोह की डेट तय हो गई है. धूमधाम से 23 तारीख को इनकी विदाई होगी. और जो जो इन्होंने युवाओं के सपने जो चकनाचूर किए, और युवा जो है ना क्रोध में है. क्यों? उनके प्रश्न पत्र 25-25 लाख रुपए में बिके गए.
राइट.
उनको लाठियों से पीटा गया, उनपे मुकदमे दायर किए गए. आज युवा आक्रोश में है.
संजय जी, लेकिन हेमंत सोरेन जो हैं ट्राइबल नेता हैं, ट्राइबल मुख्यमंत्री हैं, उनका कहना ये है कि उनको जेल कर दिया गया था, वो एक साजिश थी. और ट्राइबल आइडेंटिटी को प्रोटेक्ट करने के लिए, साधना कोड को प्रोटेक्ट करने के लिए भी जेएमएम के वायदे हैं. आपको नहीं लगता है कि इससे जो है ट्राइबल्स जो है अट्रैक्ट होंगे? और चूंकि एक ट्राइबल नेता को जेल किया था, क्या उसका सिंपैथी नहीं मिलेगा उनको?
अरे भाई, किस सपने में जी रहे हो? कहां जी रहे हो? वे क्या वही एक ट्राइबल है क्या? हमारे पास ट्राइबल नेताओं की फौज है. और छूट, आप किसी को लूट की छूट नहीं मिल सकती. आप भ्रष्टाचार करोगे, आप बालू को सोना बना दोगे, आप कोयला, आप खनिज, आप सेना की जमीन, आप आदिवासी जमीन लूटोगे, तो क्या आपको छोड़ दीजिए ना? कार्रवाई तो होगी. जो एजेंसियां हैं, चाहे ईडी है, इनकम टैक्स है, सीबीआई, कार्रवाई करेगी. और फिर आप विकास का पैसा, जनता का पैसा, एक पैसा भी अगर आप इतर करोगे, तो ये मोदी है, मोदी हिसाब लेगा और जनता को देगा. किसी को लूट की छूट नहीं है. और यही तड़पन इनको है कि भाई, अरे हमसे कौन कौन पूछेगा? भाई, हमसे क्यों पूछना चाहिए? अब बताओ, पंकज मिश्रा मुख्यमंत्री के प्रतिनिधि 1500 करोड़ रुपए का खनिज बेच दिया. अभी उनका 2 साल बाद बेल हुआ है. अब बताओ, मुख्यमंत्री के प्रतिनिधि घपला करे. अब इनके एक भ्रष्टाचार की पूजा देश ने देखी थी. पूजा सिंघल एक आईएएस अफसर थी, 20 करोड़ रुपए मिला. क्या छोड़ दिया जाए? भ्रष्टाचार का आलम देखा, इनके मंत्री हैं आलमगीर आलम, उनके 40 करोड़ रुपए उनके पीएस क्या मिला? छोड़ दिया जाए क्या? एक कांग्रेसी सांसद के 350 करोड़ रुपया छोड़ दिया जाए क्या? अरे कानून अपना काम करेगा. और जनता की अदालत में हम सब आए हैं. जनता ने परिवर्तन पे मुहर लगा दी है. और 23 तारीख को आप देखना, प्रचंड बहुमत से भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेतृत्व में सरकार बनेगी.
So that is Ministers Union MOS Sanjay Seth was speaking to us about the party's prospects in the assembly polls that got over today. And Gargi, Jharkhand exit polls are very interesting because Access My India, of course, is saying that India bloc could be forming the government. But of course, Dainik Bhaskar says it's a close fight and no one could be getting majority. PMark also gives majority to India bloc. So clearly that's, and of course, there are other...
Right, and Access My India is the only one going against what the others are predicting and giving the India bloc a majority there. So interesting to see that. They've not released their Maharashtra exit polls, Vasudha, and I think they're holding it for the moment. Who knows, maybe that's also going against what the...
So Jharkhand, 2 of them are saying India, 3 of them NDA, and 1 of them saying that no one is going to get majority. That's what the situation is, right?
All right, Neerja ji, if your comments on what we saw on the campaign trail, all these slogans. Let's go back to Maharashtra of batenge to katenge and ek hai to safe hai. What sort of and the fact that within the BJP, you had leaders from Maharashtra actually saying that this is not something that we endorse here in Maharashtra.
The what jihad that Mr. Devendra Fadnavis talked about, I didn't find the kind of traction, that in
Either
the past.
way, did it really
Yeah, in
matter?
Maharashtra, I didn't find it to be the case, and I may be wrong. And it came towards the latter part of the campaign, in the hope that Hindutva card would work with the Marathas. And another thing is the Dalit. Dalit that went wholesale to the MVA last time, did the Dalit break a little bit this time? Because you see, last time it was the Arakshan khatam ho jayega, the reservations will end, the constitution will be changed, but that has not happened. So I particularly found
But
Dalit
also because they
women,
didn't get the numbers, so if it had to happen, or of course the BJP
Dalit
saying it's not to happen.
women were very excited by the Ladki Bahan Yojana. Dalit women more than other categories of women that one saw. And people talked about widespread corruption in Maharashtra. Now, an anti-incumbency was there. And still, if despite that the Mahayuti does well, of course there is the organizational heft of the BJP, which is always there. But it makes me wonder that when ideology is given a burial by all parties, and power is the driving force to bring them together, even in an alliance, then why should not the voter say to himself or herself and be that much more transactional? Mujhe jitna ab mil raha hai, why shouldn't I take it? If 7,500 what I'm getting, let me take it. Because I'm not going to get other things else, at other times, or get very little out of the
Transactional
system.
to what level? We've seen the cash, controversy also denied by the BJP, or this Bitcoin cryptocurrency scam as well. And
let me ask Charu Pragya. Charu, batenge to katenge, ek hai to safe hai. Many of these slogans have been called as divisive, discriminatory, exclusionary, communal by the opposition. A section of voters might actually feel that, and they may actually say that this mobilized the minorities more than mobilizing your own voters. Do you see a threat of that happening this time?
I was actually thinking, how is it that these slogans didn't come up in this debate? Let me tell you something. A call for unity can never be looked upon as anything divisive. And the opposition will do well to remember that. It's a very simple thing. India needs to remain united in these troublesome times. And every single person who is a well-wisher of the country is going to agree with the slogan. The only ones who don't agree with the slogan are the ones who look for their personal benefit over that of a community, a society, or a country. And we have seen it time and time again from our childhood till date. वो पुरानी जो कहावतें होती हैं, when you make a fist, it's far stronger than just a single finger. The British used to say, united we stand. How is it that all those statements were never looked upon as divisive, and something as solid and as simple as this is called divisive?
all right, well, that brings us to the end really of our program. And once again, Vasudha, let's take the viewers through the exit polls. And I'd like to thank all the panelists who joined us and analysts. And we'll have to, meet again on the 23rd now to see, what really is on the minds of the voters. But yes, Vasudha, if we go through all these exit polls that have come so far, and again, all the health warnings and a bucket of salt with that. But take a look at those numbers. Dainik Bhaskar, look, Shahi, Marathi, they're all giving in Maharashtra the higher number of seats to the Mahayuti and lower to the MVA according to these exit polls.
4 to 5 of them giving it to Mahayuti, but the Jharkhand scene is completely different, with most of them actually saying that it's actually I think both of even Stevens, right? Like both of there are at least 2 of them saying Jharkhand and 2 of them saying it could be BJP, and 1 of them saying that nobody would get a majority.
That's right. So those are the exit polls, as you can see there, and this is what we do after elections are over. Talk more and analyze all the numbers more, and we'll meet again on the 23rd for counting. Thanks so much for watching. Goodbye from us.
We reached an agreement on patrolling. We have gone back to where the situation was in 2020, and we can say with that the disengagement process with China, you can say, has been completed. The understanding, to my knowledge, is that we will be able to do the patrolling which we were doing in 2020.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का।
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की। करप्शन फर्स्ट, आमचा अजेंडा आहे नेशन फर्स्ट.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त मग का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
The last elections of 2024, it's the battle for India's economic heart. An election that will decide Maharashtra's future.
Can the big brother BJP manage the competing ambitions of Mahayuti? Can the Red Book rally the voters once again for Congress and its allies? So as Maharashtra's future trajectory takes shape, we report from the ground.
2 visions, 2 ideology, 1 verdict.
An election where no caste chemistry can yield a perfect formula.
It's a state that is splintered with power battles. The big question, will Maharashtra poll outcome unify parties or divide them further? And who will emerge as Maharashtra's undisputed leader?
It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con, NDTV initiative for cyber safety. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all the